Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
Welcome one, welcome all. It's time for a rip-roaring adventure as we get the PPT Masters #2 for EMEA well underway. My name's Kalaris, your host, as well as maybe Caster down the line. We've got Mark as well and Avenger joining us to talk about all the games that are going to be going down. Mark, are you pumped for more PPT?
Always. Every weekend feels like it's a PPT weekend. It's been good for the last 2 weeks, and I'm excited to get some more money on the line and see what these teams can actually do and who's going to be crowned champion for Masters 2.
Definitely. So how about yourself, Avenger? I see you've shaved. Very nice.
Yeah. I had a little bit of time to do that, so that was great to get that off. And unlike you, you didn't shave, so that's good. I always wondered how your chin looked, but yeah, I guess we'll never know.
No. Well, my wife once saw me without the beard, and she said never again. So let's not do that, Avenger, especially on a broadcast. But we've got lots to talk about before we actually get into these games here, Avenger. So let's start breaking things down, of course. We can start with our format here throughout these next 3 days. We are going to watch 18 games unfold in the usual tried, true, and tested map rotation that we always go for, Mark, with Miramar starting things off, and then those wild cards come along.
Oh, we love the wildcard maps, but it's also worth noting there's an extra 2 maps every day. So unlike the 4 matches, the part-time jobs that we've been doing for the last couple of weeks, we've got an additional 6 games up. So yeah, back to kind of the match 6. That'll be interesting to see how these teams handle it, because obviously on the week run up, you only play the maps once, and if you're good at Miramar, you only get one opportunity. You've got to try and claw your way back. So I'm good that we're on the sort of the double with the wildcards in the middle.
Yeah, quite the difference, Avenger, right, from the 4 game days, because obviously if you're only playing a map once each time, then you're not really having too much time to adapt from game to game, say for the double Miramars or double Erangels, whereas you're back here and maybe you can make some of those adjustments when you're going up against these teams.
Yeah, you need to be way more prepared, and you only got that 1 shot per map, right? So your mental and your focus just needs to be there every single time. So that's good to see here back for 6 match. So you can kind of go, okay guys, 1 Miramar is bad circle, whatever, let's go again 1 more time.
Let's check in with the point system as well, because if you're unfamiliar with how things changed towards the middle of this PPT season as a whole, I guess we could call it, we have a difference in placement points. And needless to say, Mark, this has changed things up dramatically for those cups, for those teams.
Oh, yes. So, half-price chicken dinner, that's what I like to call this. So, basically, when you get to your top 4, that's when you get those little icons at the top. That's when you're in the placement points. But it has really changed the dynamic, the lay of the land. Everyone is out to get kill points. It's like kill points are worth double. They're not, by the way, they're only 1 kill. But even from the first drop zone, we see a lot more early engagements. We see a lot more people trying to fight outside the blue. A bit of a low in the middle, and then it gets explosives. Lots of explosive action at the start, lots of explosive action to close things out.
Let's take a look at the prize pool as well, see what all these teams are fighting for, as it's going to be $20,000 on the line for all of these guys. Already, some have got a little bit of money already on the board, and everybody will be rewarded here, Avenger, for what is to come. But last time around, we were able to see Virtus Pro take that #1 spot, so $7,000 in the pocket for first place. Not too bad at all.
Oh, huge. It's massive to cut this in. And even though, yeah, some players might be more comfortable with TPP or not, it's still a big pocket of change here you're able to put in there. So that's good.
And of course, I just mentioned Virtus Pro. Let's take a look back at how they were able to round things out in the first Masters, because it wasn't really as clean cut as them just taking first place, right, Mark? If we cast our minds back, I thought Foot had this, but it was not to be.
Had it all the way up to the last match. The last couple of zones as well, James. It was Foot all the way. They kind of got caught in the rotation. VP played the longer game. They kept cool, calm, and collective. And when we ended out on that sort of northeast corner, just south of Stauber, VP had the right position and they were able to clear out Foot. So yeah, lots of it action, and it was really good to see that it went all the way down to the last game. So I think Foot are coming back though with a vengeance. I don't think they're going to let this one slip away, but we'll have to wait and see.
And all importantly, why are we actually checking in with this? Not only to kind of get you up to speed as where we are here at Masters 2, but also the fact that all of this is going to contribute towards Masters 4, which is later on in the year here. So these points are really going to start to matter. Everybody's team's going to try and rack up as many as possible here, Avenger. So for Virtus Pro, obviously great stuff. They have had a roster change since in good old Curexa coming along, and I feel like that only upgrades them.
Yeah, it's looking like an extremely strong team here, like especially with how everything kind of fuses together with both the firepower and the kind of mental prowess. Crix is the type of player that just, you know, he does not speak anything else than what is absolutely necessary, and then he just frags out. So it's good to see what's going to happen with the team going along for the rest of the year, and here in Masters 2, of course.
That's because he's Finnish, right? They just, you know.
You've lived there, you know. It's just,
nobody talks to anyone, all right? Like, it's a rule. It's a rule. Okay, well, let's take a look at those participating teams that are going to be playing things out today. Obviously, Virtus Pro back in the lobby once again, looking to defend that championship. Foot is going to be on the pursuit throughout it all. But Mark, I want to go to you for a moment here to start this off, because you've been able to cast all of these cups alongside Kovo as well. Who's been shining for you, aside from maybe some of the big names, which obviously did very well in Cup 7?
Yeah, look, it's always the question around the 2 cups, right? So we have the week 1 where we kind of have the big names appear and the big names go through. Yeah. But this time, obviously, with other events pending around, then we actually kind of had a little bit more of a split. So loads of big names, obviously, week 1, loads of big names in week number 2. So I felt like this last sort of this season run, I suppose, this being the final to that season, it's been very balanced. Now, there's always 2 sides to the story. We saw very good consistency with Foot, but we have to mention that they've changed their roster. Pixel announced his retirement. They've put Nedex in, and they had Scavenge as well. So for us, 50% of their roster now at the moment, mate, is new and fresh. So can they bring it? And then, as Martin just said, right, we've seen a huge change up. We've had FaZe move round. They pinched right last minute for them. Then we've got they literally 4 days before VP. They've had a change up as well. So it feels like we're sharing the players around at the moment. So there's lots of changes, but each change to each one of these rosters has looked pretty solid. VP looking strong, FaZe looking really strong as well. So good to see them back in the kind of the hot seat of getting placements and, more importantly, the kills. And we talk so much about FaZe Clan, about how aggressive they are. We look at the half-price chicken dinner, we look at the 5 points, and we look at how important kills are. That plays into the hands of this type of team, and they've been really, really aggressive. Every fight they can, they seem to be pushing.
Yeah, I mean, there's been international tournaments where, like a FaZe Clan, for example, has looked insane on the kills, but not on the placements, and that has then cost them later on down the line, right? So that could definitely come to fruition. Martin, I do want to say as well, looking towards Foot in particular, obviously Pixel has made some interesting plays go down with BRDMs in those cups and looks insane. Yeah, not having him, and now Nedex coming along, I think Nedex is a pretty decent replacement, to be honest. What do you think?
There's multiple levels to it, right? Pixel was like a TPP enjoyer, and also one of the guys that just takes maximum advantage. Like, he is adapting so quickly to things that changes, both meta, but also patches, updates, doing things with BDM, like playing around, toying around with, you could say, with Twisted Minds, and that Shaq is always what comes kind of back to, right? How fast he is, how quick he was, and now we have to go with Nedex, very good fragger. They're very capable as a team, so I'm not too worried about that, but I'm gonna kind of miss from Pixel this kind of, what can you say, like this just, he just have so much, like, deeper levels of understanding of how to kind of play around with things, and that's really what I'm going to miss in the plays that he's been able to make throughout the times.
Yeah, definitely. I think also, if I cast my mind back to any BRDM play that we've seen so far, Mark, because we're probably going to see something eventually, I feel like if you've got a Lynx in the lobby, it is your duty to deal with the BRDM. It doesn't matter what team you're on. You've got to deal with it. What do you think about that, Mark?
I agree, but I've just not seen the Lynx and the BRDM in the same location so far. So, but to take that aside, why are people just not shooting it? Why are we just not hammering shots into it? We're teaming up as the rest of the server going, we need to get rid of it. We had two driving rounds in Taego the other day, which was insane. So, look, if you got the Lynx, yes, you need to go destroy it. Just not seen it clash. Maybe we'll see it this event.
Maybe. I had a game a week or two ago where I was in a BRDM driving around all happy and everything, and suddenly,
that player.
All of a sudden, the Lynx comes out of nowhere and absolutely rips it apart, and I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't even know that it was that brutal against the Avenger before all of that. So it definitely is one way to deal with it, but it's still a scary prospect to go up against in these tournaments, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we had a rank game last week where we had 2 BRDMs and we just drove up to the crates. And nobody's just gonna be like, okay, what's happening here? And we just took, multiple crates. And the only thing we figured out was, like, just don't let people get to their cars, because that's where they hide the Panzerfaust. And sure, if you hear Lynx, just don't drive that direction. But it's super fun. But obviously, Panzerfaust are extremely strong. Lynx is strong. But yeah, I'm surprised that we don't see more teams, especially at this high level here, just say, okay, let's just give them half a mag while they're driving. And they're going to be fine. They're going to explode it. But it's also about giving away information to other teams, right? Because if you're like 2 or 3 guys that are shooting, you instantly know, okay, there are 2 or 3 guys exactly in this location here, and they have these guns. They have like all this setup here, all that information that you're giving away freely to, say, 10 teams plus, just by shooting at BRDMs. That could be valuable information. The question is, how does that kind of go towards you? Is that are you going to be destroyed by not doing it by the BRDM because they're just going to take some spot that you cannot get to? That's really what comes down to it. So I think we're going to see a little bit more of it. I definitely think we're going to be seeing more Panzerfaust hidden in cars.
You'd like to think so. You'd like to think so. I do want to shift gears a moment here whilst we wait for our first game to begin and talk about some of the teams that might be more wild cards, Mark, to try and challenge for this Masters Cup, because obviously Cup 7 comes along and you get all the big names really being able to top those charts. We had Masters 1 happen where the big names really top those charts. You've got teams like SlamG, 100 ADR, Skittles as well, right? Are these teams that you think could eventually try and rival the top spots here in the Masters Cup, or do you think that our top dogs are just still a little bit too far ahead of them? What do you think?
I think the SlamG can come into that conversation as a potential, right? I think Skittles are good. They're at the right level. They're sort of contending now at these sort of the end stages of these tours, right? So I think they do serve a purpose, a place. A SlamG, I think, has been surprising me for me. They've been a little bit hit and miss. They should be higher up, but they've not been. And then they sort of have to churn the gears in and make sure they get the performance. If they can just kind of work on that consistency this team can do, this format, this sort of, again, they're half price chicken, then there's the ability to go get those kills. They're a team, SlamG are a team that can go get kills, and they're quite scary when they kind of have that momentum behind them. So I think they're a team that should be up there. The question is, will they be? What are they going to bring to this first game? Are they going to be able to put that sort of stance in to go, hey, do you know what? We are here to contend. We are a proper team, and that we deserve to have this spot.
What do you think, Avenger? Do you think they can contend, or do you think it's going to be the big boys?
Yeah, I think it's going to be the big boys, but I would love to see a SlamG come in and just put the hammer down. Like Mogor and Boostic, they are very good players. Just insane. Like there are speculations around Boostic whether he's going to get picked up by one of the bigger teams. Not happened yet, but it'll be cool to see that he's coming into a tournament like this and still showing, even though it's TPP, it's not maybe his preferred game mode, that he's able to do big things mechanically, because that's then could up his potential to maybe get picked up by, medium or bigger team. That would be cool for him.
I think mechanically is something kind of hit the nail on the head there previously before, because you go and watch some of these guys POVs, like when they're streaming, like Boostic, for example, who has been touted as this name that people should be keeping their eye on, and you just watch these kids and you're like, they're so much faster than me. Their eyes are so much better than mine. Maybe we're just getting really old now, Mark. However, but it's just very exciting to watch the potential young blood kind of come up through this and get an opportunity to try and shine on these stages alongside some of the big guys.
Yeah, you can't. The mechanical skills, the speeds. You got to watch who he tried out for. You remember he tried out for Navi, supposedly. We saw his name potentially being up there. Diffix was there. Diffix is now gone towards Geek as well. He's such a good young player. Has he got the skill set mechanically? Yes. Has he got the depth, the runs, the bad times to sort of make sure that he can thrive? That'd be interesting to watch, because some of these young gunners, they can't deal with some of the high level pressure. When we get to these big events, when we get to the final stages, the final 16 teams, it becomes difficult. Boostix, he has the capabilities to do it. I'd love to see him thrive. I'd love to see him actually put some medals against his name, but we've got to wait and see. I think time will tell with him.
I'll be interested to see if some of these potential hot drop scenarios are also sorted out, right? If you think about Skittles going over towards Don't, we're in Rozark and places like that, Mark. This will jeopardize your potential at getting towards top 8 to get points on the board for Masters 4. So some of these kind of moments really need to be ironed out in this tournament, surely.
Yeah, and it's part of that change, part of the patch. Remember, we've got that recall system as well, so there's a lot more opportunities for these teams to have fights. Again, I say this badly, but lose players off the drop. If you can, but as long as you can win the fight, it's not like it was historically. You're playing the game out now as a 3-man. That's a hindrance. Actually, winning the fight, make sure you got a recall spot and make sure you're able to call that player back in. That's a huge change to the lay of the land, and we've seen the Don't Panics of this world. We saw them being really aggressive early. But they're always close enough to a recall system because they know we might lose a body, but we're definitely going to win the fight, and therefore we can play further into this game.
It does make me wonder, Avenger, based on that, if earlier third parties have some merit to them, right? If you know a hot drop is potentially going on near you, maybe you can be the third party to that and just put the boot in if somebody is injured, and then can't try and exploit that recall system position.
Yeah, I think first of all, I think recall for doing it after phase 3 is trolling a little bit, because unless you're 2 or 3 guys down that you're trying to do it, you're just throwing away too much valuable time to be able to take a spot. But doing it early game, especially if you're gonna go and take a compound away and that compound has a recall, and you can win that compound by breaching it or driving a C4 in there, anything funny, then you're able to get a recall off that compound. That's where I think it's really valuable, especially with these kind of circles. And I think once we get kind of deeper down playing this meta here, recall compounds is going to get fought for way more than we're going to see some other compounds when they have the same prioritizing in terms of where the circle is. So that's going to be really interesting to kind of follow that meta change.
Yes. Speaking of meta changes, as you're mentioning here, everyone was terrified when they watched the Roth clip of him attaching a C4 to a vehicle and suddenly crashing into a compound. Hey, Mark, if I see more of that, as a spectator, I'm kind of a happy boy. That's kind of some crazy stuff that potentially could occur if a team feels like they've got nothing to lose, and then maybe you can recall that person anyway. But who knows?
We've seen it already. Not early game. We have seen it at the end. I'd definitely say it's more clippable moments to close the game out. C4s on bikes, C4s on cars. The car's not quite making it, but I feel like it was a little bit of a last attempt. But look, as a observer of the game, as someone casting it and watching it, all for it. I'm all for it. As a player, I don't know what's worse, C4 or Panzer. Which would be your medicine to take on the end? I don't know.
I've always been an agent of chaos. I'm ginger, so that's how it goes. So I'm all for it anyway. But also, what I'm all for is everybody at home has the opportunity to ask us questions for the end of the day. Let's take a look at that. Hey, it's Mark as well. You can ask him questions. Basically, what you have to do is you have to go over to X and use the hashtag MastersMikeEMEA and give us a question as to what you want to talk about with us. In regards to the game, how the games are going, etc. And if your question is chosen, you potentially will win some G coin as well. So make sure to head over to socials and get that in. Mark, are you excited to have a sit down with good old me, have a little podcast with Avenger? How's it going to go?
Love it. I'm gonna get a cup of tea. We're gonna sit here. We're
nice.
gonna sit on the sofa. I'm gonna move the camera inside. We're gonna chill out and answer some questions. But I'm intrigued to find out what people are gonna ask us.
This is my
it'll have to
favorite
be to
photo
me.
of you,
This is
Mark.
this is terrible.
I love this.
Isn't it the only photo of Mark?
No, it's great.
It's the only one that's allowed out there. It's the only one that's allowed out there. And poor Jason's put a clown face on it, so it's haunted me for many days since.
I think it's great, especially because there's so many different like variants to this, like the missing the remote for the TV, the other stuff. Like,
I do realize actually he complimented me once on a jacket, and he was like, "Oh yeah, good jacket, mate." On the broadcast, I've just realized it's almost exactly the same as that jacket. So it was just
Taking
him.
inspiration.
It's like the Obama giving himself a medal. Like,
I appreciate a good jacket, James. All right.
all right. Okay, we also have a survey that is going on as well regarding TPP esports and your feedback regarding that. So not only is it on socials currently that you can go fill out, but also you can use this QR code to go and check that out. So if you do go and fill that in, thank you very much for your feedback regarding TPP and everything that does revolve around that. Before we get into our Miramar games here, Mark, any other thoughts regarding these teams as you've been watching them throughout the cups play one Miramar a day, not two?
It'd be interesting to see how things start out. As I always say, I'm really intrigued to see about these household names, the FUT Esports, the VPs. Look, VP obviously dubbed it at the end there, mate. So I'm intrigued to see if they can try and do it. And more importantly, as I said before, FUT Esports though with a new roster, can they still hold that title that they're really good with this TPP format?
I'm sort of feeling it for FUT. I don't know why, but I just thought they were so impressive in Masters 1. They were impressive in Cup 7, Martin. And then coming in, I do think Nedex is a pretty great addition to the team. We've obviously watched him at recent PEC, etc., and things like that. I think he's got the chops.
Changing one player is one thing, but changing two just changes your entire setup, how everything is. Like, you need to rebuild way, like your foundation is almost destroyed. So I think there's great things based off the mechanics and the experience of the guys, but the synergy that they built for years and everything else that revolves around having been together for that long, I could be a little bit worried for that. I have encountered them in scrims here and there, watching some of the guys play, but there are some situations where it's like, okay, like old teams like this with a lot of experience, like you're not missing that.
Fair. We could see some shakeups in terms of the play. We could see maybe even a little bit of a honeymoon period come out, and maybe they're able to thrive off something like that. Yeah, wouldn't be too bad at all. Wouldn't be too bad. Obviously, FaZe is another team that you kind of mentioned before, Mark, that has had that little bit of a roster change up with the snatching of Bard, as it were. I mean, they had to do something, right? After losing Curexy, you've got to make some kind of big play, and I feel like that was a pretty big play.
That's a big play. It's a big play. And you know what? Watching them the last couple of weeks, both those players have settled really well in lobbies, as you'd expect to anyway. These guys know each other. They play consistently anyway. So, but it just feels like these little pieces that have moved around our region have fit nicely. Vardy's huge. Like he's put consistency on the boards. And unfortunately for FUT Esports, losing such a big player from the context of kills, like, who do they replace it with? Yes, Nedex is going to be good. I think he's going to be definitely someone to watch, right? But for them, picking up, like, and again, if we stick with the point format here, James, if we stick with that half-price chicken dinner, we stick with the kills being a focal, it's going to play into FaZe all the time and expect them to be high up the leaderboard.
Definitely so. Definitely. Obviously, there's still some other big names to talk about here, Martin. Teams like Twisted Minds, teams like Na'Vi, teams like GK, I expect to really take no quarter in regards to some of these teams, because, I mean, we've watched even GK as well look fantastic when it comes to TPP and do very well with it as well.
Yeah, yesterday's scrims, Twisted Minds and PB, they won 3 games each in a row. Like, no one else won anything. Like, it was just crazy. And going into this, like these guys are gonna have to, no matter if it's the same format or not, like TPP, whatnot, doesn't really matter. These guys are just on a different level, and that's really gonna come through here as well today. Twisted Minds last time, obviously in Masters, not as much. We kind of expected more from them, but then again, I think it comes down to what they kind of put into this. And I think for this, they're gonna take it a little bit more serious. They're gonna say, okay, guys, let's take it as, it doesn't matter if it's TPP or not. Let's take it as it's a tournament that we're really into and we really want to win here. So that's really what I'm looking for those teams.
No, definitely. I will say as well, whilst we take a look at the overall rosters, I've really appreciated the tenacity, Mark, of win or die. I think almost every single tournament we play in EMEA now, be it PEC or be it the PPT, I think they're always trying to contend for some of those top spots alongside what are effectively household name brands across all of esports. Yet win or die somehow is always able to get in the mix of things.
Yeah, they're always there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Sometimes we said before at the beginning of last year they were pretty consistent. We saw them work in multiple circuits. They're working all the regions. They're playing as many events as they could do. And I think the expectation was to come into PEC last year really high. They didn't quite qualify. Pretty tough when you got 2 spots, right? And I think that took that massive blow to that team, massive blow to them. They had to go for a little bit of a reset. After that reset this year, I think they're up there. I generally do, as you say. They seem to find themselves in the end lobbies. They seem to find themselves in the conversation all the time. It's just that next step. What does this team now need to do to get over the line? What does this team now need to do to get into a top 5, top 3, or even a first place? I think that's what they just need to break down, because if they play their own game, they play it really, really well. If they get drawn into other games or other teams around them, like the Twisted Minds, like the VPs, like the Phases, they can't sometimes keep up to the pacing that they want to do. So they're a team definitely to watch. I just want to see them on that next step.
Just to keep everybody updated as well, we were just waiting for one more team to actually join in the lobby, and then we will be good to go. That's why we're just taking a little bit longer to talk about all of these teams. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience here for PPT as a whole. And I am getting word that we are very close to the game. So Avenger, do you think win or die can eventually catch up to the big names?
They will win or they will die. That's what I'm going to say. But yeah, I was going to say another thing is if the team doesn't get into the lobby soon, we're going to start calling them out. But yeah, they've gotten in. They've started the game, and we're about to get the show on the road here with I think 100 people and players in the production and in the server waiting, plus everyone watching out there. We got to get the games going on.
All right, well, I'm getting word as well that Twisted Minds will not be participating in our first game, as they did not get into the lobby in time. There was a deadline. Twisted Minds, you got to get in for the next ones, because all importantly, you need to earn points towards Masters West, which already we saw Virtus.pro get a lot on the board from the Masters 1. Now, without further ado, I hand you over to Mark and Avenger for our first Miramar game.
Thank you so much, James. Here, obviously, Mark, we are getting things started here. I was waiting for you. You were waiting for me, but now we are getting things started here, Mark. It's been exciting to get back into the casting chair here with you, buddy. And yeah, what do you think about this first game?
Well, first game, first flight path. Northwest down towards a southeast, through the heart, through the soul. Not bad start, actually, for these teams. Will we get an aggressive stop? Not really. See, the first game, we've got to sort of feel the pacing, should we say, of the lobby, first and foremost. But be more intrigued. You kind of touched on that point earlier, Martin, right? More and more teams are getting closer to these kind of recall systems. And I'd expect that, especially in this tournament, we're going to see it a lot more. Who is going to be dropping closer to these spots to try and go for an early third party, early aggression, but also be in a position that if they need to, they can get their players back? I
think it's very much about, where the circle pops. If we have let's say we have a southwest circle, Brickyard was not as much of a prioritization as it was now that they're with the recall being active there. Here with a circle like this, you have multiple spots where it's like, okay, it might not be as good as it was before, but let's say Southwest with Los Lunas down the road, that compound with the longhouse is just so much stronger because of the recall spot, that if you get breached and you're able to defend it, you're going to be able to get your players back way easier. So it's more about, okay, saying this in this circle here, this compound could be better, but because it has a recall, it could be a little bit more viable. But that's really that's all that I'm actually expecting from that, because I think, as I said earlier, the time that you miss from having to go to a recall station with 1, 2, or 3, or how many players you have left that you commit to that, the time that it takes is taking away extremely valuable time from scouting, from getting into the circle, from getting a compound with a 2-man or a 3-man. Because in first and second circle, you can quite easily have these 2-2 splits. You can quite easily have multiple compounds locked down. But if you have to, commit 1 or 2 guys to getting the recall back, then that just takes insanely valuable time away from everything else that is PUBG Esports.
This is again, talk about timing. We saw the other week. it was phase and win or die. Like phase 4, they went back to Minas to go get the recall system back in. And it was so close for comfort. And again, late games. And we've seen as well multiple times from week 7 and week 8 that actually a late player who was unable even to get like any gear, they were just laying low, have found themselves in a 2nd and a 3rd place as well. So definitely changing things around. Obviously, this is a TPP circuit, still about to never change around. The ability to look behind hard cover. I still feel like a lot of these teams are can't 100% used to it. Definitely getting more better. They can be more fluid. But they're also trying to figure out what is the best way to kind of farm that information you talk about.
Yeah, for sure. And that's really what it comes down to, especially on the kind of larger maps. I know it's all 8x8, but Miramar and Rondo has so much information that you're able to get, and so much compound, so much playable space, both in open terrain with dips, but also playable space once it comes to compounds. We see Navi here moving, and we're actually getting pretty close to versus Pro here. They could be driving into each other here, Mark. I'm not sure it's going to happen though, but let's see what team's up to.
Ferris obviously taking that kind of scouting position. He's sort of got closer towards Lost early. Koa speaks about this quite a bit. Obviously, we've seen a big change of these players sending one. And I definitely say even more with a TPP. We're saying maybe a duo. Go early as quick as they can to find a compound to try and hold out. Find some of that hard cover. So I'll be coming pretty close. VP sort of turned back round to their normal drop spot into Lost, as most of the other teams are finding their path in towards the zone. Obviously, with the Southeast, Lost Ends will be a pretty key factor for some of these teams. I think a lot of people keep an eye on this one, or try and position themselves in and around it in case they need to duck into the town, because we've had a few town endings, but we've also seen on the other side, Martin, actually reward some of these teams that haven't taken that early risk, that have sat on the outside, and with a little bit of PUBG luck and the zones coming their way, found themselves in a good position. Yeah,
the unwritten rules of PUBG with don't go into a city unless you know it's going to end there is sometimes, not really coming the other way, but for sure, in a city like Los Leones, you have so much space on that western side that is actually extremely valuable, both for information, but also that you're actually able to go further west if you are controlling those high ground spots here. But we see rotations kind of coming in here. Obviously, not that many teams in the southwest. If we see a big shift on that side, the teams towards the center, they're going to be even quicker trying to get this move on here. Geeky with Chrissy on board here. May be taking some shots at the 80-yard boys. Also, BB coming down. A doozy finds. Oh my god, that's so unfortunate. Two found here, Mark.
Who, Quizzy? Oh, Quizzy's nearly getting the first there. He tried to get the steal. Little spray will come out. BB, though, kicking things off pretty well. So 2 kills on the board for them. 100 ADR. Having the best start. And again, they're another team not quite as high up as that kind of win or die we spoke about before, but they're a team that sometimes find their way in the lobby. And no, I hold my hands up. I thought Bushido were going to get through compared to them, but they impressed like the last week and they actually qualify through. Spiro, though, he takes the shots though. Monodox will go down, and BB being the aggressor now on the surviving hand though of Geek's fortification, but they are not going down without a fight as a doozy hits a weldy and PWD will fall.
Yeah, they need to get that back up quickly. He might even be flushed here. He's taking damage from afar here. Let's see if they're able to close this one out. It's coming from Narnia. Literally, a doozy actually gets the bleed up, and PWC, that's so unfortunate for GK. They look like they have the upper hand here, but now losing the player here is just unfortunate.
It's going to be unfortunate, but don't forget we've got that recall system in place, chat. So, again, I think it's more about these mindsets these players have been, let's make sure we finish the fight off. It doesn't matter if we have 1 or 3 remaining or even a 4. As Martin said, and he said during the break, though, these third-party actions, they've become critical. Three sides, we've really spoken about. On watching, kind of BB, GK hold up now.
But don't panic. Taking some more space here on the northern side, but still, they want to get more information here. I feel like they should be going a little bit further south, crater side, maybe getting on some kind of higher ground here now. They just need a northern shift, even 2 times for this compound to be viable. Let's see what's going to happen here further on. A lot of teams obviously taking space here. Face coming in quite slow from the northern side with their loot spot being this far away. Also, no prio inside this circle here. They're going to need to take it slow. Or maybe see if they can find an EP.
Watch them push on to Don't Panic. That's their sort of more normal path. And it'd be interesting to see if Don't Panic pick up on that as well, because they're sort of moving to the east side of Bacado. We'll have to wait and see. Hive, team's been a bit hit and miss, and you'd expect this is an all-star roster, all names that we know. Not firing on all cylinders yet. Be interested to see what they can bring here for the Masters too. Is Dante trying to use the peak to his advantage, keeping the sound cues down slightly. I think he's just waiting for the rest of Win or Die to climb up to his way, but will he be able to pick who to shoot first? And he's going to pop their head off the rafters.
Yeah, he's just going to get off. Information is obviously coming in as well from the guys on the southeast side of him. Oh, easy.
Rip.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. Just going to get off it. The boys southeast of Picado is giving information as well. Like, they're shooting at him. They can see that it's multiple players trying to get up to him. So Dante's obviously just going to get off here. Yeah, let me see. This is the good angle here. With good scopes there, you're able to get so much information here. This is a decent dip. This circle, like just a little bit north side here, they're going to get a fantastic spot here, especially in TPP. You're getting so much information. And when you're peeking out, when you have players coming close to you, you just have such a good spot to make this work out here. Face trying to get in a little bit deeper in here. Geem's still on northern side, but massive split for them here. Face for you, Mark. What do you think about this lineup here? Obviously, Vard, insane player, massive player, crazy experience. One of the best mechanical players I've ever played with or against in any game. Like, he just donks on everyone. I think with a player coming in like him, although he's getting a little bit older, he would call himself a boomer at this point, I believe. But he's still a player that I would say is up there when you look at like mechanicals when you're taking a player like Corexi as well.
Easy. There's nothing I can even give as constructive feedback for the guy, right? Like, he just fits so nicely for this team. They just look aggressive. As I said, when they get like a little bit of blood in the water, FaZe Clan Sharks will be looming, and he just fits into that kind of aggressive stance. I generally feel like if we stay with this point format, like, it's just going to favour them. Are they going to get loads of chicken dinner? Probably not. But actually, when they're starting to put up 15 kill games, 16 kill games, they're going to be all right. UWD, well, he's recall. He's back. Not too far away, so they'll be back to a 4 as well. The BB team haven't held back. And this has been interesting to watch as well, Martin. Actually, that zone shift goes back. That's a huge zone shift. That's going to play really nicely to those guys in that northwest. We've seen players camp out dead boxes. They've been holding out, waiting for people to come back for their chips.
Yeah, there's, you can make sure that you get some points with that or wipe out. That's maybe the only way you can wipe out a team, or you can take the chips and put it in a car and explode the car just to make sure they don't come back, right? But
that's toxic.
I think the big thing is, like, obviously there's two ways to go about it, right? Either you deny by exploding the blue chips, or you can the box to get more points to wipe out a team fully, or you let the team call back because that's potential more points going your way, because you know that the team might be coming in on the southwest side, and they're coming in completely without any gear, right? So it's an easy point if you're able to close this one out here. As we see Ascent moving into the west side of Picado compound here, obviously this is a good spot for them to kind of lock down early. Circles, sure, has to come a little bit their way. BB sending it a little bit deeper here, could be going closer to Picado at this point here, or they could scout this compound and say, okay, nobody's shooting us. We're going to go in here, we're going to make sure that we're going to lock this one down here, because this is quite tender as well.
It was quite an aggressive shift back towards that sort of northwest corner, right? We've got the power grid, we've obviously got the mountain zone. Everyone sort of played into more towards the Lost Leones. So lots of movement from those teams that are closer towards that northwest corner. So they've had the ability to, like BB team, to kind of take some more centralized compounds despite they've been down players. And they've been keeping an eye on Geekade. Diffic's now moving the same rotation paths as they have, and a couple of shots backwards and forwards, but again, neighbouring compounds. Geekade taking a large amount of space and terrain. Well, I think they're still waiting for that zone shift maybe to come back down to them. But I like the BB move. I like that hold at the moment. They're down a body. It's a good place to play as a crew.
Yeah, it is. In as well, like playing on ranked here and on live servers, we've had a fair amount of ending here, like around where BB is in the compound southwest of Picado. I don't know if it's a full tendency or if it's just random, but like I've seen this circle quite a few times in ranked, and it's just such a good spot for them to log out. And then even if it goes east or west from them, or even south, quite an easy push. The only thing they don't want is to try to go into Picado. That's obviously the open kind of bare space. You don't really have too much there in that barren land here. Let's see versus Pro. Full Foreman here trying to rat out Hakamari, Hakatori's brother, playing here on SKT.
He's Level 3 vest. He's happy to sit tight. Get close to that wall. So he needs to make sure when he points the gun, he takes that step back. Doesn't get that kind of that PUBG action where he gets the gun point to the ceiling. But at the moment, I don't think he has any idea. He's not giving any sound cues away from him. Nixie can just suck in as much pressure as possible. He can kind of entice them to sort of play this way. EMEA also taking shots. But again, it's a pretty big landmine. Unfortunately for Skittles, if they step out the wrong way, it's going to be explosive.
It is going to be. Again, this is just delaying everything for the worst, right? VP has every leg inside the next circle here. They are just trying to see, okay, can we get some information? Can we get maybe a kill, a point here? This way would be massive. But the other players already set up great for this next circle. They're already jumping into cars, pre-driving soon, correctly front man here. And then the guys are going to be able to follow here. See, correctly pre-driving. Okay, they know now this east of the big foot here of Eternal Fire. Oh, look at this. They're even splitting up now. There's going to be a huge priority compound inside the zone mark that's going to be open.
Yeah.
Let's see if VP spots that out. I don't think so because Correction was driving down. I don't think he was driving towards it. Maybe Geek is able to lock that out.
Yeah, he took some shots as well. He turned back, but that is a huge priority compound that will be up for grabs with Eternal Fire, and ensuring that 2-2 split is not held beyond this sort of phase number 3. Skips was just trying to work out exactly where that nade's come from now. Big Rocks. It's a couple of shots, but now he gets into his car and Corexy, well, it's the other way. Gets Diffix. Mari, well, he's trying to get out, trying to figure out where he can get some shots on, but Nixie in this 5-stack is playing such a crucial anchor role for the teams, but now he's been left behind. He needs to figure out how he gets out of here and plays his way into late game.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be an easy rest. They're not aggressing on that. VP still, if they're able to control this entire southeast side, they're going to have a pretty decent send into this next circle here, but yeah, we're going to have to see what happens here. VP shooting. They are seeing the information also coming in here. Now it's going to be a 2-2 split for GK. And no, like, they're eventually going to leave it, and if it's still inside that next circle, they can backfill that. I don't see this circle going east 2 times, but if it happens, BB's going to have that information that's going to be really valuable for them.
I love as well what GK have done. They've played into that sort of compound as well, so they've pushed over towards his east side.
Yeah.
They're going to, yes, they've received a knock from VP, but they're in a position potentially that they can cause damage to anyone, Skittles and or VP come out this way. And don't forget, we've got Na'Vi still sitting just on the outside edge as well. So, God, yeah, they have to be super lucky to have an aggressive shift east and to have another one as well. You can have a lot of teams trying to play in from this east side. So, it's going to be interesting to see how they play. Don't panic. They're going to have to rotate their way in. They're leaving that sort of north side for Esports. You can see there as well. So they're leaving foot, but they're going into the hands of Slam G. Are they ready for it? Has the defensive line been set up to full effect?
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Surely Lyrics and Boostic, they just set this up and completely destroy them. But utility is out. Anything can happen here. Okay. Is he gonna... Okay, it's just he thought he was on the rock for that, but didn't go far enough. And Mogor is backing up as well. Like, they're completely shutting this down. Artix has a different angle for this one here. Might be able to close this one out and get some more information. This crater side here is the only place in for both of these teams, so they need to finish this up one fast, Mark.
Yeah, you do. Global Army. Be careful. Here comes the smoke. It's going to try and deny some third-party action shots to Flash Regard. The nades will come back. It's a bit of explosive action. CCI next will be cautious, though, but the Blues are damaged, though, driving forward. So you've got a limited amount of time for that jammer pack. Turns against him. Trying to use the ridge as best he can, but that opening grenade, that could be huge. Scrap that boostic knock as well. Surely it's a drive forward, but CCI next gets Mogor down. Has to be careful. Gable's got the resistance, but he's able to try and keep the pressure on, but he's not. CCI next does put it down, but boostic, well, he holds out. They are gonna fall, but look at this. Foot Esports third-party action, and Needix is driving the charge.
Good shots coming in, Needix. Oh, he got completely slam dunked by Boostic. Now T-Bone as well from the side. Artix is helping. Now it's down to 8C and Scav. They're going to have to back up as quickly as possible to see if they can get the boys back. At this point, it's not really a possibility for them to get the recall back here. Artix, fantastic angle here out in the blue, but it's hurting quite a lot here with phase 4 ticking. Shots coming in. Okay, now pull up here on Skittles and 180R. Boostic goes down. Not a really good, clean fight for them, and the circle went south, Mark.
It's gone south. It's gone south. But yeah, huge tunnel vision there from Foot Esports. Didn't quite catch the off angle. Back into the fight. Those Skittles have crushed themselves into those compounds. But 108 yards despite being down players. Not down the opportunity to try and gain some points now. There's the secondary knock. Mari Walk. Try and get it through that window. Has cooked nicely, bounced it off, and it goes through. It does get a connection though. 180 yard, gonna be down to the final player holding the stairs. Here comes the smokes, trying to delay the opportunity. The spray will go through. He has got the angle, but doesn't get the connection.
Smoke's being not spreading quite enough yet here. Let's see if it's gonna be able to close it on. Oh, this is a great molly. Okay, can it spread enough? Molly in the stairs. Okay, everything's just being delayed here. Wabuki, great.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Okay, so a little bit overcommitted there to the utility uses there, but this blue zone here might be able to do some damage on him. Jumps out. Well, fixing Foot. He's getting some damage in here. Hakamari is just trying to get a heal off here. He used all the jammer pack that he have left here at this point. And, yeah, can you get something closed out here, Mark?
He's not been able to continue pressure. He couldn't find the door. The jam pack kept him alive, but it's kind of allowed the reset. Sendwell, they're going to fall. 14th place for them between Hive and Win or Die. Skittles, as I said, able to push into the compound, but the duo from 180 yard causes some problems. Hakamari, well, unable, as I said, to get out that door. It's allowed the opportunity to reset. The next trap has been set up. Right, does sort of work his way. Here's the click. Esports will fall as well. He goes for the charge. Oh no, 180 yard. Spear him into 12th place. Skittles are gonna fall, and here comes the rest of the action. Na'Vi have to go for a full send and eternal fire. Well, they collapse that 2-2 split. They should be waiting and watching for this one.
Yeah, they're setting up. I don't think they're going to be pushing this aggressively. I just think they're setting up for late game here. Now utilities coming out a little bit here for eternal fire. Na'Vi just going to hold down with a few smokes and a few vehicles here. See this next circle here, and they're going to be inside. And eternal fire is not going to be inside at this point here, so they're going to have to commit quite a decent amount of utility to get them out, or move around them maybe on this eastern side to see if they can get even deeper into this next circle here. I think it's going to be a big fight. Let's see what Hive ends up doing. Maybe third party up the hill here. Nice nade from the Mad.
Oh, wow.
He gets both Fairist and Hagatory, and they're going to be committing even more utilities now. Maybe they're going to be able to get something out of it. Get this down here. Corexi gets down Gustav. Code Marco's committing here. Nice headshots from Extends, though. Takes down Code Marco. Extends down to nothing himself, though.
The holds. They don't need to commit here. I think Eternal Fire getting a bit aggressive, wondering who's going to peek on in, whether it's VP or FaZe out on that south side. They want to try and clear the point, so they have the higher ground. He peeks up and over the map, gets another one, re-peek, and he gets a second great opportunity now to get the res in. The fight is only just been gone, and the Mad, is a 4-pack in his back pocket. He completely denied Na'Vi's opportunity to go any further.
Now Win or Die here. They are out on a little bit of a picnic here, and it's not an enjoyable one with food. It's a slaughter picnic. BB is going to be holding this one out. Betchlock gets hello my bad and immediately gets flushed with a nade there. Great pre-nading on the vehicle. At this point here, maybe just deny it. Like, they're not going to get anything out of this. Getting push shots coming in a doozy. Easy points coming in. Could be stolen from the side here. Spyro contributes. Quinzes also gets points there, and Win or Die just completely demolished here. Now BB, they have to cross the road though, Mark. Let's see how deep they can get into the next circle here. This delayed them quite a bit. It's going to be a little bit rough for them too.
And it's really good, well played from Hive. They were on a 2-2 split. They were watching that, trying to get the third party, trying to get the denies and get the points for them. Unable to do so, but now they know that team's gone. They've positioned themselves, waiting now for BB. But there's this little ridge in front of them. They can't peek out and over towards the top. Free side, they're going to cause some problems. Eternal Fire got a little bit of freedom of movement now on that east side as well. But Hive are waiting. Really intrigued. This VP position is strong. And Geekay, well, they claimed the compound that Eternal Fire gave up, and it finds them in a good position now. But you got to remember, it's not always about the placement points. Yeah, they're going to get you maybe an additional 5 if you can get the game. You're going to need to get some of these kills. And BB team already looking on fire.
Yeah, this is true for them. Beamy here taking down Diffix. Hive committing a good amount of utility here onto BB. Pistol up down low. Okay, they actually managed to get into this spot quite nicely, and now they are inside this next zone here. If they have utility left, they could put in one or two really big nades onto Hive, and they'd be completely destroyed. They do not have a lot of space to play on here. Beamy finds PUBG, flushes him down as well, Mark, and this is going to be the next circle pop here going. Okay, this is great for Hive. Let's see how deep they can go into this circle here with this good circle.
It's always good for VP as well. They've had to push this way. They've caught up PWD on his own. They've got the knock on Diffix. The zone shifts away. Well, why else but keep that W key down? Let's keep pushing forward, though. Beamy just holding the outside. Nixie is bleeding out. Lubrox is trying to get there, trying to get the res, but the smoke's not quite there at the moment. The Famis, well, does cause some noise, but doesn't get the connection wanted as Nixie gets confirmed at 100 ADR, another point on the board. It feels like 100 ADR, despite going down numbers against BB. These two teams are racing for some points. Beamy gets a headshot. Spyro will fall.
Great play there from Beamy. Blue zone to make him move. Oh, Phil first went front. Oh, okay, Presente. Great deny there. Help from GK. Nice flush there. Doozy, look at that. He has a C4 in hand.
He's got a C4.
Yeah, he was trying to run forward to get some points there, but they get denied. Multiple teams are contributing to get them out of the lobby, and now Hive, full 4-man strong. They can hold Eternal Fire away from this Ridge potentially here. Some shots coming in from the side, though. Let's see how they're going to be able to put this and push it. This is looking a little bit scary with a C4 and a Panzerfaust on BB, but they managed to survive it. There's a 4-man here with Hive.
And if Hive go looting, they're going to get a little reward themselves. But no, Code Marco, he's playing balls as he launches the nades down the hill, rolls into the hands of the Hive. Now comes over the molly. It's going to be a little bit too short. It's going to bloom slightly. Because the guys don't sort of step on it, but they are continuing the barrage of util dump, though. Eternal Fire playing this well. They did collapse that 2-2 split. Yes, they gave up a prior spot at the end, but now they're playing the outside edge. Also another team on 5 kills. But they've got the height advantage. All they need to ensure is that GK, even though they're down numbers, don't push out the compound and push their way.
Right, Eternal Fire here. What are you going to do? Are you going to commit to this side here? Commit to this fight with Hive. They're going to get kept out. As long as you keep this northeastern side free, you potentially get some kills here. But GK on that south side, 2 players left. Could be backstacking them. If they commit too much to this fight and start getting knocked, we're going to see a Quizzy start moving towards them to try to get the points confirmed. Free side here with a massive compound here. GK had a 2-2 split with that. Yeah, probably regretting leaving that side a little bit. Let's see if it's going to go west, east, south, or north for this one, Mark, though.
Yeah, the free side got the hard cover. Yes, GK have had to hold off the push from VP, but they're down bodies. But even as that duo, it's going to be insane. Don't forget, though, Gar just joining in. We are not in the placement points just yet. One more team is to fall before we then start climbing towards the placement points. Now, Hive did deny BB team the opportunity into this zone, but as they try and get the defense, though, free side, well, they get the opportunity to take the shots, but they don't get the opportunity, and the only player that is left in the zone is Quizzy now, so everyone else needs to get moving. Diffix is going to try and tighten up with them. Interested to see if they try to leave that compound, and 100 ADR, it should be okay. Zipline. That's why Diffix is messing around. He's ziplining his way to a little bit of elevation to see if he can find any bodies or any more opportunity to rain fire.
Oh, mad lad. This is a great spot for them. But the question is really, Mark, are they going to be able to defend this as a 2-man? Wubuki potentially also getting into points here. The majority of the players that are alive in this circle is on the northern side. Eternal Fire obviously being the 4-man strong along with Hive. Free side then clearly have to make a move here. Are they going to be driving in and maybe trying to take this southwest side where Wubuki is? That's really the big play for them. Question is, are they going to commit to that? Mad with 4.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
Huge with the vibe.
Oh, they got a Panzer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've got a Panzer. They're going for a send. They don't need to overcommit. They just need to get in. The Mad Wolf gets Dante. Singing will go down. Freeside causing some damage as well as the Chaos World starts to unfold. Code Marco just trying to keep the opportunity, count the players that have left. And Freeside, they have found somewhere to play. An option to also get an MG in their hands. Quint will get Presenti as well, so another point will go down, but still 5 teams remain. Phase number 7 here. No one really has to give up too much terrain. The only one to remain to get in, that's 100 ADR. Great shot.
Maver finds a fantastic Dragunov knock onto Schiller here. This opens it up a little bit for Freeside. Now the Mad, he get more kills here. Huge game for him so far. Hive goes down in 5th. We're into top 4. We're into placement points, Mark. Eternal Fire looking extremely strong. A nice knock from Code Marco as well. Turkish superstar.
Be careful. Always give them. I've always been that second 80, and they always seem to find their way in, but never impressed on the opening up of the days. Maybe Eternal Fire looking to try and change that. 4 remains for them. Freeside do have 4, but 1 has been knocked. And Geeko with that duo and 100 ADR still with that solo, still in the fight to get some more points. But we are in those placement points now. Marco, let's get the med back on. Got 6 kills already. Just going to use the smoke and the edge of that hillside, the edge of the mountain. Just have a little look over the top. So again, using that third person perspective to their advantage to try and farm that information.
This is a great spot for them. Like, they have so much control on this northern side. Good damage coming in there. Also another confirm coming in. Eternal Fire looking so good here. Question is, do they have more smokes on Freeside side here? But look at this. The backstab. Diffix and Quizzy. Can they open things up here, Mark?
It's huge. This could be huge. They had to commit to one way.
That's one.
And they're a team not to sit still. Quizzy gets the first one. Marco will go down. We'll have to try and look the other way. There's a bit of smoke, but the elevation now has been turned against Eternal Fire here. A little bit of the spray, a couple of the shots. So the Mad does see the head of Vix, but Quizzy with a confirmation, and then with another knock coming in though from Freeside. They're taking advantage of the move from Geeko.
This is massive. Like, this backstab here just completely ruined Eternal Fire's game. Oh, there's a great nade. 43 damage onto Schiller. Now more shots coming in from the side. Can takes.
Oh no!
This is just falling apart for Eternal Fire.
Falling apart. They're still holding. They're still getting the kills. And
Diffix.
Freeside are capping. But again, 100 ADR. They've been quiet. Wabuki is still waiting to try and claim either second place or any kills and steals he can. Geeko committing to this north side. They're using the height advantage as they can. They look back just to make sure no one is wrapping around that south side. No one's trying to come through the compound and cause them damage. So they will run into 100 ADR. I don't know just yet, but I like to see this from Geeko. They're not overcommitting. They're wanting to win the game, and they're checking off every angle that might cause them some problems.
Freeside getting the rest is off here is massive for them too. Boogie, they're gonna know there's a player somewhere. Kill feed is huge. Okay, he actually managed to get in here. This could be a little bit rough for Geeko. He just continues running. He's just like, I'm out. I'm out. I'm going to the office. I'm going to the office, guys. I'm not. I'm safe. Don't nade me.
Absolutely love it. They've gone on the inside. They've gone round the building, over the
full
balcony,
cat and
not too
mouse
far
now.
away. Now they're going to try and dig him out of the office. Double blue zone now. We know he can survive through one, but two's going to be a problem. Does he have a little bit of a corner, a little bit of a safety net? We can see he's taking some damage already. Diffix, well, having a look. Most we can hear the players coming up, and there comes the MG. He has to dodge, duck, and dive now as he takes the fight head to head, and he gets the first knock.
Massive, and now Maver's down. MG in hand. Can something happen here? Broken vest from Diffix, though.
Oh my god.
This is huge. Look at Matt, though. Potential backstab.
Oh my
Massive
God.
nade here. Geekan 10 kills, Mark.
Huge game. Huge game. Eternal Fire, well, they find themselves now with one player remain. It's 2 versus 1. The duo has found the movements, the momentum they needed at the top. The Mad, well, it's level 3 vest. Has taken a bit of damage. He has a Famis working its way to him, but you can't take anything away mine at the moment. Geeko are playing this game to perfection.
Oh, look at that. Easy spot here from the TPP angle. Now, Quizzy, can he make something happen here? They should just be 2 versus 1ing him. Diffix on this angle here. This is massive. Matt has a pretty good spot inside the circle here. If he waits in long enough, he might be able to get this ridge against them when Geeko has to move over their ridges. But let's see what kind of evolves into this here. Quizzy with the dance, big backbone, and he's going to be able to get this Famas maybe singing a little bit later. Let's see what happens here.
He is waiting. They are waiting to see who peaks first. But I think you're right. Like, I think the Mad
cover.
they're going to be forced off their position before him. They're going to throw the Doritos in. We've seen it been effective. It's taken out a whole team before. That's when I had a great crash, but they got taken out by the Doritos. They're going to now fall. They're going to roll down, but they don't roll to his way. Now he's going to take the opportunity to take the advantage. He pops up though. He spits the spray though. Gets nabbed to one. The Matt gets the first one as Kuzua going down. He's got the cover. He's got the ability to repick. He repicks the third time, but he goes down. It's Geeky will take game number 1. That's huge game from them. 11 kills to kick things off though. And what a game played from them. They had the compound. They had the vision. They took the early third part in, and they take the first one.
There were inches in it, weren't there? Eternal Fire almost had the Mad played a blinder of a game, but it will be GK on a rampage for this one. Thank you, Mark and Avenger, for bringing us that cast Avenger. GK being able to win that out after backfilling that compound on where Eternal Fire was. All those teams that had those compounds eating good for this first game.
Yeah, huge compounds. Obviously, greedy 2-2 split always pays off in these kind of circles here. This high ground spot that you have, if you're able to defend it, you're usually able to reap the rewards from it as well. It's super interesting game to start things off with here. The question is really, are they going to be able to roll with the momentum, or are they going to have to kind of dig deep a little bit and see if they get some more kills?
Yeah, I mean, for GK, of course, they had that 2-2 split across those compounds for quite a long time. Freeside eventually fills in on that on the west portion of it all, Mark, and that does afford them an opportunity in. But going into the later stages of that game, as much as they moved in towards that circle and to move away from that compound, it did feel to me like there was just a bit more mastery on the side of GK and Eternal Fire on how to play that scenario out.
Yeah, even earlier, you saw Eternal Fire with that 2-2 split. They obviously saw that shift towards the north. They collapsed, expecting it maybe to play towards kind of that the main town, but they held firm. Great hold as well with Navi crashing in, but then you can't take anything away from Geeky. Saw the movement away. They took the opportunity to try and stop a team like VP moving out of loss and moving their way, so they held out. And then when it came down to the final circles, they didn't even drop the ball. A player could have easily committed into that fight over the hill onto Eternal Fire, but they opted not to. They were like, hey, 1 second, let's make sure no one's trying to backfill. We don't know where these final players are. They move their way back. They deal with 100 ADR, and at that point, they're the king of the castles, and they take the first win.
You look very inquisitive, Avenger. What are you?
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking like how everything kind of worked out as well, but like that wipe from the mat onto Navi, like first, obviously, utility is massive, but the way he played around it, and with them also having knocks as well, shots coming in from the side, like the aggro taking control of that ridge just shows the power of this TPP pick, where you're able to get the information first and then peek and know exactly where to shoot. He just completely destroyed them with that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I get why Navi moves in underneath Eternal Fire, right? Like, they really didn't have any options on that east side, Mark, and I thought to myself, oh, well, okay, if Eternal Fire doesn't have much utility, this could work out, but unfortunately, Eternal Fire had a lot of utility, and it wasn't easy to deal with.
And they committed to it as well, which is sometimes you see people fall on their swords. I think Navi was also reliant on maybe FaZe or VP having a bit more freedom just to kind of stop the Eternal Fire push out the compound, and that may have, with a couple of smokes and good placement of cards, kept Navi in it, but obviously the stars didn't align. VP and Navi, FaZe Clan went head to head. Navi were left out in the dunes of sand, and the Mad came in sweeping them away. So really good play from them, and as Mike says, it was a good hold from that nade and that opening knock, so that allowed that kind of Eternal Fire fight to happen.
Yeah, they're one of the only teams in the pre-show we didn't actually get to talk about for Eternal Fire, and they've come out absolutely blazing for this one. So happy to see it. I mean, all things considered, right? They are dropping in Picardo or in those areas to be able to then have a circle like this, Martin. So they should be having the pick of the litter of where they may want to go for a circle like this and making something happen.
Yeah, for sure. In a spot like this here, if you're able to lock a compound on, stay 4 guys strong like this, and then just push onto the ridges and the aggression that you want, you're just going to be able to reap the reward from that, right? The amount of kills they're able to take, and also you're able to refill utility. You're able to take so much away from a team that quite safely you're able to loot with the Navi vibe, right? But also the way that they kind of took control of that eastern side. I was kind of hoping for them to hold on to the high ground rather than go into kind of this middle spot of the ridge where, you know, they're trying to push a team off. They could have taken on DK quite easily, knowing that they're only 2, but maybe they were not sure that they had a recall. But yeah, so that's really interesting to kind of to look at that, how they were approaching it.
Another team that was interesting to me, Mark, was actually ADR, who managed to get really deep into this game. And I had conflicting thoughts, right? Because one, they start off the game by taking advantage of the fact that Twisted Minds is not there, so they go power grid. Yeah. And then I thought to myself, okay, they've lost the first 2 players of the entire game, basically. So I'm thinking, okay, yeah, they've dropped here, but do they know the rotations well in a lobby like this? And it didn't seem like it at the very beginning, but somehow they're able to sneak on in towards the end for placement.
Comes down to that format, right? It comes down to those points. Even as a duo, you can still maximize your game, and they found themselves yet again in a position where they could go, oh, I'm still alive, I'm still alive, I'm still alive, and even down to a solo. But yeah, they did impress. You kind of felt like they might have gone out, BBT might have capitalized, but obviously they got caught on that rotation, and that might be part and parcel. They've taken a position away that they normally wouldn't play, so they're not rotating at the same time, and so they have got caught out by that. But I suppose we're unable to get those recall chips back. They maximize this game, actually, arguably a lot better than some teams even done as a 4.
And I mean, even with like the recall chips, how are you actually going to get someone up in a circle like this, right? It's a very, well, I would say this is a relatively open circle for a Miramar ending. That's why a lot of these kills were very heavily divided across a lot of these teams. And if you think about the recall stations, Martin, you got like Picardo, you've got the one southwest of that in the hills, one a little bit southeast of that, but they're all already kind of locked down. Very hard for teams to even get to if they even wanted to try for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about, right? If you get these recalls, you have to do it in phase 1. Like if you do it late phase 2 or later, it's gonna be super rough, right? That's also why we saw PUBG get back. It was an early knock, it was an early flush. They have a quite easy access to a recall station as well, so like it was easy for GK, and also that enabled them to have this 2-2 split that eventually won them the game, right? So that's massive, obviously, that you're able to do it. On the other side, like you don't want to be too greedy, just going, okay, we can breach a compound and lose a guy because there is this. You want to obviously win fights as long as possible, because it further on delays you so much if your recall is coming in so late that certain circle pops, circle goes west or east, and you're kind of on the opposite side. And that 2-3 minutes that you have to wait for a player to get back, to get looted, and to get into cars, that's then you being like not even the first 10 teams to this next circle. And that's why I'm really saying it's not really worth it, like after phase 3 or 4, unless you're sitting on it and you're controlling the compound where there is a recall, and the next circle is also in on that compound.
I do actually, now that I think about it, that's something that I would like as an addition. If we're keeping the recalls over in esports here, Mark, I would like a little counter of how many extra points are potentially available up in like a little corner, considering that, you know, they're coming back. That is another kill point that is potentially available for these teams.
Yeah, even visual that you see, like sort of bubble up the amount of players left. They have added obviously the amount of recall planes left. So if you're on the map stream, obviously you can see in the bottom right hand side if you have got the main observer up. So it's obviously worth keeping an eye on how many are left. But it'd be a nice ad actually to see the additional points that are up for grabs, because come back to my half-price chicken dinner statement. The focus is on kills. So actually, if people can see, oh, there's another 5 points coming in, there's another 5 victims that are going to fall waste. And Martin, you alluded to it as well, mate. Like actually, people might even play out that actually there's only a couple of places that these teams can come in on, especially the later on in the game that we get. So we find ourselves in the phase 4 scenario because people have risked it. They have played out. They've done the beanie, the king of the blue move, and they've gone to go get the chip and move their way back in. There's a limited amount of spots that some of these teams can find themselves in if their team hasn't got the trunks loaded, if they haven't got a compound locked out. And we've already seen people doing play out as a solo with nothing. Yeah, absolutely nothing but a bumblebee outfit. That was it.
No, definitely. You guys at home can scan the QR code and give us your feedback on these TPP tournaments, how everything's going so far here for the PPT. And we are moments out from our next Miramar, which is all important. I'm trying to keep a cheeky eye on if Twisted Minds is here. I don't know. We'll have to see.
They are.
Are they?
They're there.
Oh, phew. Okay.
I can see them.
Love them.
Yes.
Always good to have Twisted Minds in the lobby, Avenger.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough for the other teams, though, that you then have a team that is absolutely on fire from yesterday's scrims and just wrecking everything. So let's see how much of an impact they have. But still, they're going to be one game behind in terms of points for everyone else. So that's that might have an impact for today's totals and overalls for sure.
Not ideal, but as you know, we've talked about, it's very heavily kill focused. So all they have to do, just go along, start fragging out, seeing where they can get from that as well. I mean, we've seen some big frag games. As I was mentioning before, Mark, you were casting it, and I think it was Cup 7, where it was 17 kills going the way off. But 8C, I think, had 7 or 8 kills in that game as well. So despite new guns on the team, in inverted commas, you've still got guys like 8C who can go absolutely apoplectic.
one game. We speak about it like, and it pays into more of this sort of format, right? One game, massive kills that gets you back into it. And we look at a team like Twisted Minds. Yes, they've missed a game, but I feel like for me, they're a team that looks at an event and goes, actually, it's over 3 days. We just need to keep our point average up high enough over 3 days that we should find ourselves in the top of the table. Do they get caught out? Do they get caught on the hot drops or rotations or the third party? That's when to see. You'd expect the discipline of that team to be quite high, and people shouldn't push them. But I'd expect them to be salvaging as much as they can with a high point game, at least one today.
Well, speaking of a third party, it kind of went awry in that previous game, right? Avenger, I mean, it felt a little bit disconnected between the 2-2, T-Bone and Nedex actually pushing over against SlamG as quickly as they did. Maybe they just needed to be a little bit more cohesive together.
I think the timing and the idea of it was great. I think the execution lagged a little bit, as you said yourself.
All right, we'll take a look at the schedule for today. Of course, we have one Miramar down, one more to go. Then we will move on to Taego and Rondo, rounding things out with Erangel as the evening proceeds. So plenty more PUBG action coming your way here throughout the day with 6 games on the card. So far, we've just witnessed GK being able to get the win on the board. It was close, though, needless to say. Again, Mark, I'm very impressed with what Eternal Fire was able to do in the previous one.
Yeah, and I said it during the match number 1. They're a team that you kind of, sounds bad, right off in day number 1 or day number 2. They're always this kind of like this last team. The last couple of games they find themselves qualifying. So it's good to see them start. Maybe they've turned over a leaf.
Definitely. Well, let's see how it's going to go then. It's Miramar on the cards once again. The Dusty Dunes. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. It's time to hand you over to Mark and Avenger for all the action here from game number 2.
Thank you so much, James. Obviously here, we're going to be on to a second Miramar. I love that we have 2 Miramars. I love that we have 2 Erangels. It's the tried, true, and tested here, Mark.
It is the tried, true, and tested. The format, it does feel weird doing one. It does feel weird because if you're a team, like in the first sort of teams that come to my mind, unfortunately, here, Fairy Tail, which do really well on Miramars, if that's the map where you're going to maximize your points, you only get one opportunity, it's a rough day. So I like that we've got a 2 in the front and 2 in behind. The wild card maps feel proper wild.
Yeah, for me, it's more like the mental fortitude you need to just play one map and play 4 different per day. It makes it a lot harder, to be honest. And that's really the big thing for me. You need to just really be able to reset. If you have a bad game on one map, it's just like, okay, guys, map is done. Next map is focused. This is strats. This is what the current playing path looks like. Like everything like that around it. It makes it a little bit rougher to play. Just one map per time here. And here we have 66% of our games are on 2 maps that the players are extremely experienced in, and that's really the big one here. VP with the long slide here towards this here. Does SlamG have a car? Is he driving on them, or what's happening there? It looks like he's kind of following that direction a little bit. I think it looks like they're landing on jungle together, maybe hoping for a car on the kind of saloon side. Oh,
He's tempted. Did he get the timing right? Oh, he's got one, but he's got a shotgun, but he's got a shotgun. So yeah, get out of here! Stop! Keep driving! Get out of here! Make your way to truck stop. The SlamG obviously is there. I think he's hit something. And Trucks though, hearing the commotion, he's gone full send. It's not going to be the case though. VP find themselves in a position. Circle does go quite late on that plane path. That was from a west up towards a northeast for Esports, also going quite late as well. But SlamG have the opportunity. El Hazard is in sight. There's a couple of other teams. FaZe kind of saw them starting to get the momentum. This is a good zone for them, Martin, because they can kind of move in, take some of his hills along that sort of Death Valley road that heads into El Hazard, and to be very well rehearsed for them, especially a zone shift back their way.
Yeah, this is somewhat of a home turf circle for them for sure. Like they need control of this western side here, even gas station or something like this. Let's see where SlamG end up taking here, but they probably take some high ground in the Lhasa High area. That would make sense for them for sure. It's Chris here with some damage and maybe some shots connecting towards Twinadai, but nope, doesn't get further here. The 4x on the MK doesn't get him enough, but yeah, Ascent obviously here with this new player kind of added to the team for this tournament here. What do you think about that, Mark?
I didn't see it. It pops up. It pops right. There we go. Whoa, it's coming. It's teasing me. I like the cinematic shot. I'm doing like the cinematic shot. But obviously, this is definitely for you guys at home. Who won Masters EMEA #1? Was A, for Esports, B, BB Team, C, EK Esports, or D, Virtus Pro?
Is that your final answer?
Is that your final answer? Do you want to phone a friend? If you want to phone a friend, it might be worth phoning one of the players. But yeah, get your answers in chat. A, B, C, or D. Not bad. I like that. Yeah.
I think you should call a foot player. They'll definitely remember who won.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. But it's definitely worth noting, though, if you do get the right answer, there is G-Coin up for grabs. As we said before, obviously, we are asking for your questions during the Masters mic at the end of the show. But there's also opportunity for you to win G-Coin, so get your answer in the chat. A, B, C, or D. And if you're a lucky one, you'll be getting yourself free G-Coin.
Look at this. Slam tried to get greedy with it, and they got pushed off immediately by FaZe. Like, this is our hill. Like, there is no way you're taking this when they're looting, like, Crystal Val plus the Crystal Val kind of south split where they're taking all the space south side. This is 100% their spot. Like, there's no way the Slam G is going to get a 1-1-2 split or something with the split that they currently have. So that's great for FaZe to take that aggressively and push them off. Let's see where Slam G then ends up. They need to make sure they get that locked down early on. Otherwise, you know, there's going to be other teams already running on it. We're going to have a team like VP. We're going to have some E-pickups coming in as well. So, yeah, let's see how that kind of unfolds. That is unfortunate.
Oh, that's brutal. PWD. Now he's controlled Zloy. He's been left behind. The rest of his team, where they're taking the southern coastal pathing, a bit more of a scenic route, as they were opting to take the E-pickup. But PWD so close to a knock. But Zloy will have no idea whether he's holding them out. We can see on the map feed that the team are having to drive back that way as well, because they might have taken all the vehicles. So all delayed here. Geek also setting up a little bit of a trap. You can see that on the south side. They're going to know they can take in that path in as well. This just screams out Geek, and with the start they've had, with a pans on the back of Quizzy, this is a start to an event.
That is just not fun to play against like that. Like, if you have a team that has full information, Panzerfaust set up and everything, you're driving straight into them. Oh, Global Army example. That is not the kind of start you want to have here for Twisted Minds to get back into things. This takes us well down. CCI next. How are they going to kind of approach this? Petulins might be able to get example up with a smoke. Shots coming in, perfect. Takes nice connection onto CCI next. Global Army, though, takes him down from the side. How are you going to defend against this many players? It's a whole Global Army.
It's a whole Global Army. He activated the right side. He's trying to get a flush, but Lou's like, no. You won't. Petulins full send over the top. He sees nice. And he gets it as well. What a huge... Actually, sorry, it was Lou. Long distance shot, though. How are you going to defend against it? Hyper aggressive on the other side, though, as Eternal Firewall, they roll into Na'Vi. Another camp zoned area, another defensive line, as again, early game, these teams going for kills and third-party action. Luke Rux is never that far away.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's just cresting. Oh, the ridge mark. That's just so unfortunate for them, but Quip pass down to being the last player. Now he's trying to get into things here. They're realizing they're getting a third-party Quip. Can he get something happening here? He's close. Oh, he sees him. He's under. It's going to be easy wipe there. Easy points there for Na'Vi and for Lucarux here. Lucarux is going to get, taken down from that little bit of a greed third-party. Correct, you should probably just get out of there at this point. Na'Vi has a really good spot. Also takes down Correx. It's just so unfortunate timing there for VP. If the third-party timing had been a little bit better, they might be able to get more damage done. Maybe steal some of the knocks as well.
Hey, there's a defense in the north. There's defense on the south. There's defensive lines on the east as well. Ascend. He's been knocked out. Rex in a position now to try and defend. You can see it over the hill. Be getting their footsteps though. So he's going to try and launch a nade. Right, knowing that actually someone holding out. Does see him though, as he pops a couple of shots over, puts him back. Now he's going to try and get the flush. Doesn't quite get the full connection, but causes some more damage.
This is not optimal for Ascent for sure. Let's how deep is he going to go with this one here. Kilikai full. That's good damage from Chris. Gwendix down to just 40. Kilikai here now with information with the TPP peak. Nice knock here for It's Chris. He takes down Crazy.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he was down to 3 HP at that point. That's crazy.
Wow. Wow, another more nades coming over to the top. More defensive nades though. Ascend. He's getting back into the swing of things now. took last week off. Those are guys swapped it up a little bit. 100 ADR.
Third party
involved as well. Third party, third party, third party. Kills, kills, kills.
And it's Bjorn down. Oh,
C4.
C4. Look at that. Okay, yeah. Don't think you can do anything with that at this point here. Yeah, get it on the car, drive it somewhere. Circle here, far away from them, and it's 3 teams just fighting up in Narnia, away from the circle here. Not really valuable at this point, but this is really the time where recall is valuable. Obviously, with Bjorn being down, and they have a recall station on the way into the next circle here. So grab the chip, get things in, and then see how deep they can go and where the rest stations are not cammed or contested maybe here, Mark.
Yeah, I think Norris makes a really good point, right? Like, it'd be really nice to see underneath the alive kind of like a plus. If we get like another chip goes in, it goes 48 plus 1, like, so we know how many people are coming back. That'd be nice, because that might again change how people are playing. We've seen really early aggression here, people third party action. We've seen multiple sort of roadblocks that have been set up.
Maybe that's too much information though, Mark. Don't you think? Like,
if you, I don't know, I quite like that.
I mean, I think the kill feed tracking is obviously a skill that has been taken away now, or getting nerfed a little bit. If you were like, unless you give exact information, like kill feed tracking is still broken. Like, unless you see, okay, 3 players are being brought into action, and there's 6 dead. You don't know which 3 players it is. You would have to assume, and it still kind of is nerfed to the kill feed tracking, and that's something that was a little bit sad to me, because I think that's one skill that is extremely hard to master, and if you do, that information you get is just on a different level. Here, BB team though, they are close to this saloon compound here, in a pretty decent spot to get into this southern side, but they have to get deeper and have to see if they can get some more control here of this next circle here. It's like a really good Al-Azhar circle, but still really difficult to play because you don't really know yet until the next circle where it's going to go.
There's lots of elevation. There's lots of verticality to this map as well, right? So we can see a lot more teams taking that at the moment. There's no one gone full send into the town, which has the recall in it as well. So we'll be cautious. Obviously, yes, smokes will provide some cover, but with the verticality, people might be able to spot you out trying to do that. Skittles, let's hold this on the outside. They see 100 ADR. I'm thinking they might be one of the last teams coming in now from the west. I'd be very cautious as well, he does spot Hive in the distance as well. So we can see this team maybe moving into one or multiple teams. Vard, he's getting ready as well. The ace in hand. One of my favourite guns at the moment to use. And they are using the trains to their advantage. Vard, he's just sending a message, trying to get that tire out. He does get a connection as well. Now he's going to try and position to punish though. Fortunately for 100 ADR, they've left him behind.
PK here getting close to Navi, Mark. Navi looks like they are actually just jumping into cars, and now PK looks to be chasing. It's a little bit rough. It is really far away from this next circle here, so is it worth it really? That's really the big question here. Navi just fully disengaging. Obviously GK forcing a little bit. This is kind of a game of chess at this point. Okay, Navi does get one player in. Nixie can connect. Connects one. Multiple damage here. Oh, nope. Doesn't get it. Tries to land on other guys here. Now they have that information that VP's up here. So Navi can really pick him up, and now they need to go grab some gear for him. He's going to be low on gear, obviously, as he spawns in with the recall.
It's been picked up, taken back to the compound. Information gained, as you mentioned before, in that pre-show, obviously. Actually, yes, you might be coming back in, but if you start taking shots at these type of teams, you're going to give it away. Navi, the opportunity, but it's a limited amount of time now. DK want the swarming pass. Just hold in. He's waiting for the peak. Ferris takes one step forward. He's going to expose himself in that window. He's very cautious, very disciplined. How are you using the camera angles to his advantage at the moment?
Okay, next circle is about to pop here. Then coming in on this northern side. Tons of space for them here afoot. With a 1-1-2 greedy split, I would say at this point here. If the circle goes anywhere or like close to them, they're going to be setting up for a fantastic game. It does go northeast. Yeah, these circles have been on this eastern side of Al-Azhar quite a few times. I've seen that kind of closing in here. Nidex Scav probably getting together here at this point. 8C T-Bone, do they stay on the southern side? It looks like they're jumping in cars and jumping to the other guys. It's a valuable spot to be 4 guys strong here, Mark.
Yeah. So we have noted as well while we're waiting for the rotation to come in. Ascend also did get that recall back in on that north side, so they're back to a 4 as well, as you can see on that left-hand side. So he went out to the blue one at a time. P90 in hand, goes through Hazard, does pull up on the outside edge. That's going to be difficult for teams that come in late or try to go for a full send now. For Esports, though, have timed it right. They have collapsed. Now they've gone back towards a bit more of a defensive hold in that sort of north side of the road. I see teams, though, are really bunkered down. We're starting to see these teams now send their way into the town. It's going to be a bit of a standoff, but it doesn't mean we're going to keep some bodies up.
Doozy spots on Twisted Minds here. Probably gets, tons of damage done there. That's disgusting. Perfectix gets the flush onto Nixie. Now Beamy close to BB here. Oh, are they aware of him being this close? I'm not sure.
I don't know. They're not looking like down. They're fully focused. Now part of that is because they can't really move out, right? Maybe Phil first is getting an understanding that Geek is there, but still feel like BB is going to be a problem for not just one, but multiple teams in this region. If he can activate at the right time. Fix is taking some damage as well. Needix does get that knock, so that's the high ground fighting down, getting a bit more freedom for Esports though. And he's flushed straight away. Beamy taking full advantage there. Now he's telling everyone that he's here. But talk about scoring some points in a difficult location.
Yeah, Beamy taking tons of damage here. This surely is not going to get... He's not going to get too much more points out of this, Mark. I don't really see that happening here. And now with the information that he's there, BP is going to be aware. Teams around him is going to be aware. And yeah, he's not really making it into placement points at this point. The question is, does he get a flush more and a point more going his way? GK being only down to 3 here. They're also in a pretty decent spot. High ground, massive points, maybe being able to get garnered here. But this circle does look like to be going on the northeast side of Elazığ, Mark.
That'd be huge for Vert. Huge. They just need to try and hold, especially teams like Na'Vi want to try and play in late. You can see him now on the outside edge. Extends, sitting in nicely with the team as well. Been very aggressive and fitting in nicely to how the Na'Vi game style, especially that mid to late game, works for them. So, nice pick up for them. Tori, just going to find a bit more loot. One at a time. No kills at the moment, but they have positioned themselves on the outside edge. Now we're going to see that zone shift, and it does favour towards that northeast. Would it play aggressively there? Do we hold on to a large amount of the town? Oh, should find out now. There's a shift. It goes back west. That is a heavy urban ending. Now we've got the questions of the teams like the Hives, the Ascend, the Foot. Do you try and hold the outside edge, or do you send early into the town?
This does look like a urban ending. Like at this point here, you're just not aware how and where, how many players, how many teams is inside, and where it's playable, and you don't really have time to scout that. So that's usually why we see like some full sends at that point. It could be cool to see if we're gonna have some like teams pull up on some of the sides here, but it's already locked in quite heavily. It looks like it could be ending on that kind of northeastern side of Elazığ, depending on if we see, hard south shift, but either on the road on the northern side or on the kind of further northern side, close to where FaZe and ADR is. That'd be huge. That's a BRDM, Mark. What do you think about that?
No. An urban ending, a BRDM, this would be terrible. This would be interesting. I can
surely
say that.
Teams shoot at that. Like, they're going to know, okay, there's players there. Surely teams, they just go like, okay, that people should not be driving around BRDM in an urban ending. That's just too much. And it's just too annoying to go up against.
But did you see what they put in the back of the car? That's why Kid Car's going back for his gun now. He's got a Panther in the back of his car, so they would have spotted the BRDM. Hive are very well known for using it already. We've seen him already in this circuit. So
get him out.
I feel like it's sender that target there. Like we've got a Panther. Just start driving our way, Dante, and
FYI.
see what we're gonna send. We're gonna send you a postcard.
Come my way. I'll show you some pate. But yeah, that'll be fun to see. Oh, good shots. That's actually 80's POV, but it was Scav that got him. Really good headshots connecting here onto Hakatori. That's a big player to take down here. This control on this eastern side here is massive. This is exactly how I wanted to see Foot lock onto this here. Sure, they're not inside, but could be massive points coming in for them here. 8C, good shots connecting onto Soset. This is going to be rough for Na'Vi, even though they are not inside this next circle. This is going to be almost impossible impossible to pull up both players. And BB, they get multiple knocks on themselves as well. Navi drives. They get one player up, but they're going to leave one behind for sure, Mark.
EK pushing out in it as well. EK are pushing out. They've seen the knocks. They're going to see if they can capitalise here.
Stolen.
Navi, they've had to go right through. Foot, though,
Stolen.
nearly one stolen, two stolen. Oh, full send through. It's full send into the hands of Win or Die. Car will whistle into the town. And Geeke, yeah, they're playing in towards BB. So Twisted Minds did get the steal. Footy Sports draw on the hold. And PWD with the molly gets the first opening knock. But Scav now gaining the information.
This was a BB pull-up. Like, they kind of rolled down the hill, I assume. That's why they got this knock like this. Can they get this res off onto Filfer? Oh, more damage coming onto Molduck. Let's see this next circle, though. Do we go urban or do we go northeast? That's really the question. We go north. Okay. So it's a pseudo-urban ending here. It could still end on the northern side. Oh, my God, Mark. Look at that.
That's rough for BB team. Water fast coming in. Definitely worth noting. We haven't seen any of the red zones in Miramar. We haven't seen it in the weeks either. But we'll get him in the next map. Watch. Especially if you're a team like VP, you seem to attract him. Levante, though, well, he's attracting damage with the P90. Blue sticks will go down. Unfortunately for the blue zone, it's going to cause him some damage. But Lurex, well, put him down first.
Win or die here. They have a pretty decent spot with all the teams that has to get in here. Levante, if he can get out and get the smokes off and get the reses, that would be massive for them here. Being 4 guys strong to be pushing into Lazaha would be massive. Let's look at Slam, though. They are sending all the utility that they can spare towards this one here. Nades going off. More blue zones is popping too. Look at that. More nades coming in from Lurix. That's massive.
It's backwards and forwards. Geekat, I think they've got an idea, roughly, but they've not peeked over. They've actually gone further in towards the town. And my bad, Walt's going to look to opt to pop that smoke, but not for the case at the moment. It's Needix. The new pickup, though, for Foot Esports. Seeing the information that Ascend have pushed in. They've cleared Na'Vi. They're controlling. They've refused to go in. They've been one of these teams holding the outside edge. And the fight storing the town. Well, it ensues. Twisted Minds also working their way now into the action as Lou, well, picks up Quizzy.
All right, next circle here with the teams kind of getting compressed towards each other. Nedex and Foot staying strong on this inside. Nice shots coming in from Nedex. Connecting good amount of damage onto Ascend. Scav here. 400 damage done.
He's got a player right next to him. Kidikai is not far. Yeah, he's on the ridge. He's laying low. He hasn't got the sound cue. Kidikai, Martin, he's waiting. He's just waiting for the opportunity. If Nedex steps over too much, watch him play peekaboo because he hasn't got the information. Kidikai is just farming not just one but two. Sets these Foot Esports players as they work their way around.
Surely Foot sees him before, but he does have a really good ridge like that works out well for him. For them, they have to expose themselves on the other players from Ascend is going to be shooting at them. But yeah, Foot here with this spot still inside here. I don't see too much more aggression coming out just yet. Ascend could back off and take the northern side. Nedex does get its Chris down, and this could be the time for Kilikai to strike.
Well, he's going to take that side angle. He's going to lean in, make sure his body's still tucked in. And there's this peekaboo surprise. Kidikai, who gets the first one. Instant flush goes through before Scav can get the knock, though. That's not been good for the guys. And a recall on this side of the map. So now we're starting to lose the bodies. There goes the nade over the top, not too far away. T-Bone takes a huge amount of damage. And the nade from Brexwell puts him down. The reinforcements, the anchor play, though, from Scav. He has to dig deep. But Hive are getting in the third party.
Yeah, massive pull-off from Hive here. Fantastic third-party timing. So many knocks on multiple sides. Ascended just down to one player. HC getting flush here from Shing. And there are so many points to be flushed here. Rox is sending it forward. Finds one. Potentially could find Brexco as well. Spyro. Look at that. That's a C4. The beeping here. Yeah, Hive confirming so many points for their side here, Mark.
You can see the BRDM, though. It's smoking on top of their hill. Spyro's going to not take any time to get out of there. Hide behind cover, wait for it to explode, but with all the noise, Mr. Mind's back away. Send, well, they get eliminated. Hive third-party action has worked out for them, but Foot Esports also subject to a lot of that damage. So they're down to their final player. Scav is here, try and hold. Also the same, final player here from Geeke. LC's Bataldins. It's a very thin line of jumping out and taking some shots and causing some noise, because you're going to see teams like Skittles, definitely going to see teams like Win or Die potentially look his way, and he's very exposed behind him.
3 gear here for Schengen with the Groza. The question is, though, for this circle here, do they send it somewhere, or do they try to play that rich on the western side here? Like, playing on the east, sure, they're going to get scav. That was a given. 8 kills for them is massive, but I don't really see them playing anything else on the western side. Like, you cannot play where the current high ground is. Example, though, finds hello, my bad. Win or die here with the pull-up. Slam, 3 guys left alive. Mogor has to heal a little bit. I'll push out here. Lurix tries to get a blind. Oh, some shots connecting, but some blind shooting into the smokes here, trying to connect on to win or die. Now they're going to have to sit and lay low just a little bit here, Mark.
Well, laying low. That's kind as well, so that's delayed the time. Now Twisted Minds working their way through El Hazard. They get a bit of freedom now on the south side. They can pop a few shots. Arctic looks back the other way. He's just going to go for that reposition. Catch as the smoke wall happens. Hasn't quite seen the players. Won't go well. Has to try and wait. The best scenario here for Slam G is Twisted Minds kind of walk into win or die and kind of take a third-party fight from cover.
All right, come on, Twisted Minds. Let's see what you got. You didn't play in the first game. Now you have to step up. You have to get some points done. Good shots coming in here. This is a little bit of an effective burger coming in. Hive sending it down. Twisted Minds, they get down, win or die
kills
here. Massive amount of kills. Perfectix on 5, Mark. That's huge.
Good amount of kills. Really good amount of kills from the guys as well. Slam G tried to come out for the third-party action, but it was too quick. The Twisted Minds going to take the time now and just get some util replenished in their back pockets. And I'm just now waiting, teasing to see if they play peekaboo. I got with a discipline. Just keeping an eye on Lou at the moment as he gets his hand caught in the cookie jar. And Presenti reminds him there's more than one team here. Looks,
reminding them there's multiple cookies in that jar.
Yeah.
Still points available on the board. FaZe Clan have been sitting in here for quite a while. They do have the upper hand, and they are completely aware that Skittles is in this spot here for the points coming in their way. Look at this. It's a little bit greedy. 180 Rs in there too. They've got the police station now. That's a valuable spot in this circle here. Hive. Yeah, this is a good game for them. Good amount of points, but they're going to have to potentially cross that road later on, Mark.
Yeah, in a good position to take the third party or the victor. Say from this one here, Slam G store holding, store discipline. Shield's been deployed. Twisted Minds on a blinder of a game. So the first game, don't forget, and they're on 11 kills already. Already launched, skyrocketed themselves up to 4th place. See if they can get any more now. They start to make the move forward though. Lyrics will duck behind. Nade bounces around, causes a little bit of damage, but it's not enough to dig him out of his position just yet.
All right, FaZe.
Surprise!
Are you gonna aggress on this one here? Oh, nice Mogor. Oh, huge for Slam. Be able to get multiple Batulis go down. Rocks for the third party. Example goes down too. That is huge for them. Great amount of points coming in this way here. Can they get the last player down? Nice peek over the cross of the corner now. Batulis kicked down Artix. Fantastic. Okay, super well played here by Slam. Good points coming in. Now FaZe loses 2. Flush onto Fex as well. Teams gets a flush onto Hagamari as well.
Yeah, it has been a bit chaotic though as they try and deal with Skittles coming in. Hive causing problems as well over the top. Now they're activating. FaZe having to defend on both fronts, but 2 kills already. Gustav seeing the player. Now
full info here.
Cooks here. Great information. Molly goes one side, Nate goes the other side. Doesn't quite get the connections. He store holds out. It catches on the ridge.
Not far enough. Oh, okay. Nice shots coming in. Third party from 180 R there. The 3 kills on FaZe, losing 2 players. A little bit too greedy, and now they don't have the best house in this kind of triangle that they're in. And Hive has taken an insane amount of control here, Mark. 10 kills for them. They have the number on every single player in this circle here. This could be a massive nade. Are they going to deny, or are they going to wait for the smoke to go out? That could be a huge nade. Yes, it connects. It's rocks. And Artix is going to have to try to run in the smoke here. Shots connecting from multiple sides here. More utility going out here. Fantastic. 6 kills for Rocks.
Oh,
that's insane. Wubuki to get down Artix, and we're down to just 3 teams now, Mark.
3 team, 180 up, find themselves in the top 4 in the placement again with a duo. Let's see if they can get the duo up for a slightly longer. Schengen, level 3 helmet and vest. So he's just having a look, trying to gain the information. You mentioned before though, FaZe though, having to fight on multiple fronts, losing players. That's not going to be helping them, especially come down to the position. Hive have played this to perfection. Yes, they haven't got the BRDM. Yes, they've not been able to send it into the town. But the third party onto Ascend, and that foot fight was good. But Dante, talk about the opportunity as he climbs up, gets caught, and Hive now having to cross the road completely free.
That is crazy. Super well executed by Hive there. The third-party timing, the control, and the space that they're taking is just next level for them. FaZe is the team here that needs to maximize. They need to take one player out. It's going to give them a point on placement and then one more point off the kills, of course. Shotgun in hand here. Oh, he vaulted out, Mark. He didn't want to get into this fight at the moment.
Yeah, FaZe having to expel Util as they will clear, as they will now play people at the top. They've got to be careful because they're going to now start to be exposed towards Hive. Teamswamp just teases him as he opens and closes the door. Hive had such a free pass that you'd expect to be held out, especially on that north side of that road. And if FaZe maybe had the additional numbers, they could have held out. Presenti post a nade to perfection as James will fall. Has the opportunity, if he can get in and down, to be able to res. But Gustav just trying to look for the push.
The most accurate delivery of a nade I've seen in a long time like that from that direction. That's huge. That put them on here, and Rox is just gonna get ready to absolutely destroy them. Put a Panzerfaust straight down the throat of FaZe Clan at this point. 100 ADR here at this spot. Could maybe get a little bit more out of it if he survives. Maybe a kill onto Hive, but yeah, Hive splits up. Dancer says no. That's not going to happen. FaZe now know it's a 2 versus 4. They want to get the control of this roof here, which I understand, but it's very exposed. Oh, good nade again. I just want to get onto... This is actually not a bad spot for him. Shots coming in. Utility gets committed here, but James knows this spot extremely well. He can sit there and be completely safe and deny everything here. FaZe, look at this. He's a little
Look at
bit
those toes of steel. He's holding on with his little tippy toes.
I've never seen that amount of strength in a toe, that's for sure.
Them toes. Well, Hive, they've pushed over to the side of the road. They've pushed past the center. FaZe number 9. And FaZe Clan, well, they need to push forward though. James gets those steel toes. And while he takes out the steel toes, Gustav hasn't got the same strength.
They're sending it.
He's going to fall. But they're trying for the points. You've got to give it to him. Hive looking to try and close things down. Util goes over the top. The Panzer goes down. James down to 1 HP. Can they get more Util dump there? Well, here comes the flashes, but Hive looking to close the game out.
Oh, yeah, and they wanted to get... They saw the knock, obviously, and it's Hive getting the 14 kills, but they saw the knock, and they wanted to be like, okay, that's a knock that we can get. If we get that flush first and then get the last player, then that's one more point to go their way. But yeah, Hive, what a great game. Fantastic third-party timing here. James, what do you think?
I completely agree. Looking at how they were able to play things out up on the hills, it's not like they were gifted something in an Al-Hazar, right? They had to fight their way all the way to it to be able to get themselves this victory. I'm impressed, Mark.
I'm impressed. BRDM, they didn't even have to cheat their way in towards the town, did they? They let that go to explosive at the top north, and they had to run their way down. I might have made a good point there, James, because normally you see a team in that north side get held out, especially if FaZe had the bodies. They could potentially hold out a team crossing the road. Well, obviously they got caught on both sides, and do you know what? Hive just chipped away at every single team that came across him, and they took the third parties to the right time.
I mean, you asked while we were watching the EWC qualifiers, you asked me and Avenger who we thought might be able to make it and stuff like that. And I actually did pick Hive. They did not make it in the end, but it kind of shows in many of their games, and this one as well, Avenger, that they do have the chops. If you look at someone like Presenti, for example, yes, okay, they're not gladiators anymore, but here as Hive, I think that they're still a team that could quite easily compete with the big dogs.
I think for sure there's multiple cases of them being like a team that can compete at the very top. They're definitely a team to be in the top 8 for me. When you look at like from a global European kind of scene, they're one of the reasons why we have so much depth in Europe. And even though sure it's TPP here, we're not playing FP, they're still just rocking everyone. Like there's so many situations where it's just like, okay, mechanically it doesn't matter to them if it's FP or TPP. They're taking full advantage of TPP, and it's just such a pleasure to watch how they're working together as a unit, staying 4 guys strong for that long. Third-party timing, just flushing so many kills, taking so many points from other teams when their timings are just so like it's just spot on. I'm really loving their execution here.
There you go. Hive roxing everyone. We are going to take a look at the overall points coming in from these games to see how it all stacks up so far. Hive should be able to take a very strong spot up towards the top after 2 games. It's 22 points going their way. Geeky with 19 after having a little bit of a trickle in from this game, but of course having the previous win here, Mark.
Yeah, previous win for them, and 100 ADR. They've been consistently in the top 4 position. So getting a few placement points, but also getting the kills. You remember, they've been down bodies, but still getting some kills as well. So Hive, well deserved. Geeky, yes, might have been a little bit of a trickle in this last game, but still keeping that lead. And we know when Geeky is out in front, they like to keep it as well. So see if they can continue applying the pressure.
Very interesting game as a whole. I mean, we don't really often, Martin, get a game ending towards that police station area in El Azahar. Normally, if we get El Azahar, it's always going elsewhere or then into the hills and stuff like that. I don't get to see the police station area too much.
Yeah, it's a little bit rare. It's actually kind of a cool area. The only problem that I have is that if you're in the north, you rarely get an opportunity. But here, obviously, the timings were perfect for Hive to get in and to get control that they were able to do. But like, it's so hard to get into the city from that northern side, and it's so hard once you're into the southern side. If you have to move north, you have to cross like really like big streets. You have to cross so many compounds and houses that are hard to breach, and the time that it takes just makes it extremely difficult.
Tough stuff, as we are gearing up for match number 3 at the moment. Eternal Fire, obviously kind of in that 11-point mid-pack. Twisted Minds, 11 kills in this game, Mark, considering that they weren't present in the first one. It's a terrifying prospect.
I said I even gave them 18 games or 17 games in their case, just to kind of chip away at the leaderboard. But no, they were like, do you know what? Yes, we missed game number 1, but hey, we're Twisted Minds. We're going to find ourselves on top. So yeah, an impressive game from them. Good third-party action. They had the verticality on the south side of El Hazard, so they were getting involved in that kind of GK and BB push. Unfortunately for BB's push, the cars causing a little bit more damage than I think they expected. But really good play from them. And also, again, they held out on that Slam G hold as well as they played in. Eventually, Slam G cleared them out. But again, aggressive push, aggressive stance, because they're looking to get the kill points and push them right on top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd see even more from Slam G, considering that from the very word go of a game like this, right? They're dropping around El Azahar. Maybe they've kind of got the pick of the litter in terms of those compounds, but not to be the full case, I suppose, for the game towards the very, very end. Another team I do want to kind of mention as well, Avenger, is Na'Vi. Obviously, they have a recall at the very beginning of the game, and they do kind of go over towards that east side of the compounds, but it does go to show that, yeah, okay, you might be able to get somebody back up, but it slows down your game a lot, and teams leapfrog forward before them, and then they have nowhere to go. It's a tough situation.
Yeah, you can see VP had so much information on them. They knew that was happening. You also see on the map when someone is using any of the recall stations, obviously with it kind of blinking. So you're gonna know if you have kill feed information and you're good at kill feed tracking. You saw, okay, Na'Vi maybe lost 1 or 2. You saw that, like, how it kind of works out. It's also fun how Eternal Fire ran into Na'Vi at this case here, like a little bit unfortunate kind of spot, especially when, as you said, like, it goes so far away from it. The delay cost Na'Vi so many points in this game here. Like, they could have quite have easily gotten into a decent spot. And if they were 4 guys strong without having lost anyone throughout the game, they would have pretty high priority in some of the great spots inside El Azahar or some of the high grounds on the eastern side.
Look, all right, just as we're finishing up that point as well, blame the sun. The sun is ruining my green screen. What is going on here? Now, if we could just not have any more sun, me as a ginger would truly appreciate that. Mark, as a Brit, would truly appreciate it, because he can't deal with anything other than 20 degrees above that.
Rain.
It's terrible.
And rain.
I don't mind. A bit
And
of
rain. He likes rain.
Just don't like the difficulty to control light.
Didn't you just have like 35 degrees Celsius or something like that, Mark, in England?
Still 35, so I'm trying to get a tan on. No, it's dipped a little bit. We had a little bit of rain. We got back to the normal running of show when it comes down to Britain. So, yeah, we're back to the rain, but a little bit of sunshine is peeking its way through.
Well, you guys at home can scan the QR code and give us your feedback on the TPP tournaments that are going on so far. And it was raining points for Hive at the moment, who get themselves a victory on game number 2 and find themselves at number 1 at the moment. And it's a total lie. There's never been 35 degrees in England. They all say it's 35, but it's like 20, and they're saying, oh, I'm sweating, it's terrible.
Facts, absolute facts. It's a scorcher out here. as we say.
It's an absolute scorch of it. Oh, okay, I'm not going to do the comedy. The North-South divide's too strong. Well, we've got Taego coming up next here. We'll be heading over to the Korean Peninsula for game number 3 for our PPT Masters, and we're going to be saying bye to Mark in just a few moments as he goes on a rest for the cast. What are you thinking for Taego? I know you were mentioning red zones before.
Yeah, we see it a lot. VP will attract as many. We'll keep an eye on that one. We don't see him in the Miramar. We definitely see him in this map. It is very noticeable. Really intrigued to see third party action, especially around that kind of Na'Vi positioning in the middle of the map, sort of around that terminal section as well, where we might see other teams sort of work their way in. So just keep an eye on the third parties and keep an eye on the recall system. This map for me has seen teams extend actually out into the blue to try and get players back.
All right, well, just a few more moments out as well. Avenger, what are you expecting from good old Taego?
Yeah, I mean, I think Taego is it's a map where once we're playing, you know, in the TPP format and everything, like there's so many spots that gets nerfed quite a bit, and then there's other spots that's way more playable if you're playing back three, because you're able to scout a little bit more the information that you're able to get from, you know, being in TPP kind of view. It just makes it way more valuable, but also like playing on the roofs, playing on some of the spots that's kind of opens up is something that's a little bit more OP in my opinion here. So, but yeah, I think Taego is actually a great map. The only thing for me is that I think Vikendi is fantastic. It's a little bit sad to me that we have Taego and Rondo. For me, it's very much the same vibe. I'd like to see either of them replaced. But yeah, maybe now that it's summer, it's fine that we have 2 of these maps that's very, very much like this. Now that we're getting into Taego here, it's going to be you and me casting. We're back at it, Killer.
That's right. Stand aside, Mark. He'll have a cheeky break, as we mentioned. Or maybe get himself a nice little cocktail to enjoy that lovely British weather as we head on to Taego and see how it's going to all go down. Of course, I'm very impressed to see Hive and Geeke take the strong start that they have done. Geeke is obviously dropping in a very strong central area on a map like Taego. But again, you got to be careful of that Twisted Minds. The fact that they were able to get 11 kills in that previous one, it doesn't matter that they missed one game. They're just going to be steamrolling forward. It's good old Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they are just absolutely crazy. Doesn't matter if it's TPP, FPP, whatever. They're just insane. And obviously, these guys, they have, blood on their hands from all the kills in the last game. The question is really, do they get another big one here with this circle, though? James, this is going to be massive for them. Look at this. Is this chasing? Is example chasing? Look, drive into him. Boom. He got it before he got into the car. I can't believe it. That's disgusting. One more kill for Twisted Minds here, James.
Blood on the hands, blood on the wheels. Very nice by example, getting that going. I mean, you got to be careful around some of these car spawns, right? Especially since you know Twisted Minds likes this really heavy split drop across this area. They don't really go for a proper POI per se. This is where Twisted Minds loves to play things out. And you've got to be very, very cautious of that. So, unfortunate there for Eternal Fire.
Tactical pack thoughts, James. What do you think? Good, bad? Do you like playing with it?
Ooh,
you know,
good question.
Yeah. Let's go.
So obviously we saw Nedex with it in the previous game, right? And I was curious, what's in it? What's in there? Because you can do all sorts with it technically. I enjoy it, but it does limit your gunplay obviously quite a bit in terms of like in the instant moment, in the now and there. Obviously, as Nedex was just kind of prioritizing having an AUG alongside it as well. I think it opens up options, and maybe in TPP could be really good because I think you're taking things a little bit more slow as the game progresses. You can be a bit more thoughtful about the information around you, and maybe from there you can exploit it. What do you think?
I think it's great that you're able to bring multiple Panzer, blah blah blah, stuff like this. The big thing for me is that every time you swap a weapon, if you go from like close range to a DMR or something like that, that is stuck, by the way. That is very stuck. Oh, okay, yeah. Wiggling, jiggling.
Wiggle.
We'll go. Oh.
So they have another vehicle close by. Crash it in.
It's coming. It's not coming. Brexco already ran away. No, to get back to the tactical pack, it's like that you have to reload every time that you swap. That's the big nerf, and that's why I actually think it's fine. I don't mind it. Other things have way bigger impact, obviously, that you're able to bring Panzerfaust and stuff like this, or that you're able to bring both a SMG in the future. Like PUBG has said, they want SMGs to be even stronger than they are now. I think the MP5 at the moment is absolutely broken. It's a great gun, especially completely close range. I really like it as well. And I think once we get a little bit deeper into the year, if we see more balances towards the guns, I think we're going to see more MP5s and pro play. And that's where I think it's cool to have multiple guns that you can kind of put around. Shotguns, like if you're going to go urban, or having a bolt action. That's massive too.
Yeah. I was messing around with crazy things. I was putting like extra jammer packs in there, like just doing some crazy stuff, and kind of enjoying it as time went on. Fun to have a few new additions to basically the ranked experience of what's actually going on. That being said, though, Crash going to be going here from Eternal Fire. Twisted Minds is looking to try and stave off some of this. As Eternal Fire, Marco taken to the roof. Likewise, though, on the other side, doesn't realize he's on the roof, and Molly goes forwards, try and deal with some of this aggression that is being put forward. But the off angles could potentially hurt them here if they're not too careful about this. An amazing nade from Marco. What a bounce.
Yeah, perfect bounce. Massive for him. A little bit damage coming in from the tools on the side. They know they've won in there. Lou, though, he opens up. But Marco's not sure where he is, though. Lou gets 2. That's huge. And knock on to Perfectix with the nade from Marco. Matt, we've seen him clutch just before. 38 HP, though. And the flush comes in for Lou. Matt is quite far away. I think this example res is going to come up quite easily. But Tulisiuduk's foot, though, lurking in the back here for the potential third party, though, James.
That could potentially be very, very strong. The Mad did give away his proper position entirely because Batulins was trying to come in from the angle here. Another nade goes across. Oh, but they will be taken down here from a distance. As Freeside are also putting some shots on this position. Batulins also down. Okay, this is a bit chaotic now. Everyone's joining in.
Freeside, phase, foot. Everyone's like, it's Twisted Minds, guys. We're going to third party. Get him. Just get him, jump him. But yeah, it's huge. Scav and T-Bone, though, James here, they are going to be able to get a little bit of a heal off, and they're sending it off a little bit again. These really early fights here, it really talks to me, where it's like, if we up the loot just a little bit, we can cut off quite easily 2 or 3 minutes of the early phases. Like, you see so many situations where players, they're leaving early, they already have 6x's, 8x's, and they're already quite centered in. Sure, there's some teams that are super far away. Like, if you lower the damage, that'd be fine as well. But there is so much time in phase 1 for fights where it's like, okay, a little bit more loot, and we could actually quite effectively cut off 2 or 3 minutes of the early game. That would be really cool to see how everything kind of works out for the teams that have higher priority in the circle, if they leave even earlier, and the teams that are far away, like an Ascent team and stuff like this, if they start leaving a little bit earlier as well. But yeah, it could be a cool change. This has definitely been the year of change. Let's see. I don't really see circle settings changing this year, but maybe next year we'll know.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Maybe. And I mean, kind of rotating fast or slow kind of comes back to what we were seeing from Foot there, right? I mean, 3 of them had taken a position to try and look towards that fight. Nedex, though, was very far away. So I can understand why they were being a little bit more cautious about getting involved with something like that. So gotta be a little bit cautious regarding all of that. But that being said, I was a little bit flabbergasted as to how all that broke down as quickly as it did.
Yeah.
Just taken aback by so many teams wanting to be involved in that. And speaking of involved, we have the potential of Global Army getting involved with win or die here. Maybe a little bit of a slow step to try and deny some sound cues.
Yeah, potentially. Global Army, one of your favorite players, obviously, here with Don't Panic.
There's loads of him.
Only 3 on Don't Panic today, a little bit rough. Missing 1 player. One of their players couldn't play today, so they're going to be playing today as 3 for the time being. Levante looks like he has a pan on the top of his head, but I think that's a observer visual. That's definitely not something that's. Imagine though, like if you were telekinetic, that you're able to, rotate pans around you, and you could just protect yourself. Kind of look a little bit like that. But yeah, circle is going to be popping here in 1 minute 20 seconds, and the teams are setting up extremely tight towards the center. A few teams have some greedy splits. Levante, massive shot to the head here. He's going to have to heal and can't really peek that immediately. But yeah, the teams towards the center are setting up here. This is quite a vanilla circle. We don't have too much water in play. If it goes north, we're going to know it's going to be kind of effective at that. But still, pull up here. Don't panic committing to this fight here. Good nade from Levante. That's huge amounts of damage coming in. He's going to swing out, do another one. That could connect and actually get the knock on. So CCI, Getrox hits him. And he's going to be running for this. Oh, that's a great peek for him. Levante now has the information here. UMP shots coming in. Massive shots. A nice headshot onto Global Army. That's huge. More shots onto a little bit of a BM there, but all banner. I don't believe there's any bad blood there.
Yeah, a bit of a statement overall. Really good in reinforcement there from Win or Die, just to be able to shut that completely down. And by the way, whilst we're watching this all evolve, the amount of times I have had to deal with Avenger Imagine moments, and all of a sudden it's the most ridiculous suggestion of all time. It's like, imagine if you could wear 3 helmets at once, 2 on your shoulders. I'm like, Martin, stop. What
2 on your shoulders? That would look like Night Slayer shoulders. That's not going to work.
Okay, well, enough of WoW references for a moment. That's ridiculous. But let's see where the circle is going to go. Obviously, you can see Hive up to the north. They came in kind of a backfill on where Foot was coming in from. And they're going to be rewarded for their position as we have this circle heading towards Freeside once again on a very strong mountain position, but it's only circle 2, so we'll see how it goes.
Are they leaving this, or are they keeping this 2 to split here for Win or Die? That's a little bit greedy, but they're quite close enough that they're going to be able to cover each other. Obviously, the teams here on the northern side, Freeside, they're going to try to hold on to this kind of high ground spot here. Also holding on to this recall station here that some teams might eventually want to get onto here. Hive is putting up a little bit on the other side here. Sosa taking shots towards Corexi and connecting just a little bit. But Cantex has full information without exposing himself from this rock here. That's why some of these spots here are so valuable.
Definitely. Virtus Pro going to try and hold off any potential breach that's coming their way here from all of this. As on Terminal, bit of a hot spot on the very edge of it all. And of course, the circle did shift a bit more east of this, so eventually this should be squeezed out. You see in the distance BRDM in the hand of Lukarux. But there is Panzers on the side here of Na'Vi as well. I don't think it's going to become a full-blown conflict, maybe just a pick here and there. Na'Vi's being a bit slow with extents on this off angle far away. They don't realize exactly where he is though. Opens up for the shots. Does take down Nixie straight away. VP's got to react here.
Yeah, that's huge. Soset now. The aggression spot here. He could be running out. He could be opening it up. He sees him, spots him. Beamy returns onto Soset. Completely destroys him with the headshot now. 3 on Na'Vi. Can they make something happen here? Lukarux on the side. Is that a BRDM? I see, yes. I do see another BRDM. It's great. And Beamy is going to be waiting to see what's going to be happening for his side here. I'm going to try to get back to him. Waiting for Soset potentially here. Could... Yeah, okay, Soset is just quite easily going to get rest. And now the pick up here. That's okay. That's huge. I like that.
Okay, wait, he's out.
Oh, that's a perfect Panzerfaust usage here for extents. Lukarix is out. Now Beamy is left alive and the BRDM is eliminated. That's exactly why the Panzerfaust is in the game. You have to counter the BRDM flush from Hackatory. Now Beamy, he's just alone here. VP 0 kills. A rare side here for VP.
Yeah. I think one thing that's cool from what Na'Vi just did there was that they didn't give VP much information at all. They didn't know Panzerfaust was truly in play, right? So as that roll-up comes along, you can see Ferris was being very cautious about showing himself, and BB will go down as well. That's great play by Na'Vi there to be able to shut down the entirety of an extremely powerful roster with a BRDM in hand. They limited information, and they shut them down perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. Really well executed by them. I like what I'm seeing from that. Now BB... And Doozy has to get up back here. Oh, good shots connecting onto Phil first, but yeah, it looks like that rest is going to be coming off. Now FaZe, 4-man strong here. 9 points as you see on the leaderboard here for them. And James is trying to get back to the players, obviously. and get that off. But yeah, it's Chris on this northern side. Ascent, to me, for this year here, it looks a little bit weaker than what we have seen them previous years. Remember back first PGS, Kuala Lumpur second place, James. That was huge for them. They have the capacity to do great things. Big circle for them though here could be massive. If it's Chris gets back to them here, this could be a game where points are going to be able to get gathered.
Yeah, they still need to definitely find their strength once again here. Quizzy is going to be the one in the emergency pickup, as the rest of Geeke, he's in the cars looking for an entry opportunity. I think maybe they were just thinking exactly how this is going to shift, and from there, seeing if what options they have available to them. Quizzy is going so far. Did he DC? That is extremely far.
For sure. I think here in this case, okay. Glider. Okay. Really, for me, like Hive just has so much space that they should just be taking the control here. Percenti has all the information. I don't know if it's just some information that they have. They're aware, but Dante at this point here, are you staying because of it's Chris or what's happening here? I'm not sure, but they have all the information from Percenti, so they can take control of that northern side. And let's see how they kind of approach for this next one here. James getting back in. Fex is out here trying to take some space. They have some information onto GK. PUBG is trying to pull up. I don't think it's worth at this point here for Fex to go too aggressive on that spot. Dante must have spotted his Chris there for some sort of information at one point. I didn't really see when it was.
Yeah, with the glider, I can only imagine that they saw kind of cars eventually going to be moving over the bridge and stuff like that. At the same time, though, ADR 100 also coming down here as well, trading up against the send. Goes go down. Brexco, though, finds a trade in kind, but ADR 100 has been able to dismantle all of this. It's Chris is trying to salvage the situation. Goes for some shots against that position over there, but they've got to be very mindful. Hive is going to be able to third party this.
Look at that. Shots coming in from Percenti, from the high ground, from the plane. He's just gliding around. Kilikai goes down there to Wabuki. Now the third party from Foot. Look, I like that pull-up. They have to control the high ground already, and they know that there's two teams out here. Rox goes down. Rox takes Bricks go down, and Ascend is eliminating 13th. Hive looking extremely strong today.
Still more shots from Dante. Looking push forwards against this once again. Smokes go down. Go on. Did take out one of the members of ADR. And looks like Hive's just kind of taken their foot off the pedal a little bit against this after they've realizing that they can't quite find Wabuki. Maybe in the distance now, charging up the nade. Looking for a bit of a connection on that. No, but Wabuki is going to be running all the way away from all of this. Meanwhile, Filthus going absolutely bonkers here against Geeke. A doozy likewise finding PWD in the distance here with the SKS. So this all on the edge of the east here, but they've got to both be careful, these teams, because Slam G could easily hold them out.
For sure. Next circle pops here. It does go quite centered here. One of my good friends would have said it's a hot shift, but it's not. It goes slightly towards terminal here, enabling Navi to still say we have to get some throwbacks in, right? But
that's an old one.
It's an old one. But Navi's still getting this spot here. Twisted Mind staying strong. Winner Die with this spot here too. The question is really these teams on the edge here. Hive has to move in. We're gonna see a Slam that has to move in here. Navi gets some points here. James goes down on the flush there. Boulder goes down as well. BB team. These fights on the edges here not really worth it. The question is, can they get some strength back together and maybe get into this next circle here? Boostic and the Slam guys, where they're gonna get back up 4 here before this next circle pops.
Yeah, their attention really turned to BB team, making sure that they're not going to be able to do too much. Winner Die at the same time here is in a very important position. This is almost dead center of the circle. They have plateaus to work with. Gedrock sees up towards the high ground of him that there is threats lurking and looming, so got to be careful about showing yourself too much. But if you can control this much space as Win or Die, there is the potential for big points from this game.
Yep, BB team now trying to get into this circle here, backfilling this compound. Nothing is here. They're gonna be able to run up this next compound here. Quizzy have Arctic spotted Quizzy. No, he is just one with the grass. They have no idea. They have no clue that he's here. There's no way. Nate, this could be huge. Oh, Captain, that's one. That's 2. 1 connects. The next one too. Ah, that's massive for him.
Gotta
here.
get the flushes.
Gotta get the flushes quick. Just running in. Reload there. Nades out. It's a good one. Quizzy. Flushes 1. Oh, that's a huge nade. Oh my god. I don't believe it.
What?
I don't believe
What?
it. That's insane.
What?
That's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. That nade was just perfect to push the car into the other guys, James.
What? What just happened? Oh my god. I cannot believe it, Martin.
That's insane. Never seen anything like it. The nade to push the car, to put it into the other 2 guys. They take too much damage, gets driven over. Massive play here for Quizzy. Didn't get the points, but Presenti gets down T-Bone. Great push from him. He has 1 HP. He's going to try to heal. Nope. Scav gets him. Nedex pushes on.
I don't know how you can talk. That's absolutely... that is an unbelievable shot. I cannot believe that. But yeah, you're right. There is a fight going on here. Hive taking out 8C in the end. I am... That is unbelievable. The person that must have the biggest smile on their face right now is Quizzy. I cannot believe what we just witnessed, Martin. That is insane.
Yeah, that's crazy. Good to see that he's able to get the points out of it. But yeah, that's just unbelievable scenes for him. Oh, Doritos coming down. Hive is a little bit in shambles. He needs in the smokes. T-Bone went down. Scav is knocked. This is a little bit rough one for them. Freeside is holding this high ground still. That left foot is out. Hive is on an absolute banger of a game here. Boogie is behind them though. Let's see what Skittles does with the third party.
Yeah, gotta be cautious about all of this. Vex still knows that there is Na'Vi looming. Throwing nades that way as well as Feyris to try and dislodge him. I know that Vex is really the last remaining threat in this direction. Vexix in the distance takes down Phil first as well. They're embroiled in a bit of a fight with BB team. A lot of utility being used here. Whilst Vex is just holding on strong somehow, some way. I mean, he'll be able to heal through this for a moment.
Yeah, the only one blue zone is gonna hit him.
The second one didn't catch.
Oh, he's on fire.
Oh, he's on
dead.
fire.
He's dead. Absolutely dead. Good.
That was a lot of util, though,
That
right?
is 3 nades to 3 blue zones and 1 Molotov, if not more nades than that. That's a lot of utility to commit to just one guy, but they want him out. They're going to be able to loot that and kind of finish that off and then get into this next circle here. Dante, with some good information here, gotten taken from... This is such a great spot. Look how much he's able to get without exposing himself. This is exactly TPP. How to play around that, how to take advantage of that. Boogie potentially could get some more out of this circle here. He is just inside, has to sneak in. Example takes down Extents.
Still the Woobucky scary spot. Ooh, Na'Vi, okay. Well, they've lost Extents. Winner dies, still holding on strong to the position that we were talking about earlier. These plateaus are powerful. It bears repeating. At the same time, though, towards the north, once Hive dislodges a few of the threats that do exist here, there is the potential that they could be a problem for Win or Die in the end, but they've got snakes lurking everywhere. That's why Hive is slowed down at the moment, and even very cautious about some potential mortars flying their way.
Yep, for sure. Okay, hello, my bad. That's just
nice.
Next level. Huge, insane accuracy from him as well with the mortars coming in. And they're just putting and pushing everything away from the center of the zone as well. That is just... I like really what I'm seeing there. That's just huge. 180 Rs out as well. Presenti just continues to put in damage. They found Woobucky. That was the scary player from the side. Dante did go down and get lost, but that's still a big game for Hive to play like this.
Holding on down to the south. Seeing what they can do. Freestyle is quite split from one another. Got to be careful about Twisted Minds here. Crazy is going to go crazy with a M249 on this angle. Can potentially be an absolute barn burner of a weapon, but realizes he's given up his position too much, going to be retreating on back to the safety of the rest of his team. And Twisted Mind, likewise, I don't think they really want to commit to this angle. They have abandoned a little bit more of this, moving around to that west-hand side. So for Freeside, this does shore up some of their defenses for a moment, but then eventually they're going to have to push towards Win or Die, who do have those plateaus, as we mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. Here, Freeside, this spot for them here, they can backfill a little bit onto Win or Die, but this spot that they have, Win or Die, is just so strong. You have the riches, You have the cover from the cars, and you have the rocks to play up against. Quizzy, is he gonna do it again? Is he gonna backstab from a ridge, from hiding, getting 1 or 2 kills? That'll be sick. It's only a 3-man. He has to take down. Last time he took down 4 effectively.
Yeah, he could get easily another point and flush on someone like Rocks, right? The thing is about Taego is that those bushes, they're so thick, they're so dense,
so
graphically. They're luscious. They're voluptuous bushes, and it can be difficult to actually see people in them when they are being sneaky snakes, like Quizzy is at the moment. So right now, Hive has no clue he's there.
They're literally right next to each other. That's one. He's gonna get 2 again. He's gonna do it. What a mad lad! And now Schengen left to just him. Oh, that's a headshot.
Oh.
Heal immediately. Heal immediately.
This is crazy. If he gets anything more, it's insane.
Yeah.
It was already insane, to be fair.
Oh, Quizzy. Oh! Okay, 44.
No.
No way he does that. No way. Okay, Schengen takes him down. Okay, that's the perfect third-party timing though for Freeside. He pulls up Quintix from Freeside, 6 down Schengen, and now they have all the loot in the world. Skittles also kind of pulling up on the northern side here, taking this old ridge that Schengen had before. Christians really, does Freeside have information on them here? Shots coming in. Sloy takes on Quints. That's massive. Hadouken got 2 kills already.
Nice. The ramifications that Quizzy's had on this game has just been
insane,
absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
But Freeside here on this east side might get shut down by Skittles very quickly. That's a nice nade, though. That will make them question whether or not they actually want to continue this push on. At the same time, Winodie, I think, is very concerned about how Twisted Minds is going to potentially approach on that southwest side. Nades go forward, so do some smokes. Levante is being carried away by the looks of things with that in hand. Get him out of there. Get him out of dodge, but Twisted Minds might use this opportunity to push up the hill quite aggressively. Ooh.
Yeah, top 4 situation here. A lot of teams standing with 3 or 4 players at this point here. Skittles are currently the only team, which is 3. Question is, does Winodie get this player up? It does. Well, Levante did get back up. That's massive for them. Now smokes are being deployed here. Twisted Minds with another blinder of a game for them. Shots coming in from the side. The example taken low. Leash with massive impact. This next circle goes south here. Skittles going to have to move. They can go on the western side of it and just leave Freeside to it.
True.
But the question is, do they have the terrain for that or the timing? They're probably going to do that. Freeside already have a foot inside this next circle here. That makes no sense to do anything but that.
Rare, we almost have a very close to a 4v4v4v4.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Skittles with the 1 down. They are going to be making a little bit of a move, though. Moving forwards there with a vehicle in towards the circle. Trying to find a little bit of a purchase on this. They know that they can't just sit there forever on the edge with Freeside looking their way. Still, hell on my bad. Looking toward Twisted Minds, who he knows are in the smokes. He knows they haven't really left too much of that trajectory just yet. And the reason I say that is because Leash is probably feeding some information from that west side on how they may be rotating on around.
Yeah, for sure. Hello, my baddie. And this spot, the boys with this ridge here, they surely, Twisted Minds has the upper hand list. This ridge is actually really good for them. Putting in a little bit of util here. Lethals is important in this spot here, but yeah, this ridge, if they make it work really well, surely Winodie is going to get tons of points out of this one. Freeside has really good high ground control. Skittles is going to take on this. This is going to be rough for Winodie. This is a little bit of a rough sandwich for them. Freeside is looking really strong in this circle here.
Yes, they had to give up some of the plateau control that we've been talking about all game long. It has now opened it up for angles for other players here. Skills do open things up on Crazy, though. Crazy had the P90 in hand, so that actually takes down a big potential threat from them if they're going to continue taking this fight. The high ground position, though, technically is in the favor of Freeside on that eastern position, and Skittles needs to be careful. They know that there's a potential that another team could shoot towards their way, namely Twisted Minds if Sloy does open up that angle.
Hadouken might have some spots here with the information from this rock, but this is a little bit rough for Skittles. If Freeside, they kind of come over this ridge and take this high ground for the information and for the peaks. I'm actually not sure if that ridge is actually working out exactly as it should be in TPP here. I think they're going to expose themselves too much here, James. I don't think that makes sense. Let's see this next circle. Here's going to be popping. It just goes center. I think that's great. That's fair. Quintix is aggressing a little bit here, running into the smokes, looting. That's a broken 3 and a P90.
P90.
That's massive.
Taking it off the dead body of his teammate. I understand why. P90 could be absolutely instrumental in a victory towards the end game like this. Maver's covering his position. He flees back, knowing that he doesn't want to be that far forward. Still 200 shots in this P90 as well. You could spray and pray through some of this grass and potentially cause some damage.
Okay. Win or die here. They're the potential burger of this. If we see knocks on Win or Die or Twisted Minds, that's where we see Freeside kind of flowing in. They have util, they have smokes, 1 or 2 nades on already damaged players. That's going to be really detrimental to them. Nice shots coming in though. Petulins. Are they? None of them are inside here, James, from the next one. They're going to have to push.
No.
And we're going to have multiple teams looking at them. Utilities
Looks
available.
like they could try and push up.
Yeah, utilities available. They have smokes, they have nades. So they have everything potentially. Oh, okay. That's really good smoke. Look at that. Spreading out along the ridge that the Win or Die has advantage of. Oh. Nice.
Right, it's going to open up Lou knocks Leosh to start things off. That might potentially be the push moment for them to try and get up there. Nade, though, bounces off the tree. Very careful. Got to be cautious about that. Sloy finds him on the off angle as well, though. That was a very important position for them to try and hold off. I think these two teams might realize that Twisted Minds is the easy victim in all of this, as Lou is already down as well. They're all just sticking the boot in now. Twisted Minds should be done.
Don't think he standed like that. Okay, never mind. He gets spotted from Getrox. Getrox comes over. Win or Die actually gets out with 4 alive with this.
Hello?
And now they can play uphill. Sloy takes down 2. I can't believe it. That's an insane rich and angle he gets it. Skittles is looking like really strong here. 2 versus 2 versus 3. Freeside has to do something. Maver comes in, gets completely destroyed. Hello, my bad. Takes down 2 players there.
Not bad, not bad. Looking for the flushes as well. Intex, though, he is the one with the P90 in hand. Hello, my bad is looking for him on the edge of all of this. Maver has gone down. A little bit of a flash there for a moment. Still trying to hold off on this left-hand side as well. Skittles still moving forwards. More flashes move forwards. Getrox trying to buy a little bit more time here for them to get a bit more of a semblance of stability in the middle position. As you were saying, the burger is normally the one that gets crunched down on, but they're not doing too bad against these 2 threats.
They're holding off. Oh, nice shots here. Hadouken goes in, peaks. 2 players and Skittles, just 1 on Freeside. Win or Die here. Oh, look at that information he just got from Swinger on that.
Nice. Still a FAMAS. Trying to do as much damage as possible through some of these smokes. Tries to peek on Hadouken, but Sloy goes down to Hello, my bad once again. Hello, my bad has done quite a lot of work in all of this. He realizes Quinn is moving through that bush, but doesn't quite catch him on that move through. He's hoping to predict some of his movement there. Good stuff by Gedrox once again. Win or Die might win this out, but it's a 1v1 to finish things off.
Now Quintix, Gedrox versus each other. Quintix has the spot here. He has the Dorito. Gedrox is going to have to make a move here. Face is pushing him already. Nice. P90 in hand, yeah.
I don't know if Gedrox is going to be able to do this. Goes for that move on against the rock. That's an extremely bold move here. He tries to move towards the top of the rock, but surely Quint has him dead to rights once this peak goes over. He also has the center of the circle. Gedrox has to do something to try and dislodge him.
Util? Question mark?
Maybe.
Gas can?
A gas can?
Just throw it. Throw it up.
Throw the gas can. You've got to do something, right?
Oh,
he goes through.
Oh, no, I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it. Oh, he didn't connect. Didn't connect.
Way.
It just did a little bit of damage. Oh,
Sees him?
no way.
He wins it.
He got him. I can't believe it, dude. Gedrox, Win or Die. 15 kills, James.
What was this game? What was this game? Win or Die. They had the center position during all of this and managed to win out that after those 3 teams were crushing down on them. Never mind the quiz shenanigans that were going on. Mark, I was losing my mind in this game.
Where did we start? Did we start with Quizzy or did we start with Win or Die? Because both of them were insane. Let's just go Quizzy. Quizzy backed the points, not just once, but twice for his team. That nade very much a landmine for the car that came in and caused more damage than anything else, with the car being flicked into the rest of the players. But then he still remained. He became this kind of snake in the grass, one with the Taego, and he did it again. He got another 2 kills from it. So yeah, GG's, Quizzy.
It entirely cost Hive, right, as well. Never mind Slam G. That was nuts. But let's focus on the winner here for a moment, Avenger. Obviously, a very dicey position for a win or die to try and win that out for against all of these teams. I can't help but feel they timed so many of these fights right when normally teams would time so many of them wrong.
In a case where they're staying 4 guys strong, where you have Twisted Minds pushing them from one side, the big thing for them was obviously that you have multiple teams that are also saying, okay, points is just worth it so much that we're also going to try to take points away from Twisted Minds quite easily from them. They're outside the circle, they had to push. The smokes that Twisted Minds lay out was just for win or die. They did not take free side or Skittles into consideration, and that cost them a lot. Sloy got 2 knocks on them, so much damage being done. That ridge that Sloy then had to open up on win or die. That's where I was like, okay, this is where the hamburger is happening. This is where they're not going to be able to survive, but they did get rocks with that. I mean, in this case here, like Quintix should have been able to survive, but he got pushed off from the gas can, and it's just next level. 20 points though as well.
20 points is unbelievable for win or die. That is going to propel them into a brilliant position here throughout these 3 games so far. Mark, what do you make of the standings overall?
Wildcard map, really good. Yeah, win or die capitalised on that one. Twisted Minds, despite missing one, looking really strong. And yeah, Quizzy dismantling the Hive. Hive are looking really strong so far. Looking really good. I think there's a point to prove, as I said, we came into this one. On paper, they should have been really consistent, really strong, and they just haven't been the case before this event. They've clearly started today with like, do you know what? Actually, we should be higher up the lobby, and they are controlling so much space, and they're forcing teams now to kind of avoid their position.
I'm still stunned. I am still stunned. I cannot believe Martin could even speak after what we just watched from the quiz. Because the thing is that he throws out the nade, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, he's just going for the flush, right? And then going around the corner to get the second flush. So that's what he's just waiting for. But somehow, some way, the perfect moments line up for that car to come in, for the next car, for him to get out, for it to be run over. It was insane. They're at 23 points right now at GK here. Deservedly so. Quizzy playing an insane situation. But Win or Die leapfrogs them here, Martin, into second place.
Yeah, 20-point game like that, that's just going to push you into such a good spot here. Obviously, massive amount of points. That's just been such a crazy day so far. I can't believe we're already halfway through it.
Definitely so. This is already a brilliant start. Twisted Minds found themselves in 4th despite 1 game down. Overall, 15 kills, 1 placement point in 2. Not too bad at all. I will say as well, Mark, I've been impressed by how Freeside has been able to find themselves strong purchase in some of these games towards some of those late games. Again, this could have maybe gone their way, but it was down to the wire.
Yeah, no, they're control. I feel like they've got a good amount of control, right? And they're playing areas really well, and they're defending their locations really good. So they're deservedly so. They're sitting in the 5th place. I kind of want to allude to the other side of the table, though. Foot Esports, as Martin said, they've ripped 50% of their roster out, right? The foundations have clearly gone. Yeah. They need something to start rebuilding this, because with 2 points and 3 games down, that is not the TPP team that we're used to seeing. Has the loss of Pixel meant so much and actually caused this team now to complete rebuild, not just a foundation?
It's a good question. It is a good question. And you guys can also answer some questions over the QR code that does exist right now on the screen about your feedback regarding TPP. Martin, what do you think regarding the foot situation? Only 2 points so far. Oh, and also, guys, hashtag Masters Mike EMEA. We are going to be answering some questions towards the end of the night. So submit those questions over on X. Back to you, Martin.
Yeah, I think obviously with 3 games just to go here, I don't want to take too much away from it. It's a little bit what I've been worried about. There were some situations where the games had potential where it's not in their own hands. Like if you get, a third party where you're already down 1 or 2 guys, like some of the timings has been a little bit off, but 2 points is obviously not a lot. You would expect a little bit more kills from them, but yeah, let's see what happens for the rest of the day, and maybe that could be one of the questions for later, where we're going to see Foot and what we're going to be seeing from them so far, and what we expect from them going into the next couple of days.
Yeah, we'll see if they can find their footing. Obviously, Nedex, for example, the latest edition needs to really kind of adapt to that style unless they're going to change it completely, because they were already a great edge-sweeping team, slow and methodical. So we'll see what happens. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, we have got 3 more games coming at you here for day number 1 of the PPT Masters EMEA.
Hey guys, welcome into the TPP game show. I've taken over Clarus's spot. We kicked him out because it's TPP special. I'm joined by the amazing Batalians, Spyro and Doozy. I'm Up Power, and we are going to be going all TPP. First and foremost, see how you guys are. Batalians, how's things been, man? I see you rocking the robe again still.
Yeah, I got my new robe, so I feel happy. That's all I can say.
New lucky robe. Spyro, first time obviously meeting, seeing you in action, mate. How you been? How's things?
Everything good.
Easy. I like that one. Short, sharp, and to the point. Everything good. And Doozy, give me some more than anything good, mate. How you been? I know you've not been on holiday. You said that.
Awesome.
Right, you guys are so competitive. You don't even give me something to start with. Well, let's get things in. We've got a series of questions, 10 up for grabs. There are some options for some bonus points as we go through. So as we go, you guys just need to make sure you send a message to us in Discord, and then we will go through. 15 seconds will be on the clock. Let's see who can actually bag the most correct answers on the TPP game show. You guys all ready?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Competitive. Let's go. Come on. Question number 1. Which team won PUBG Player Tour Masters numeral 1 in our region, the EMEA region? Send your questions in. Send your answers in. Let's start. Come on. A doozy. Who did you pick?
VP.
VP? Batalians?
Yeah.
I picked footballist.
No. And
I also picked footballist.
it was yeah, Foot was winning all the way into the last game, and then funny enough, VP stole it away, actually. So well done, a doozy. Uno point. Ding. Question number 2. Who had the most kills in this event? Let's go for 2 because you're smiling away, mate. Come on.
VP?
Who had the most kills? VP? No.
Don't tell me it's footballist.
Barra? Who had the most kills, mate?
Like the team or
The team.
team,
Who had the
okay.
most kills?
okay, VP for me.
VP? A doozy?
VP.
VP as well? Spyro, what jersey you got on, mate?
Chique.
102 kills. You guys had the most kills in the event, but yeah, you didn't actually get the win. Terrible, mate. Terrible. It was all kills, mate. It was all kills. You guys were killing machines. You just didn't get the wins in the end. Question number 3. What player had the most kills in the EMEA Master 1? So listen nice to the player. So obviously bonus points though, which is the player. So if you know who it is and then the amount that they had as well. Let's go with Doozy. Come on, Doozy. Who had the most kills, mate?
Nixie.
Nixie.
But how many kills? I don't know.
Okay.
Just gonna say 440.
Batalians?
I don't know. I pressed Diffix. Maybe he had like 36 kills. That's my answer.
If this is crap, close on the kills. Spyro?
Nixie 31.
No, you guys are all wrong. All wrong. Guys, I'm taking down the garden path and you're following the theme. It's not actually. It was BB. Monodoct actually bagged the most kills in that event. But he had 35. So
I mean, these guys know nothing
Okay.
about themselves.
cool. So we're still on the 1 point. Still on the 1 point at the moment. Question number 4. Prior to the creation of the PUBG Player Tour, when was the last time PUBG was played on the global stage in TPP for a championship?
Can I have a question?
Okay.
Like, are you asking about real tournament or like show match?
Real tournament, like tier listed. I'll give you a clue on this one as well. It had an FPP and a TPP.
Yeah, I
event.
understand. Okay.
Okay, let's go. I can't be told. You asked the hinty question. Let's start with you.
I guess it's PGI 2018.
PGI 2018. Spyro?
I put 2022. It was show match. We took first.
Not quite. Doozy?
I think it's Gamescom, like the 2018 probably.
Yeah, so championship not for Spyro. Doozy, you're right. That was the last championship. It was PUBG Global Invitation 2018. The clone one was just before that. So you were in the right area, mate, but it was slightly before.
So I was right?
Yes, yeah. Uno point. Ding.
Let's go.
Love it.
Finally.
Question number 5. Who had the highest DMR damage in Masters 1? Who had the highest DMR damage? So who are the DMR killers out there? I'm not going to make you guess the number, don't worry. Just give me a player name. Give me one player name. Let's go with Spyro, because you're on no points at the
Okay,
moment.
let it be Nixie.
It wasn't Nixie. Batulins.
Hatari from Navi.
A doozy. Go on.
Modest.
You went one of this. Okay. That's none. Okay.
I also know nothing about my own team.
Your own teammate. Your own teammate. Bumps some big damage as well, mate. Bumps some big damage. Moving on. Currently standing, a doozy is on Uno 1 point. Toolins is 1 point. Spyro, unfortunately, is lacking. Despite wearing the right jersey, he's on 0 points. That's it for the game show day number 1. Be back, though, for number 2, and hopefully we'll get off the 1 points. See you guys soon.
Every survivor lives for that electrifying moment. One heart-pounding match. One unforgettable thrill. But survival isn't just about one match. It's about how far you'll go, how high you'll climb. Now is the time to discover something bigger about yourself. To turn fleeting moments into a lasting mark. No longer just a moment. It's your legacy.
All right, welcome back. We've down 3 games. We've got 3 more to go for today. And hopefully something can top what we just witnessed, because that was absolutely nuts. Joining me, we have Mark Power as well as Avenger. Avenger, I loved casting that game. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was such a great game to witness, to cast, and how everything kind of unfolded. And then to like have a banger ending like that. That was huge. Chrissy's moments there was insane. And we're going to have 3 more games to witness that for today.
Spectacular clutch out from Win or Die against the P90 of all things towards the end here, Mark. And oftentimes, I mean, when I'm playing, if I'm going up against a P90, I'm not really favoring my chances. But Gedrock somehow pulled it out, even with the attempt at the gas can. Love that.
The dart across the road, then the second attempt on the gas can throw. Yeah, that's why he did get put down with the freedom that you stand on top of the rock. But yeah, look, do you know what? He had the ability to hold, and GG's, it looked good. Win or Die claim not just a victory, but huge amounts of points as well when it comes down to kills.
Extremely bold plays coming out from them, and you need to be bold when it comes to dealing with some of the big dogs in these lobbies. Of course, as Geeky did start out the day with a victory, and then Quizzy just did Quizzy things in the previous game for Slam G to be taken out completely. Now we're moving on to Rondo here. Mark, any expectations before we go on in and leave you to the sidelines?
It's going to be the same. It's going to be as chaotic, if not more, on Taego, from Taego to Rondo. So, again, the wildcard maps have been really wild, especially on the week. So, despite we've only had, again, them once a piece, they are the ones that sometimes we see these additional teams go get the points. So, expect more chaos.
Okay, I am expecting it and I'm ready for it. Hopefully we get some insane stuff like we just witnessed as well here. So we will be moving into Rondo and seeing how all of these teams are going to fare. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for day number 1 of the PPT Masters EMEA, as we have got a game number 4 on the cards. Joining me for this cast, it's a Vanguard to get it done.
Yeah, let's get things rolling. Let's bang on the bongo and play some Rondo. That's the one. That's the one.
My bongos are out of reach, so I'm sorry.
You can use your. That's fine. You can just use the table. Just anything. Anything.
Okay, wait. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I mean, you're a drummer by profession, right? So.
Yes. A little known fact.
This is an Eastern playing path, though, James. We've got to talk about that, and we're going to see some teams obviously jumping out a little bit early. Jadena CD. We're going to see some face big split here for that, but really Eastern playing, vast majority of teams are not going to be able to get to their usual spot, so we're going to see a little bit of trash loading somewhere. Maybe some teams are going to be popping in and driving a little bit further to try to get to their usual spots here. So yeah, let's really see what's going to be unfolding here. A little bit of a hot drop 2 here with Twisted Minds and 180R alongside with Navi over on the further eastern side.
Eternal Fire's close by too, right? Like this. Hello.
They're split looting like the trash rest of it, probably.
Oh, okay. I was just a bit concerned, and I'm also concerned about this circle. That is very northeast for this. Win or Die, who's just come off the back of a win. They must be laughing for this one, but yeah, there is the potential here that Twisted Minds is going to be embroiled in a fight with 180R. Navi is also reinforcing here, so they kind of split drop, and they know that they need all 4 here just in case this fight breaks out, and maybe they can third party for some easy kills.
Yeah, that'll be sick. Wait, where is the... Oh, the Navi's popping. Okay, I like that.
Oh, they're going.
Going or denying, that could be as well. But
good question.
This is a huge circle. Like, this is such a hard circle to play. You have all the water in play, you have all the high grounds and some of the compounds. There's not that much compounds to play, so it's usually the fights kind of unfold along the ridges and the high grounds that we kind of have. Maybe we're going to see Pan, some fights kind of up there. Hello, my bat is still in there. But yeah, this is going to be a difficult circle to play. Luckily, we had an eastern playing path, so the teams are not going to be too far away. But yeah, very difficult circle to kind of play here. And we're only going to be playing it once, so expect some absolute mayhem. Wait, what? He saw Eternal Fire.
They're going.
I can't believe it.
Okay, I think they're just going to go Hime Town, right? This is like the perfect moment for them to get up there and play from there, get vehicles on board, etc.
Yeah, it is. That's a good shout. That's a really good shout, actually. That's exactly what's going to happen, or what could happen for sure. Hime Town is too far away for someone to go loot. They could get vehicles on that side as well. They could even go further and drive into Hime Town, scout over it. So that's really good. DK going really early too. There are some really good spots with some of the high grounds that you kind of want to lock down if you're going early. Or some of the compounds, for example, the compound layers is in with the recall station is great. Lou is running and getting close to Code Marco. Oh, he spotted him. Shots coming in, 6-6. Oh my god. With an AK, James. That's disgusting.
Yeah, 6x AK is not exactly what you're currently expecting. Queppa, though, does find Lou as well, so they can maybe potentially get him down completely. It's like an M24 in hand.
Sit.
Queppa! Oh, hits!
Sit. Just get out of the game. Straight into the lobby right there. This is fantastic. Code Marco's gonna get saved from a crazy bolt shot. Not a headshot, but did enough damage that he could get knocked. 92, I believe it was. That's massive.
You just don't get to see many bolt shots anymore nowadays in this kind of play. So very, very happy to see some of that play out. But in regards to this northeast circle, there are actually a lot of open areas in some of these areas, in between the hills and things like that. So I think that being up here early and having your choice of where you would want to take early, I think is very, very important. And there's some teams that are so far away from this position. So like BB team, for example, right, all the way down to the south. Coming in later means that you're going to be playing a bit more of an edge-heavy style, which for BB team, you know, they're not too against, I guess, in regards to some of this. But if you do get caught in some of those open areas, you're going to be done for.
Okay. Ripped. Yeah, they're going to be done for sure. For this circle here, like how everything kind of plays out, there's multiple things to it too, like with all the water, the few ridges and the few kind of areas that you have to clear in the high ground, that gets so much information. But also, when you have to cross, you have that big ridge on the northern side. Example, flushes Quetpa. This is a crazy pull-up. They're really keen. They want to get this rolling. Look at that. That's a crazy way to play things here. They know he's there. They spotted him.
Yeah, I can't quite say I've seen a car peek before.
This is TPP peeking with the car for sure. Look at that. Like Fixix is up there. He's smoking. He's in EB mode right here.
Have you ever seen a car lean around a corner? No.
No. This is how to do it. This is how to take advantage of TPP games.
That was amazing. The Mads found Patulins as well. Mr. Mines really is not getting the easy ender of this.
Nope. They are not. Code Marco does not know Perfectix is right there. That is for sure. Does Perfectix have a good enough angle for him to kind of poke out and peek? 3, 2. No, not close enough.
He's going to go.
Not close enough. Code Marco has this spot. This is strong. He has an idea. He sees a car.
The thing is that charge nade, if he's cooking that, ooh, Perfectix. Okay, right, he must know that somebody is close, right? That really didn't come from that far away. He's going to be cooking another nade. It does not connect. I'm surprised that those two did not finish off Code Marco, because you should be able to get a decent arc on that. Another nade, 3 nades, not taking down Code Marco.
He's just a tank. Perfectix at this point could have kind of peeked a little bit. Now he gets shot in the back, James, by Sloy. That's just nice. He's actually he sealed the deal there. That's massive for them. And now Skills is gonna kind of pull up here. Exam is getting shot too. This is falling apart quite heavily for Twisted Minds.
Not what you would normally consider from a test track position from Twisted Minds, but yep, they've had to deal with some problems. 15th place. They are down and out of this game. A rare occurrence for Twisted Minds on a Rondo.
Yeah. We usually not see that. Again, that circle kind of was rough for them as well, but still, the hot drop situation, multiple teams kind of pulling up, third-partying a little bit. It really comes down to how rough the circle is, and teams are going to be like, yeah, it's going to take some time, and we don't have any priority inside that next circle, so let's just mess with them a little bit.
Well done by Skittles to be able to exploit what was going on for a little bit there. So some damage going their way. I mean, the thing is that in PPT, there's been a bit of more of a tendency when you're kind of stuck in a bit of a fight to go prone and try and kind of wait things out and deny people some of those lines of sight, right? But if you're early game like this and teams are still trying to move beyond where you are, you're dead to rights. You can't really react that fast when you are prone. So tough stuff.
Should have playing really well around this test track area here. Just surviving, putting himself into a good spot here. 180 has one player though on the side. Okay. He must have heard him, even though it's a boss, or seen him or heard him. And then he's running in the other direction here. Again, this spot doesn't really... Like, you need to move next circle no matter what. Also, with the water in play and everything.
Yeah.
You need to get up and get on this eastern side of the circle here. See how far FaZe is. Like, they're almost hugging the unplayable area east outside the zone.
Yeah. And technically, so they're trying to go in quite deep in terms of from a northern position based on where they were on that split for Jadina City and stuff like that. That's going to allow BB team underneath them to get into this next circle as well. A little bit of room for them, but not exactly the most ideal position. That's a JS9 in the hands of It's Chris. Trying to take out Artix, who's on the rotate pass. Switches over to the little mini. Artix does manage to scamper on away. Rexco was still in pursuit by the looks of things, and Kiliakai was very close to him. Artix is stuck in quite the bind.
They're leading. Doesn't make sense. Oh,
yeah.
Rexco actually, no, it's a pull-up. Hicks is found. Schiller. Probably going to be a flush here. Artix. Oh, good usage of utility here. It's Chris. Oh, no. It's falling apart a little bit there. It's Chris knocked Rexco, and now they're going to have to get the knock onto Arctic.
No.
Shots coming in here. Chris got him though, and that's huge. They're going to be able to get him back up. I'm not too worried about Ascent at this point here.
Yep. JS9.
Oh
my god.
I can't
What is
believe
that
it.
circle shift, Martin?
Dude, that is insane. That is just an absolute heartbreak for all the teams that went early and got a really good priority and a really good position in that new zone, but yeah, it's falling apart here. Win or Die actually could be holding on to both sides of the bridge if they want to. Foot also moving on that southern side. And now it really comes back to there's a lot of teams that need to move. You only have that bridge and that little sliver of land that you're going to have to cross. Like, everything else is water.
Yeah.
It's only like a bridge and, like, what, 20% of that circle that you're going to be able to cross?
It's a really brutal river to cross as well if you actually need to beyond the bridge, right? Like, if you're having to... The banks are very sharp, quite sheer, and they're very open. There's only a few rocks alongside them. So if you do get caught trying to go for a swim, if a circle shifts another way, it's very, very difficult to really do much with it. BB team was using the glider as well, so Aduzi's been scouting out what's going on to the west of him. The rest of BB team is going to be following suit.
Yeah. And also, we have saw a bird in the air, some eyes in the sky.
Oh, another one.
Okay, again, this southern side here, not really high value target for doing it. And as you see in the distance, we have some information coming in from the sky here. Nixie's getting shot at a little bit in the glider. Lukarux has been found here by 8C. You could get a flush here and increase their points by 50% in just that.
Yeah, Mark was mentioning that Nixie had gone so far out of the circle here to get this glider, but if they've got one member down, he might need to abandon that glider early and try and help out this fight that's going on. Lukarux is already down here now. Beamy and Corexi still holding out this warehouse, and Corexi is coming in for the reinforcement, but Beamy's already down. Nedex takes him. Nixie in the glider. I think he's got to get out of dodge. They've got to bail away from Foot here.
Yeah, they're leaving. Corexi goes north. Nixie goes north here. They're going to try to play a two-man somewhere. They're leaving the guys behind. They're not going to go for a recall for sure. The free side is trying to send it, trying to get control of this northern side of this new circle.
So many gliders in play. Hive also has one as well, just trying to scout whatever they can. So many teams have already committed now to the east side. One of the only teams that hasn't is still Na'Vi, who coincidentally was one of the teams that was in Neox test and did go for that emergency pickup all the way to the other side. Curexi Dance, 1 health.
1 HP. 1% he lost the glider as well. It broke and busted. Look at that. Skittles just trying to chase here. The barrel demon though. Oh, that's... Oh my god, he gets him even though he's blinded by the lights.
That was ridiculous. The weekend in the distance, just dealing problems. Curexi does go down now to Hakamari, but I can't believe he hit that with the sun there.
That's just next level. All right, FaZe as well, also in a glider, getting some information here. James just gliding on through, getting deeper into this next circle here. It's who did he have with him? James and who? I didn't see the other guy.
I also did not see.
It's Fix. It's not Fix. So it's Gustav.
Gustav
In
in
the
there,
glider with
yeah.
him. Okay, so this circle is just brutal. Look how much water there still is. Look at this high ground. Like this circle could be going west, south, southwest, something like that, but that is just so much unplayable area, and we're gonna see so many teams around those big rocks on the west side.
Of all the gambles people took for a circle like this, I did like GK's. Obviously, they're holding Lo Huajing, as well as the compound to the northwest side of it across the river. So that allows them purchase on both sides, whatever was going to happen. Now it's probably going to be going east, right? So technically, I'm looking at win or die in a good spot. Na'Vi is doing a big send through, realizing they have to try and take some position here on the east, or west, sorry.
James was already in the parachute there, and they are taking control of this spot here quite aggressively. James got one Hakamari. He did not see or hear him coming in. More shots coming in here. Furious. Skittles is just falling apart here. We're down to just Sloy now.
It's a big scramble for all of these rocks, and I understand it. Technically, little plateaus do afford you a position where you can play. However, those top rocks will cause problems as well, likewise with FaZe trying to take that position. Double emergency pickup from all of these teams as well to try and find themselves a position while all of this is going on. But Na'Vi is now on the hunt for Vard. Throw a smoke around the corner. Double nade is going to be charged up. Yes, Austin goes for the double. He gets it. Vard and James go down. Both of them were cooking nades. It's a disaster for FaZe.
And Gustav can't really do anything to help. He's getting shot as well on the side. Oh, shots coming in. Vard's getting flushed. Crazy takes down Gustav. And FaZe is out in 14th. That's huge for Na'Vi. They maintain control of this eastern side of this rock here. And they stay 4 guys strong doing it.
As quick as that Virtus Pro also down as well, with Nixie falling. Shots against high from the distance. Ferris doing a lot of work here. Presenti realized Kiliakai is also in the air. It's all-out warfare here for these aerial defenders. But every single one of them is being peppered. Every single one of them is being forced to land or try for those center spots. The gliders are no more.
Yep. And now this southwest side here, BB has control. This next circle could be going their way. Hive also looking good. As I said, so many teams are going to be able to be accommodated around these rocks here. There are so many good dips, ridges, and rock faces that you're able to get covered from. The question is really, do you get caught on one side of this next circle here, or do you stay and go even deeper here? Kilikai on the top side. Slam is trying to put some utility onto him, but Kilikai surely just chills here at this spot. Oh, that could be. No. Oh my goodness, if that connected. Oh,
another.
It's spreading. Oh.
They're getting so fortunate.
Yeah, that if that double multi hit, they were just dead. Like they're just completely burned out from that. Next circle about to pop here, James. As I said, it's gonna go away from water here, this spot here. But look at all this amount of rock here. Usually that is considered unplayable, but the water there has more volume and priority, so that's going to go away from that. That southwest side is great. Björn has to heal 8 HP. That's a good nade. Doesn't go quite close and far enough.
Eternal Fire was trying for the emergency pickup, sneaking on in alongside them, but not really going to work on out. But Code Marco is parachuting in to try and help this, or maybe on an off angle. This could be the ace in the hole that they need against this. Kiliakai still up on the high ground, still looking towards other members.
Sheila's dead up there. She just knocked him up.
Yeah, you can't get down. Where's Code Marco? He's the last remaining member to help.
Oh, that was a good spot for Sheila. Like, that could have gotten a lot of points.
Yeah.
If he stayed alive this late here. They should have stayed 2 guys up and left the other guys there. Now BB goes ham here. Mozart gets fixes. Mozart's low, half HP. Gets knocked. Rocks his headshot from the MK. Just completely demolishes him. This is a bit of Flush is going to come in here. Probably there from Besto, but we could see a res on BB team here. At least one of them.
Ooh. That was very close on that nade. I was thinking it was quite good, but only gets himself half damage. Another nade's going to be going forwards. Lewis sick. Is he down?
Oh, it's a great blue zone. That's not going to expand enough.
No. Our PGS champion, of course, doing quite a lot against 100 ADR, but still, Wabuki is going to be coming in to reinforce this position. More nades go forwards from Phil first. I don't think he realizes quite how far Wabuki is.
Yeah, Louis got down there. Nice shots coming in here from Cantix. Spotted one. Boosting from the side. Gets Quetpa though. Trying to get the flush here. Trying to give it their way. Instead, he doesn't want Slam. Is a bigger contender than Freeside. So Freeside gets it. Phil first gets the flush onto it. Extends fine with Buki. That is 180R out.
Tough stuff for them. Tough stuff, especially with trying to breach towards any of these rocks, right? As soon as you're entering, of course, there's going to be teams on every single plateau. There's going to be teams on the very extreme high ground. There is not much for teams to play moving towards that position. I was about to call it unfair in inverted commas, but that's just how these circles are worked out. And this is how this... Oh, my days. Is he using a zipline gun? Where's he going? Nope. Didn't work out. He couldn't quite get the angle right on it.
Try again.
Bit finicky sometimes, the zipline gun.
Yep. But still, sometimes can go kind of crazy here. Navi 5 kills, 4 guys strong. That's a good spot. Center zone here, James. Okay, one more try.
I want to see if it works out.
Can you get it? Yeah, what is it? How did that work?
It's centered on Navi.
Yeah, next zone centers even more on Navi. Look at the amount of teams on the northwest side that's eventually going to have to fight each other. Purgatory leaves here. This is fantastic. Dante, happy for that too.
For all those teams that are not on the extreme high ground, they all eventually have to kind of come around together, which will corral teams into those fights. As Na'Vi is seizing such a potentially strong position, getting their cars, trying covering them wherever they can, but also using them as cover as well once teams try and come around. They will potentially have these teams on this southeast side dead to rights. Some mortar shots are firing towards them as well, but not really connecting.
All right. Shots coming again here. Levante takes down Hagatory. MK14 onto Peter D in full 3 gear 2. GK is gonna get a ton of damage down here to foot for sure. Flush is definitely gonna come in on 280. Good Marcos out. That is Eternal Fire out in 10th. Great nade here from Spyro. A little bit of, like, a decent amount of utility committed to get a confirm here onto them. Now they can control this eastern side here, James.
Teams that traditionally strong in edge are now finding themselves in a little bit of a predicament. T-Bone goes down to Molodoct as well, but BB teams trying to get themselves a very strong position, as they will be one of the only ones that's coming in from that southwest side. Kiliakai, lie down, my friend. You are actually open on an angle there for a second, so just bide your time. It's not going to be shifting. Well, I mean, it could shift away soon, but there was no forcing of a potential shift just yet away from this, is what I was trying to say. I didn't do too bad about shutting down Kiliakai's angle.
Yeah. Teams on the northern side here eventually are obviously going to be fighting against each other. The question is, does win or die go towards free side? Do they go on the southern side? It really comes down to the zone here. Difffix with great shots onto foot. He gets stolen though from Aduzi. An absolute thief. And now he takes down Scaff himself. Gets another one onto Nedex. Aduzi, what an absolute beast here.
I get why they had to try and make that send. I mean, they were stuck completely in no man's land down in that southeast. After GK had really leapfrogged forward of their position. It could have also potentially got caught, but not to be the case, because they found a pretty decent little few ridges to work with here as GK, Spiro moving forwards alongside PWD. As you mentioned before, PWD has that MK14 in hand, kind of a weapon that for a long time for me was an absolute a massive threat, but kind of was dethroned by some of the other crate weapons that eventually got added to the game. But there's still all of this chaos in the northwest.
Yeah, and this next circle is really going to decide what's going to happen here. Yeah, look at that. All the teams, they're going to have to decide. Do we go west here? Free side potentially could be pushing on to Hive, or do they take on Win or Die? Win or Die will just control the north and then have an eastern entry into that northern part of the zone. Hive is going to try to push out and maybe eliminate free side with this. Crazy's going to try to get up deeper and higher. Can't really get up. It's a hard one to really get things going here. He's not going to connect. No, it's not here. Okay.
Too far.
It's not.
So,
here. Okay.
Nice.
That's good. That's massive. That didn't get anything out of it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
No.
You can't hit the rocks on the way up, so you need I guess a deeper angle in inverted commas to really make sure you're not hitting the rocks on the way up. as we mentioned before, a little bit finicky. Nice to see, though, that teams are trying to make the zip lines work. I mean, if you think about it, if you somehow end up on circles like this, if you can make them work on these rocks, it could be a game changer. You could get yourself extra placement points, extra kills, extra elevation.
Okay, win a tie. That's a crazy send. Like, I feel like they potentially could have had it on foot, but I guess they were respecting some of the other positions that other teams have here. So Layers and Get Drugs now inside this next circle, leaving 2 players behind for the kind of back off door angle for that. Hello, my bat. Still sitting in strong with that. They're going to be running in between and behind, maybe free side. Maybe they consider it to be points available for that. That's a great nade. Good damage done, 37, 36. Now they're driving. That's good shots. Hello, my Bayern fans won.
Yeah, attempting a convoy out of there, but again, desperation mode really sets in here. PWD just goes for an easy spray. One of the easiest sprays of his life by the looks of things there. That's a free kill going his way. And free side just a little bit further ahead. Crazy maybe get Quint up, see what they can do. Navi's still up against that ridge line. And Killia Kite still on the high ground. He's going to get forced off this pretty soon, though, now. So he needs to try and do something. He's going to die. He's going to die.
Oh, my God. That's so unfortunate. Out in 8th place for Ascent. And now that gave the space to Hive. They can check control of this western side, even move southwest too.
Well, everyone's got win or die dead to rights here as well. Everyone's just shooting their way, knowing that they might have a bit more of a difficult time up against that ridge line. That being said, though, PWD has been suppressed. You can see he's quite low on health, so needs to be a bit more cautious. That's an amazing nade coming out from Crazy to shut him down. Maybe Geeke is just a little bit too spread out here.
Yeah, that's too greedy, I think. Slam is out in 7th place there. Hive is taking damage. Shingen is out. Gitrux got the knock on him. Diffix found a doozy. BB in a pretty strong spot here for this. Probably going to be able to get the rest up too. Next circle goes south. And next circle after that likely also to move either center or south from that. Sosa gets on Quintex. Diffix to get the doozy flush. That is a rough one for BB.
It definitely has been a bit more of a slow and steady late game due to the problems that this high ground presents, with teams always up at the top and things like that, and all these plateaus. Teams have had a bit more time to think about exactly how they're going to approach a next circle shift. So just unfortunate for some of them that they've had to go for a bit more of a send due to being locked out of a circle. There's a Molly move forwards against that foldable deployable shield, which could have been amazing if somebody had stuck around, but Navi knows better than that.
Pretty tight to make a move, but didn't happen here now. Winner Die is going to have to commit some more towards it. Chris is taken down there. Spyro, he got PWD though. Dante gets down Get Rocks. This is a delay onto Winner Die that they did not need. Links in hand of Diffix onto Extends. Singing the song of the big polygon.
Oh, you can hear it singing its song. That's the thing is that 7 shots still left. It's still absolutely scary. I'm impressed that Win or Die has been still able to make a meal of it. He's climbing that car. I love it. See more nades move forwards against Sausage's position.
I'll wait with you, Shields. You are no more.
Oh, that was a lot of damage against Navi once again.
Oh,
Levante's.
Oh, Panther.
What's he gonna do?
They're gonna consider going the other side. Like, they're gonna swing around the other side. So it's fine. Get Brooks. That's unfortunate.
I mean, they might have to swing around, right?
It's like uncharted territory, so they're afraid that Hive is gonna have like a spot on them.
Yeah. Ooh, Levante does go down to the nade, so he's fallen. No opportunity to use that Panzerfaust at all. Defect through. Oh my. Okay, no, he got 2 and then finished off Rocks here with that Lynx. So DK once again still doing a lot of work here. There's Na'Vi still up on the high ground, 3 alive. I don't think they know fully about Spiro's position.
No, I don't think so either. Let's see if they can get something out of this spot here. Na'Vi, eventually, if they have to, or when they have to get off this spot here, it's gonna get rough for them. This next circle goes somewhat center. And 9 kills for them, still good. Presenti, good shots, good damage onto Winner Dial. Oh, my bat goes down. Now Presenti and Schengen are trying to get this finished off. Leosh, great
Oh.
nade. Okay, even extends, got it off quickly here. Molotov takes down to extends. He extended out effectively and got the kills on them. Now Hive, can they get Dante here? I think that's actually an option. Nice shots coming in, potentially to put on. Oh my god, 4 HP for Presenti.
A little bit of a trade back. Not bad at all. BB team as well, though. Still 3 alive down towards the south side of this. And they need to find themselves an okay angle. Hakatori takes out Spiro. He was absolutely laser point focused on dealing with that and trying to open up this position. Can they get Extens? Extens is up. They've got 12 kills here of Na'Vi. This is a huge game for them, considering that they were kind of bottom pack before this.
Hive with the res onto Dante. That's massive. 3v3v3 here in the aim game. With the pants on hand for Besto.
Now in the distance, just smoking things up, trying to reposition a little bit. They know they're on the edge and they know that they don't really have many ridge lines. Okay, we're C4ing. We're C4ing. He's driving you in. He's going to crash into them. Oh,
Boom.
no, they got to get away. No!
Oh, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. So well played by Hakatori there. Now Solsid last. Hive could just get in and get the flushes here.
Yes. I think they're trying to nade it to try and finish it off.
That's a good nade. That's a great nade. He even gets the kill. Oh, Hakatori got the 2 kills, so that's huge. This is a great game for Hive here. Now, Sos is just going to die. Yeah, that's massive. Super well played there by Na'Vi. They saw the opportunity for them to have potentially more points coming in their way. Yeah, that's great game. A little bit wobbly towards the end, but that's just how the lay of the land is with that high ground and how everything works around those rocks.
It's very tough to play, right? Very tough to play. And you know what? The big kaboom towards the end, I'm not against it. Considering that I think that they realize, okay, we really don't have many options here, Mark. So why not go for this kind of play and really hurt BB team?
It's best to say we've seen it a few times, but it's always been the late game. I kind of like the anti-climax as well, because the car just sort of rolling in, BB jumping up the way, and the car just sat there, and suddenly he just went, "Oh no, it's safe, it's a fake one," and then just run back in and just got absolutely annihilated. But good play from Na'Vi, good game, good hold, and as you guys said, the high ground was a bit chaotic because not everyone could kind of push in. So these teams that are sort of stuck on the outside edge, they had to play really aggressive. They had to try and fight for pretty much no land, and eventually Na'Vi were the ones that came on top with the kills.
I think it's an unbelievably scary moment for BB team, right? Given that position, right? If you have a C4 attached to a car, yeah, okay, you might knock the guy, but it's going to roll into you. If you try and run away far enough from the C4 Avenger, another team's going to have you in the line of sight and you're going to die, right? You can't be shooting whilst also running and then suddenly Hive is in your line of sight. It's brutal.
Yeah, no, exactly. When this is late game, like, there's not much to do. Like, maybe they could have pushed along that ridge line towards the west side on Hive, but then they give up that control, that the access that ridge had. You could both play low ground and then swing up and take high ground, and yeah, it's just a rough situation. And that's the scary thing with the C4. It's not really any counterplay to it.
All right, 17 points going the way of Na'Vi for this one. Hive, though, will be, by the looks of things, in first place because they've already had a win on the day, and now they get themselves another 13 points on the board, Mark, with BB team getting themselves 10.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was good for them. This is worth noting as well for Esports. They look good. I know they didn't quite make it past that sort of send in between sort of BB team. But look, it was promising at that point. So I definitely think it's worth mentioning that actually, do you know what? Yes, they've only got ball three kills, but they were chasing teams down. We saw them chasing VP and they were going for a send into zone. So maybe they're kind of building momentum up. Maybe the cogs are now churning. So good game from them, but definitely it all has to point down to those top 3 teams. Na'Vi, massive kills, Hive and BB team. And BB team had to fight on the outside for so long as well. So really well played for them.
Yeah, one of the last teams to really come to this circle, obviously, as Aduzi's flying around, the rest are looking for a position. I do think, though, the southwest hard shift that you get that kind of incorporates mainly the river really was a bit of a blessing for BB team, right, Martin? Considering that they're already down in that angle, how else are they going to be able to go if it does go north, for example? It would have been much more difficult for BB team.
Yeah, I mean, that southwest circle shift is just like, okay, there's so much water, there's still the high ground in play, like, it's just going to be such a rough and like rare circle that the way they approach it with just smash mouth style, take control of one edge, make sure their backs are free, and full focus on what's ahead of them. That's just, yeah, and it's exactly how that you're able to execute it. But yeah, but the amount of points that they've gotten is massive. But Hive, though, 43 points. That's insane.
Big stuff, big stuff. Number one right now with the tie between Geeke and Na'Vi, technically speaking, for second and third for our 30 points winners so far. So, yep, I can't say I'm not surprised, considering that, I mean, Na'Vi, I assumed was going to have an okay game, and then obviously the hard shift, and I'm like, oh no, I guess maybe they're going to have a difficult game, but they played it in really well despite that initial emergency pickup mark to get themselves a lot of kills here.
Yeah, well, they were one of the few teams that was able to get to kind of the base of one of those pillars, one of those mountains. So, and they played well. Like, they denied the entry or the run in from win or die. They controlled teams pushing in from the back, so teams like Geeke. So good decision making, early decision making from the emergency pickup to go as far as they could to the zone. Great play from them. They could have easily got hunkered down in that kind of test track area, and then also with that zone shift back, as you mentioned, back towards that west. They were one of the first teams to get those cars sent up to those positions as quickly as they could.
Yeah, a very, very tough circle for all of the teams on the edge to then try and deal with. I think actually the pillars could have been even more oppressive if like a full team, for example, had gotten up there. If Schiller, for example, had survived Martin to try and do something up there, and obviously Kiliakai was kind of being suppressed by a lot of the fire coming his way as well. Yeah,
if you had both a Kodmago and a Schiller up top, that could have an impact for sure. Like especially once you have that northern side, it kind of gets pushed out, then they can play kind of back towards the northern side and then peek over like that. And even though it's extremely difficult to shoot like that far down when you're looking straight down, I think maybe still some points could have been gathered from the top side.
Could have been. For now, though, Hive extends a pretty decent lead. And I think when you see a lead like that after 4 games, Mark, because of the way in which our placement points work currently in PPT, it's actually quite a significant lead compared to where you would normally be, right? Like, say, if another team just suddenly came along and won a game in our normal super settings, okay, that's 10 points. But that is not the case here. You need to be looking for those kills, and those kills don't come easy.
And they're not going all aggressive either. They're holding zones. Remember the crazy Taego that we had? They held that north. They didn't overextend. They had the glider. They were just sort of farming information. So they're not eager just to sort of run down every third party. They can do. They're like methodically picking off the fights that they want to, and they're getting the win. They're not having to get the recall system in, so they're not really taking full advantage of that either. So really good to see. And look, with 33 kills on the board, there's a reason why these guys are at the top. I think other teams now need to kind of address that. Actually, hold on, whatever Hive are doing, we kind of need to get a game plan around stopping them entry because they're really cool, calm, and collective. So it'd be interesting to see. Again, we look at the household name, the phases are really not kicked off. Descend, VP, foot, all on that right side of that leaderboard. They need to adapt their play style to dislodge Hive.
I think you're right. I think it has been steady holds, nothing hugely flashy, right? And that has yielded fruit so far. Especially as you say on the Taego, where I thought they were going to have a much harder time than they did. They came in north, kind of backfilling the position of where Foot was, and we're able to really kind of play it out pretty well. We've got a few moments before we actually get into our next game. That's a double on the board here for Hive, Martin. What are you expecting coming into Erangel? Anything specific?
I mean, for Hive, like to play like this, if they can kind of continue the momentum that they have, I feel like, you know, Erangel's it's such a calculated map already. Everyone kind of knows everything, but adding how well they've been playing so far, it will continue that momentum, take the fights that you're going to be able to do. They're easily going to be able to put on 10-20 more points here throughout the next 2 Erangels.
All right. Well, let's see how that's going to unfold. Of course, I'm impressed so far with what I've seen from them, but also, I mean, teams like Win or Die, happy to see them get a win on the board. Geeke and Na'Vi still sat at 30 points here. This was definitely a big fight back from Na'Vi, so let's see if they can continue on that momentum into the grassy pastures. Thank you very much, Martin, for joining us so far for the games. We're going to say goodbye to you for this next cast, as me and Mark will take the reins.
Good flight path though, and it comes in from the southeast, pushed up towards a northwest. It does go through that kind of heart, the soul of this map as well. And with 2 on the board, be interested to see what Hive can do. Now, historically, James have not really performed in the final games, in the final or the fourth game, especially the week cups of the best of 8. So just to see if they can kind of build on what they've already started today and dig deep and continue that momentum. But as I said before, there's some other big names here that have had more reps on this map, so expectations should be high.
For sure, for sure. I'm keeping an eye on exactly where everybody's going to be going, considering that there was the potential of things like some hot drops and things like that, maybe some contesting going on. But I mean, with Don't Panic not in the lobby currently, that means actually there is no fight for 100 ADR or something like that going on. Sorry, the Skittles even, I should say, but Skittles is even going over to Lipovka anyway for this, knowing that VP will be dropping around that kind of big split that they want for Rozok. So definitely things to keep your eye on, but no big conflicts looking like they're on the horizon just yet here.
No, but there's a shocking zone. It goes quite late in the flight path down towards that quarry. Of course, it's going to force the early move from some of these teams. Will we see Na'Vi try the E-rotate again? It worked really well in the last map for them. But Hive. This is their drop zone. Gatka. Dante's already extending over towards quarry. So, and they're even sending more than one body present. He's following him. So in suit, Hive looking for a compound. But with a format here, James, like that, if they hunker down and find themselves in the middle of the zone, they might not get as many points as they would be expecting.
No, definitely. We'll see. We will see. Winnow died, just taking a few shots here from Foot, but they're not really too concerned about what's going on there. A fight between crates in South George and North George, or any kind of position where Levante is, for example. It's quite long distance at this early stage. And anybody could just reinforce and get them back up, especially since Foot, they know as well, like Foot, for example, is going to be dropping on quite a wide split across that South George position, knowing everybody just wants their lobby gear on board. Ooh, okay, we have another question. We can do Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Mark.
Well, go on, you can do it. Oh, it's gone.
Wait a minute, bring that back.
Production didn't like our singing. I mean, it's because action. Dante has pulled up in towards the compounds that extend over, and Slam G already here. Now, be careful. He's going to try and look for that vest and lid. Now we've seen the bolty action already come into fruition on the last map. Dante with the ump in hand, does back away slightly. Actually swaps the bolty, swaps the ump actually out for the ace.
I can't believe he didn't take the taser. I would have taken the taser. But I mean, going up against something like an MP5 here, as well as boosting in the distance, is very, very difficult. And this kind of does punish a bit of what Hive was trying to do with that extreme stretch across the positions that you were talking about earlier. So they've got to be careful here. Reinforcements are on the way, though. Maybe Slam G is the one to maybe back off, but Artix is looking for the off angle.
It's difficult because Slam G, this is their drop zone. They've played late on the playing path. They came down this sort of west road. So I think there's an element of them going, this is our turf. Dante, you've come to us. But the reinforcements here for Hive. Both these teams won't know exactly who they're fighting just yet. But with an opening knock, it might change the stance. Slam G, if they can get rid of Hive early, that will deny the opportunity for a high point game. But a bit of a standoff at the moment. The reinforcements full crashing.
I think Boostic's working with a double auto gun. I think he did pick himself up the PPBs on as well. But we'll see, as they're just looking to solidify a position here. Mogor is on a very wide off angle for this. And it's always a little bit curious if you do get embroiled in a fight here, because there might be a situation where Mogor just can't see the fight ensue between the buildings.
Yeah, it's going to be hit or miss, isn't it? Yeah. They've committed 3 in the compound, and if that angle doesn't kind of work out, it's not going to be the case. Here comes the third-party action. Not just them, but Esports also coming his way. You're an agent in chaos, so am I. I wouldn't mind someone popping that boat in the or the pixelisms in the house to stop a push, but we'll have to wait and see. Mogor has found the bodies on the roof, so information has been gained. But at the moment, he can't capitalise.
No, definitely not. Mexican standoff here between the teams. Nobody wants to make the first move. Boostic switched over to the M16 on the distance. So Artix and Lurex don't want to be making a move either. Mogor slowly repositioning. You can see him on the minimap at the bottom right side of everything that's going on. But I don't know. This is just going to stalemate for a while, right? Neither team wants to lose someone. They're not really in a position where they can go for a recall straight away off the back of it.
Difficult. It is difficult. Again, it's that piece of no information, right? There's a lot of teams coming in. A bit of a standoff, though, before. DK found a position not too far away from here, but again, expecting a different style of zone. Pop a couple of shots now towards Na'Vi. Actually, back towards the other fight, because Eternal Fire came in and they went to that sort of tower overlooking the field a little bit east of here. They were popping some shots, like kind of like, hey, I'm here. I think that really deterred Moga away, and now he's fully gone away, and Diffix has been crashed completely. He's come out towards the other side. He popped a couple of shots here. There's one, there's two, there's three. Sosasi goes down now, but he needs the reinforcements.
Wait, okay, it's a C4 in hand as well. I thought he was going to just plant that somewhere and maybe relocate, but Hakatori gets him down. Revenge here against a former teammate, as Quizzy's looking for an off angle as well to try and round things up. Diffix is looking for some cover himself just to crawl back. But you can see here them swinging around to try and save Diffx, but it's not going to be the case. Hakatori too quick on the trigger to be able to find him, sniff him out, and take him down.
It's unfortunate. Extends the new boys for Na'Vi, who's settled in really well. Does get Spyro down. Nate comes over the top. Quizzy takes a huge amount of damage now. He's got some time just to get a med on. But now he sees Extend. He's using the ridgeline to his advantage, but PWD gets that confirmation. It's going to be forcing the fight, and they're going to pop the car. It's going to force him to deploy some smoke.
Yeah, a bit of a bonkers spot to actually start fighting things out right near towards Ferry Pier, because it's not really going to hold a lot of value in this circle as time goes on. They've just kind of ran into each other, collided in an unfortunate timing. As you can see, obviously, on the board with FaZe, they're just watching BB team rotate on past them. A few shots go their way as well. But still, GK trying to dislodge themselves from the Na'Vi predicament that they do find themselves in.
It's a bit of a predicament. PWD playing Super Master Chesto as he goes around the other side. Now he's on the beach, taking a little bit of a trench. But again, it's like a little bit further out. If he gets a knock, it's going to be great. If not, he's too far to take the fight. Quizzy taking 2 versus 1. He's going to make the push. There comes the flash. He didn't know about the third dose. He gets caught completely by Ferris. And there's that off angle. PWD is out on his own. Now he's going to shoot the tires out maybe, or just, I don't know, make some noise, and hopefully they come pushing his way.
What are we doing here?
Deny? I think he's going to deny a point, right?
I guess, yeah. It was...
Wait. PWD's big brains.
Quizzy can't do it 3 times in a row though in this tournament so far, as that off angle from Ferris was just brutal, and the rest of Na'Vi knew exactly that they were eventually just going to be able to have that, so just hold him where he was on that wall would be fine. That's okay, right? Okay, we're standing here, we're blowing up. Nothing to you, Na'Vi. Whee.
Yep. Big game plans. That's an 18-match game plan, PWD style. They're happy. They're going to take the a couple of points, and that's it. You ain't getting enough. 1 point for GK, and that's going to be them for match number 5. Very chaotic start here, though.
Definitely, definitely. I was surprised whilst we were watching that go down. I was watching the map feed that nobody had taken like Gatka or anywhere near Chopsticks, and eventually Virtus Pro of all teams was one of the teams to come in and claim some of that land. Which in a circle like this, if you get circle shifts towards it, you're basically guaranteeing placement points if you were able to take some of those very important spots, because everything around it is so open. But of course, we're still in just circle 1. I am calling that a little early, so we still have a long way to go.
You say that, but this is the chaos maps now.
Yeah.
I think these guys are just playing 4. Code Marco, though, he stepped on something as they're waiting for him just to pop back up, but they are on a 2-2 split at the moment. Turnify were a little bit more south. They've played back up to the top. Footy Sports have played in. VP, as you mentioned, they also came down to this way towards the initial not so aggressive crash between Slam G and Hive. But they've also, again, all played back up towards that northeast corner.
So just attempting to get a bit of scouting going here as Eternal Fire, as Red Zone pops on them. So maybe we want some cover here or there. I mean, the golden...
Stop the car.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's an interesting way of moving another car alongside your car. I will say, I don't think I'm going to try that with my car in real life. You know,
I was going to say, what, in the game or real life there? Because that's very different. I'm pretty sure as well they got the knock, so I think it's a stolen car. I think they got the kill on Skittles, and they just then claimed the car that continued rolling as their own. Well, do I have come into that top because they are North George? I would have heard this. But more chaos, though, is unfolding. Zone does shift back the way towards the east, back towards the Ascend, but they've been kind of having a bit of a race, a little bit of a dance-off between them and FaZe Clan, so I think it's a race now to who can get the compound / their heals, and think Ascend might be winning this one.
Maybe. Shots coming in though on the drive-by here from Face to try and shut it all down. Jinx taking quite a bit of damage though, has to get out of there. Brexco lighting him up there for a second. Vard's going to try and return the fire from it. Brexco sends the nade forwards. More nades coming forwards as well. Vard takes quite a bit of clip damage from all of that. They've taken the inside of the compound, but they've got to be careful about the off angle here from It's Chris, as Vard does take down Brexco.
That's a huge nade as well. Vard takes Brex. He's going to be able to use the outside wall. But he's on the inside. He doesn't get the flash through, but he just charges through anyway. Oh, he nearly got it. Vajim as well. Denies and then gets the confirmation. It's Christo on the other side of the compound. Does get the knock, but with FaZe exploding, blowing apart the wall hole Ascend had. They're now driving down, but Kiryu is trying to deny as much as he can. It's two!
Alongside Chris, that was the angle I was concerned about, and they've taken them all out.
Oh my god!
FaZe got there properly before them in the end, but it was Ascend that managed to take the victory at the same time on this bridge. What is going on? Win or Die have just absolutely dismantled ADR. Okay.
You've got to remember, we only play 4 maps normally, right? So these players are tired. The mental drain is affecting them. That's what it is. They're just getting aggressive. But will unfold. We'll die. This is a normal drop spot, so they're trying to catch these teams crossing over by Q. Ante is down. They've already picked up 3 kills as well, and the zone shifts back to the east. They've got a bit of time. It's only phase number 2.
Yeah, not bad to make that recovery happen. I mean, as well as having 3 kills on the board, this is definitely it's a win for Win or Die. And 29 points here. They're slowly encroaching on that Geek and Na'Vi territory, especially since they saw Geek going down in the kill feed as well. What are we looking for here? Hello, my bad. You still thinking there may be a threat lurking around here?
They came in on the third party, so
yeah.
I think they have maybe haven't got the kill feed read right between the 100 ADR and Skittles, so and the free side that have sort of rotated their way past. So be cautious. Skittles, as you can see, his Loy is back, so he's parachuting his way down. And Ascend, well, did win against FaZe, but now they're down to 2, and without a recall system in sight, do they go risky and go straight into Pachinki and leave the compound, or do they hold the hard cover for late game?
Okay, so we didn't see what just happened there with Wabuki going down, but I think Wabuki was trying to come back in for some blue chips, maybe for reses and stuff like that, but Win or Die held strong at the position, and he'd assumed, I guess, that they would have left, but not to be the case. Well done by Win or Die to just camp that out.
It's not the first time that's been that team that do that as well.
Yeah.
They've done it a few times in the Players Tour, so eager to get those additional kill points underway. Kiryu eager to find some more loot now, as they are holding that compound. So with it's Chris bringing a car in, we're too surprised to see, depending on where this zone shifts, Ascend might take a different path in if they do aggressively lose.
You know, at the same time, actually, about that previous situation I was just talking about, I think some people might watch Wabuki going in that early, in inverted commas, and think to themselves, well, that's stupid. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you wait longer? But in a game at this caliber, every single half minute, 20 seconds, 10 seconds that you wait longer is causing you huge problems down the line with rotations and trying to find a spot, right? If you're going to go for a recall, as Martin has said, as you have said, you've got to do it as early as possible. So I get why he's going in at that time.
Yeah. Trying to take the advantage, but
yeah,
When I Die, eager to try and get those kills. So the zone has shifted further afield. Crystal Mines will send their way back in. Send have got one of the recalls back in, actually, so you can see it's not maybe 1, maybe 2. You can see them on the map. They are coming in. So they actually have already extended out, and yeah, they have got a full squad back. So they extended out the compound, got the resonance. Chris has come back, though, still holding out the hard cover.
Not bad overall, though. More emergency pickups and trying for something. Actually, no, that is not an emergency pickup. My apologies. And still holding out Everest. Foot looking forwards. Where are they going to go is the question. I mean, they're spread quite thinly across these positions, and there's not many spots still open here for a circle like this. You're eventually going to have to commit to one of the outer compounds or some of the fields, which isn't ideal this early as well.
Yeah, agreed. They also got to commit to kills. At this point, do they just go, do you know what? We're on the outside edge. We've got a red zone right on top of us. Do we have to push into Freeside? They've lost the compound that we may only know there's 1 or 2. As you can see, Freeside have also gone for the recall system as well. So at some point, for Esports need to turn that level of aggression on that we've been missing from them. Maybe not going to get a late game. Maybe they're not going to get a win, but they've got to salvage something.
Definitely. Where are we going here? Okay, how am I bad? Big send forwards. Where are we going to go? Trying to get back into some of the circle, but there will be players ahead of you. Also, I mean, technically, we are driving through a red zone. Technically, I don't like it. Hold me.
Don't hold on. This is why the observers will hold out just to see if they get a connection.
Space out quickly.
Yeah. Spread. Maybe the car gets denied and the bike won't be able to help that much. Levante still sending his way through. Burn does get Zloy down, so he's back in and fighting with the send as they'll be pushing the hillside. And Skittles now under a full force. Oh, there's not just one, there's two.
Yeah, Akamere trying to find an easy flush from all of this as Hadouken finishes fully. This is wait, what happened here? Did he actually get knocked?
He must have got hit.
Yeah, he must have got hit.
He must have got hit. Absolutely love it. Typical the observer moves away just at the right time. I know they've been waiting for weeks for that to happen. Back to the fight, back to the bang action as the Orc trying to play peekaboo over the top. No red zone here to cause the damage. Burned a bit further afield, and Kilikai though has got the res in, backs away slightly, and Brex though with the confirmation. So Skittles down to the final player.
Yeah, Hadouken gonna have to pull out some extreme moments to try and deal with the rest of Ascend, who are currently bearing down on his position now. And looking at the circle, BB team absolutely laughing for a circle like this. Hadouken gets spotted as well. Goes for a mad dash spray. Bjorn goes down. Not bad at all.
Bad at all. Hadouken. It was a special move, but it wasn't going to get the confirmation in the end. But yeah, back to BB comment. Really good position. The zone shift back towards them. They're happy. VP have collapsed their split, so they're now going to try and hold out. And Footy Sports, unfortunately, left chasing the zone again.
Yeah, I would say the one caveat to the BB compound is that the only thing is that defending it all is a right nightmare. Like it's like multi-tiered, like really awkward terrain between some of the hills, between some of the bits of the compound and stuff like that. So maybe that becomes their downfall. Who knows? I mean, BB team is very good at being able to defend compounds, but it is an awkward one for sure.
I mean, awkward one. It's Footy Sports look for an awkward rotation, but then they come across another team. Scav gets the first one. T-Bone gets hell of my bat. That's two now. Bainsy, well, he's been knocked, but the confirmation comes through. Footy Sports now with the new boy Scav, the second new boy, putting the kills in. They should be able to get the res because Slam G are not close enough to take a third part.
Ascend's going for a mad dash now. See what they can find, as they might end up be trying to go towards BB team. No, we're veering off slightly. Maybe we're going into the fields, but that would leave you open. Ascend, what is your plan? Up against the forest by the looks of things?
It's going to be rough no matter what happens.
Yeah.
They pull up now because all the hard covers are gone. Twisted Mind's taking one of those positions away. Gonna send free side just outside of zone. So yes, they get a bit of a breather here, but they've still got to get moving. And a doozy, well, he extends out. One goes down, Brex goes down as well. As we said, it's a rough location. There's a dip, there's a crevice, but there's not much more.
I might have preferred the crash into the compound at this point. Considering they're 2-2 split, right? And maybe you could kind of do something with that. But even then, I mean, best lock and fill first should be able to kind of have that on lockdown a little bit with maybe some pre-nades and things. But still, Navi's looking across the way as well. Did find Phil first, who was out on the hunt to try and deal with the rest of where Ascend was. A little bit overzealous there by Phil first, as Navi had him dead to rights.
Dead to rights. Hive now working their way in as they come back against Slam G. Dante down to 5 HP. The spray's there. Boosting's got the high ground. He gets him down though, and Rock's on the outside edge. The blue zone's going to be causing the damage. He clicks dry though and has to swap over, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, it is! What? He gets boosted down, and Arctic though from Narnia will eventually finish him off, and they should be able to get that res.
I can't believe that little burst towards the end actually got boosted, so it does slow him down a bit. Maybe if T-Bone and Foot could do something about it. T-Bone's already kind of leapfrogging ahead of their position, maybe to look their way on that knock. But, I mean, Hive wanted just any little point they could get out of that, right? They knew that they were done. Maybe you could get yourself a knock and a kill, but not to be the case. Eternal Fire embroiled in freestyle fighting here at the moment, or freeside fighting. And do quite a bit of damage against them in this compound on the side, but a nade catches him, just clips him.
Post-bot perfection there will come through. Tonify need to try and survive this one out because Twisted Minds will be looking for a fair party if they want to leave their compound. You can see in the kill feed as well on the bottom of your screen. Footy Sports are explosive though this game. 6 kills for them. Another knock will come in. Denix will get down Boostix, but Monodox from the compound will stop him on the movement. So a little bit tit for tat for those teams. A little bit of a breather for Footy Sports.
I was curious why T-Bone was so confident about the leapfrog forwards against them, and he has a P90 and 3 gear. So yes, okay, I can understand it now. As yeah, they're doing very well for themselves on the side. As you mentioned before, Scav's actually done quite a lot of work as well, already on 4 kills. Foot now going big, but they need it. They've had an absolute disaster of a day, so maybe they can get things going on the grassy pastures. They need to move forwards a little bit further. I think they're hoping that BB team might be a little bit preoccupied with Na'Vi on an angle like this, but I don't think it's the case just yet. It's not much movement happening on that side.
I love they left a player behind. I think T-Bone's gone too high on the ridge, so he has exposed himself. And with Slam G, still got a player up. Does he get the opportunity yet? T-Bone doesn't hold on for much longer. He now goes. That's going to allow Lurex in. Where he goes after this, well, that's interesting to play. But Footy Sports, it seems like they've got another target acquired as they zip back the way they can try and find a position closer towards VP.
I get it, and I don't mind it, considering that the south side, they're trying to get some scouting off on that compound, etc. Oof, almost the mortar connects with Ascend. They're still alive. Kudos to them that they are still alive after that barrage that we saw from BB team. Now their car is gone, and now you've got to play around just the Doritos themselves.
Now playing around the Doritos. First knock does come in. It's actually from VP, and they have spotted Slam G. So I'm popping a couple of shots now. It's just to get off the high ground. Lurks though gets a huge steal though. That was a Kobe and a half. Now they know there's a problem behind. Now they have to turn back round. Hakatori has a tumble. As it comes though from the C4. They breach with the C4. The car, careful for it. Get yourself into cover.
Again, 2 games in a row. What is going on here? Na'Vi loves it. They love a C4. And now, trying to deal with the rest of Eternal Fire. Go their way, we'll see here. They didn't quite as much damage as they may have expected with that C4, but Extends does find Chilla. No, not going to be the case. The Madam Code Marco, hold it off. But here comes Twisted Minds.
It was only a matter of time before Twisted Minds went to get involved in a third party. Now, Eternal Fire denying the opportunity, though, for the explosive breach from Na'Vi. They've got the players down. Marco now bleeds out. Quirk is down. Man, unfortunately, has to jump out, but he gets one quick kill. Another one on the board for them as it dives back into cover, but not for much more. Example, we'll put 2 on the board, and unfortunately for Eternal Fire, they're going to fall in 6th place.
The Mad was voracious for that flush. He knew that it was going to be very difficult to do anything more than that, so get an extra point on the board, not too bad at all. That being said, Virtus Pro now up in this top west side, looking to try and control the fields, and actually, they might have a good chance of being able to control the north side of these fields, considering everybody else is congregated down to the south, over on that east side as well with Twisted Minds. This could be perfect for VP.
Could be absolutely perfect. They've got the freedom, the hillside, and Footy Sports back in the car, putting Miles on the tank. Let's lock down. We'll cook the nade. You can hear the commotion outside as he does pop the nade. Doesn't quite catch him. Is it a full storm? It's best even clock that they're in the building, though. Let's close the door. They are looking for the breach. Now they go through. They'll go for a breach fight. He's right on the other side. Best gets 1, though. Scav's got to dig deeper, get the new boy. He doesn't. Best gets 2.
Here comes the P90. He got to go for a nade as well to try and delay all this. Besto, 3! What a play from Besto! Oh, that's why you're a PGS champion.
What a play. The door, it was non-existent. It was enough to stop T-Bone running through, even though his flash and held at bay, and BBT pick up 3 more kills. Look, big GG's for Footy Sports. They've been aggressive. They've been driving around, getting as many kills as they could, and the zone kept on leaving them. But oh my God, what a hold from Best.
I totally get being as aggressive as they were. Phil first finds Battlegrounds as he tries to transition into that smoke as well. BB team is slowly trying to take control of the entirety of the south side. If they can lock down Twisted Minds, then it will just be them versus a northern Virtus Pro. But Virtus Pro has actually been more kind of aggressive. They've taken more than the north. They've taken multiple locations in this field, and that could lock all of these teams out.
Yeah, I think they are. They've pushed themselves down towards the sort of southwest corner, and that's going to give them the little bit of elevation they need. Let's get the first one. My slots go down. It's definitely the first one to keep at bay, especially if you're trying to breach a compound. Doozy down to a 1-shot again, getting caught out, and he's so lucky he's able to find a little new home.
Not too bad. Unfortunately, Lucrux didn't have any lethal util. Oh, but Beamy
wow.
does. He's able to throw one on forwards and deal with that. Now, Virtus Pro controlling the entirety of the field. They know the angle which Twisted Minds is going to be coming in from. They're all three in a car. They're trying to reposition. This is mental.
I wonder if they identify there's only one here.
Maybe.
Nixie has the AWM. He swaps over. He's going to try and take the damage. He gets for one, though. Goes for the repeat. Looks for the second, but doesn't quite get it. He dances the dust. They're going past him in the field. Surely it's another one. It's one, it's two, and Nixie holds the line. GG's Virtus Pro. It's a 7-kill win. But you said it right, James. They had so much control. It wasn't just North. They had control of the whole field.
Yeah, that was very spectacular control there by VP. But again, spectacular positioning by Nixie, right? To be able to use that hay bale to full advantage, dancing around, making sure he wasn't going to be the weak link of that holdout Avenger. Virtus Pro looking good in that one at the end.
Yeah, obviously having Gatka from early on and taking control of this spot here is going to kind of pay off like that. But there's just so much commotion on the southern side. So many teams kind of fighting each other, right? But BB, man, what a play from Besto. Like, how do you do that? How do you put them in the grave like that?
He's got that dog in him. He's got that dog in him. He was like on true guard. Very impressive stuff by him as well. And I mean, I kind of mentioned it at the beginning, Mark, about holding a Gatka location for these kinds of finishes for Virtus Pro. It just allows you to transition brilliantly into these kinds of spots, whereas for every other team, it becomes a whole lot harder. So I like that VP was able to take this spot, hold it controlled. It didn't feel like there was many threats coming their way throughout this game.
Yeah, when they cleared a lot of the teams as well, they even used the elevation, the little dips and crevices in the hill to their advantage. That's why we saw them play very aggressive down towards that southwest, because they could. So understanding the terrain really well and capitalizing where they could, that puts the kills on the board. Now, they didn't bag the top kills, actually goes towards Foot and Ascend in this game. But overall, a great game from VP.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Twisted Minds gets themselves 9. Obviously, they were able to third party very efficiently for the most part against the Eternal Fire fight that was going on. Just losing out on one Martin, but I mean, when the Mad's keen for it like that, it's going to be hard to save.
And also, you have to remember, Twisted Mind came in from having to drive in. Like they did not have any circle position. They had to fight their way in. They had to third party their way in. They took control of crucial spots and had perfect third party timing here. That's the only reason why they're getting 9 points here in this game.
Yep, not bad at all. Not bad at all. Very important points for Foot. Very important points for Ascend here as well, Mark. Obviously for Foot, they were having a terrible time before this game. They've pushed up to 14 points. It's still not a comfortable position by any stretch of the imagination, but that was a lot of points.
Yeah, it was a lot of points. And they obviously leaping frog from the bottom. They're down 13th place. But even back a little bit further, that Ascend hold or that late crash and FaZe beating him to that compound, that was huge for Ascend. Yes, they find it quite difficult to play in from that point, and they kind of made very difficult areas work for them. But you know what, there might be a turning point from this team, so interesting to see. Foot hyper aggressive and Ascend also being aggressive as well.
Ascend, one of the only teams, actually the only team currently active, because obviously we haven't seen Don't Panic in the previous ones, but the only team that hasn't got themselves a top 4 yet. No placement points on the board from Ascend. And I mean, Martin, I attribute this kind of to the style in which they go for it. It's very edge heavy, and then trying to send it through into middle spots has not really paid off for them just yet. Across 5 games, they need to maybe shake things up. What do you think?
Yeah, a little bit, but then again, they're only 11 points behind BB Team, and BB Team has been extremely impressive, right? So kills comes through, and that's fine. At one point, they're also going to get games where they are getting the placement points here. Considering how heavy the placement points is on our total leaderboard, I'm not too worried about them so far. It's more so a case of like the fights that they're taking, the timings that they're taking. If they closed out 1 or 2 more per game here, we would see them in 30+ points. Like they're in a bit of a rough spot when some of the games. The Taego game, for example, against Hive, right? It's just some unlucky timing where third parties. It's not even unlucky. It's just like that's the way of the game. We're gonna see so many third parties, so many fourth parties, because kills are just so important now.
And some of the other teams that are what I would call the wilder card teams, Mark, we spoke about at the beginning of the day, be it a free side, 100 ADR, a Slam G, they're all currently finding themselves on the wrong, let's call it the wrong side of the table, right? So I guess maybe a little bit of a step up from them, or the quality of the lobby is very high, so it is difficult to thrive in this situation, right?
Yeah, this is the end of this tour, right? So this is the best 16 teams that have worked their way through. And you're right. They're on the wrong side of the leaderboard at the moment. One good game with a good amount of kills would be good. You mentioned Freeside. They've impressed me today. I would have thought they're going to be a little bit lower down. I expect them quite low down on this right-hand side. But they've held compounds really well. They've rotated really well. They've kept themselves out of a bit of trouble. They could have potentially taken third parties a bit earlier on today, but it seems like the further on the night we go, they're getting more confident to take those third-party actions. So one good game for them would be really, really good. Slam G, they're the ones I wouldn't expect to be down here, especially in 12th place, only 1 placement point and 15 kills. They're the other side of the table for me. They're normally really hyper-aggressive. They're normally one chasing down kills like a FaZe, who's also here. It's just not working out for these teams.
Yeah. Speaking of Slam, I don't know if you just heard. Your funny bone. I just hit my funny bone on the desk and it hurts.
Slam G, bam! Do better.
Why is it called a funny bone? Do you all of a sudden get funny, or because you look funny?
He's laughing. Look,
I don't know why you call it a funny bone. Is there a translation in Danish? I don't know. I'm gonna find out.
Isn't it just the elbow, or I don't know? What
Kind of. Yeah.
It's a funny bone.
It's the funny bone, mate. Why do we call that in English? I don't know. I need to research, but I'm going to be casting, so I can't be researching. You guys at home, don't hit your funny bone. Just scan the QR code and give us feedback on TPP. That would be great. Do that instead. And also, look, there's good old handsome Mark Power. You can use the hashtag Masters EMEA. I'm dying. I'm sorry. And submit your questions to us, and you could potentially win G-Coin as well if we do pick your questions to talk about at the end of the day. We're going to be doing this throughout the 3 days, I believe, and we're going to be talking about all of your questions. It can be anything related to PUBG. We're going to have a good old chin wag. You can hang out with us, grab yourself a tea, grab yourself a coffee, Mark, and we're going to have a good old time.
Yeah, it'd be good old time. I'm looking forward to the questions. So that's like a podcast at the end of a chaotic 6 games. So just to calm everyone down and get everyone ready for the NA soon.
Yeah, just have a good old chat. That's a great point as well. Right, we've got NA coming up after, so there's loads to look forward to in regards to that. I'm excited to see who's going to be able to win things out over in North America's Avenger, but so far so good here. For EMEA, we have some cool results so far. What are you doing with your funny bone? What's going on?
It's not the funny bone. I was trying to do the Mark Powers.
Why?
I haven't got a remote control.
Giving away the remote control or giving away the G-Coin or whatever.
Never take a fight when Martin's around.
Yeah, no, actually, especially like in private, and we're gonna ruin those photos. Let's put it that way. Okay, I found out why it's called the funny bone. Never mind. Anyway, let's talk about PUBG. All right, let's talk about PUBG, because so far, great stuff. We've got one more Erangel on the way here, Martin. What are you thinking, considering we just saw a great VP?
Yeah, I've been impressed. Obviously, VP, they could have gotten more points on the board today here. This is obviously them to kind of manifest themselves inside the top 8. They need more points to be on the level that we know that they're capable of. I actually expected them to kind of come in and dong in the lobby a little bit more than they have. Been extremely impressed with Hive, the momentum that we were able to take and the fights that they've been winning and like the mechanical side of things from them. They are extremely good at playing TPP against, especially here in this lobby.
Definitely. So let's see if now they can continue that on. Obviously, Virtus Pro was the champion from Masters 1. And if they're able to rack up even more points, qualifying through directly to Masters West will be hunky-dory, no problem here for Masters EMEA. But let's get to it. Our final Grassy Pastures, our final game of the day. Me and Mark are going to be rolling into this one with another playing path.
Another playing path, though, is coming from the northeast down towards south, pushing a little bit more towards the south central. So it does favour more of the east of the map, so not through the heart or through the soul. So it was chaotic last game. Expect even more chaos to unfold here, as a lot of these teams might have to go for alternate drops.
Maybe, yeah. And I'm going to tell you the story about the funny bone anyway, whilst we watch this drop go down. So it's the humerus is the bone near the ulnar nerve, which is considered the funny bone, and it's a play on word of humerus. That's actually quite interesting.
And where's there no translation for that then? Why are we the only country that knows about this?
I don't know. Well, the bone's probably not called the humerus in Danish, right? For example. I'm going to Google that as well whilst we watch the drop.
Well, while you Google that, I want to make a point for Ascend. Like that last game, a little bit more aggressive. Like during the weeks, James, like the Ascend team, when playing aggressive, have got more points. In the coming out that kind of, as we said, that sort of normal play style where they like to lurk on the edge, they like to kind of play the third party and control the game. When they go a bit more chaotic, they do get the points on the board. And with the final game on, they are still on the outside edge. I'd love to see them be a bit more aggressive here.
I've got to agree. I'd love to see a bit more aggression, considering the kills mean a whole lot in this. Circle pops. We're going towards Milter and Mini Milter power. And I did Google the humorous bone in Danish.
Is that why you giggled?
Is overarms knoglen.
That's why it's not called the funny bone.
What a stupid language. I don't understand.
Lucky that Martin's on mute.
Yeah, true.
Not bad. Zone no for this flight path, though. It does come into that southeast corner. BB team phase will be happy. Let's see if they can try and claim. Wouldn't be too surprised if a 2-2 split. More intrigued to see some of these teams on the outside edge. And even win or die, refusing to give up their drop zone. They're sort of driving the Georgia pool. They don't care. They're all coming at their own time.
Yeah, I personally do appreciate kind of secondary drop adaptations and things like that for a plane path that's so severe, right? Especially at this level, because if you are driving that far away and then having to drive that far back, it does cause you problems in a lobby like this. Now, can you find an emergency pickup? Maybe you can circumvent it like that. However, you ain't going to be emergency pickupping into far side of the circle and then getting vehicles in a circle and plane path like this. They should all be claimed by the teams that are dropping around there.
Yeah, with so much water in as well.
Yeah.
You've got to deny that opportunity for them. So I'll wait and see. Maybe they just play the outside edge. Maybe we see more of a donut effect where these teams will go to more of the edge zone. Wouldn't be too surprised that Lumberyard gets taken and these teams might be looking at more of a southeast. Maybe BB teams holding too much train. Maybe we're going to play into that sort of Milter power area. But what to wait for. Not a lot of early rotation. But apart from it's Chris. He's rotated his way towards T-Bone. And they will know there's an alternate drop here for Esports. But with an M16, I know Chris is good, but God, you've got to be really good with that one.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the M16 myself either. I do wonder what scope he's got on it too. He should have something decent, but T-Bone, it looks to be exiting out the, I guess, maybe the east side of Stalber, considering the rest of his team is in that direction as well. I wouldn't think he'd be going anywhere else. So we'll see. Chris just doing some lurking there, and Na'Vi will be moving along their usual rotate path for this one to just slowly eat towards a phase that they know are there due to normal drop spots.
Yeah, they're sort of chipping away to seeing how much they can work their way in towards zone before FaZe start popping a few shots. Na'Vi will keep the car safe, FaZe will move on by, and it's not going to be long before we see sort of T-Bone and Chris start to fight, and there you go. The M16 did hit hard. I'm quite surprised actually watching the map feed as well, because Ain't he sort of rotated around below Stalber, and I don't think he heard the car from Ascend work their way towards Stalber as well, but he's going to be able to work some shots here in one piece. Looks like he's got a knock, and he should be able to get a point back.
Yeah, and Bjorn was just, I guess, driving up to eventually pick up hits Chris, right? Unfortunately for them, there is a response from good old 8C, who's now going to be bailing 1 for 1. Definitely not ideal for either team, just kind of cripples them both going into these later stages of the game. And both will be coming in from that north side and trying to deal with some things, but maybe they'll bump into each other as everyone's trying to jostle for position towards the middle, towards kind of that west side of prison area. What's ADR doing? Are they at shelter? Yeah.
In shelter. BP. The car flipped over towards the other side, providing some reinforcements and pickups, and we'll continue the pressure. Esports, though, have the opportunity. Nidic's already gone up towards the top, so I'd expect him to go get the chip. The interesting thing for me is, has Ascend got Ryan's chip back? But we'll have to wait and see here. Eternal Fire have pushed in. Fex holding out one side of the road. Cheetah gets into the car, but he's already there on the shots, and Fex, he gets him down.
Not bad. Mad also looking across the road. Perfect shots in response as well. Now, the problem is if this continues on, not only do you have Na'Vi in the vicinity, but also Geekay is looking to thread the needle as well. maybe trying to join up against this. Do hear the shots in the distance. They might not be fully aware that Na'Vi's this close, but do know that there is a fight on the edge of Milta. They've got to be very careful.
Be very, very careful. BB team working their way here. GK looking to maybe find some hard cover. Do they know Na'Vi's here? Have they spotted? Yeah. PWD turns in. They're going for a crash. They're going to find out now. Extends on one angle, though. He gets a few shots, and the nade's going to come up from Ferris as well. He cooks it. But how much more, though? They're going to run into it, and he gets away somehow with 1 HP.
Yeah, that was almost perfect. Throwing the needle between the nade here for the 2 members coming on in. PWD gets extends. He is now down here. Na'Vi's got to scramble to try and do some defense here with all of this. Nade goes through. Oh, but Diffex did find him against that wall. Hakatori scrambled to get away as well as get that nade in. Ferris throws another one. Gets perfectly on Diffex. Well done here from Ferris.
Well, that one worked. Let me throw another one straight in the same window on the ankle. Diffex does work away, but the Ferris gets the nade out in enough time. So another player down. Don't forget, though, they have the opportunity to get the recourse. So these teams will focus on trying to clear the fight here as Na'Vi, well, they stack the bodies up and they climb their way in parkour style to try and take him. But PWD puts him down.
We're truly in Game 6 territory as this is quite the breach coming in here. PWD looking to try and maybe navigate some of the smoke angle from all of that. Sauced does know where Quizzy is. He's cooking a nade. He has to back off from that as well. It takes 39 damage. Good retreat out from Sauced so far. But this 3v2 here that EK has been able to cause problems for Na'Vi means Hakatori and Sauced now. I don't know. I think there's no way out, really. Because, I mean, where do you go from here? You're going to be in the eyes of other teams, even if you want to try and disengage.
Yeah, 100%, especially that 10 or 5 sort of phase, if that sort of fizzles out. And also, Na'Vi backed into one bungalow, so they've got a high elevation, they've got the verticality. They also can look at start generating the angles. PWD, just trying to figure out where he wants to joystick the rest of the team in. It looks like FaZe also starting to engage here. Not just 1, but 2 from Vard. And this is time. If FaZe get this clear, they can third party this fight over the side of the road really quickly. And Vard, not just 1, not just 2, but 3. That's an explosive ending there for Eternal Fire. And FaZe have the opportunity now if they want to come third party this fight.
That's why you snatch away someone like Vard. When you're up against it, you lose out on a great player like Kurexi. You replace him with the Vard man. He is tough stuff. But now, Na'Vi is also stuck in a tough spot. Still kind of prolonged on out here. GK has been able to loot up a few more nades to try and maybe dislodge them a little bit. Here comes Virtus Pro, though, against a single position of Batulins. Lucarux clearly knows he's there. Did see him in the windows as well. Batulins should be surely going down here.
There's a full crash. Lucarux is on the hold. There goes the smoke. It's Beamy. Jumps over the cars, but BBT have come up and round to the lumberyard, and Doozy gets the first knock. VP, well, they getting not the helping hand they want. Lou's trying to crash his way in to try and keep Batulins alive here, but surely Batulins would be happy. There's another one goes down on the other side. Batulin gets Kurexi.
What is going on here? I thought Batulins was going to be an easy pickup here, but BB team offering a helping hand, and now the reinforcements are going to be able to save him. This has gone disastrously for Virtus Pro, who thought to themselves, okay, well, this must be an easy cleanup, an easy pickup. Maybe a res as well. No, Batulin saves him. Oh.
What is going on? Game 6 antics plus some craziness here. Lucarux, though, who's on the anchor hold, is the final player going, guys, this was meant to be an easy crash. I was holding the ankles. There was only one guy there, but they have pieced apart. Talk about getting pieced apart. Well, that seems to be GK, though, as they had a 3 versus 2. They had him backed into the corner, but Na'Vi refusing to go down. Spyro has to charge his way through, trying to get these sound cues, but he hears him on the outside because he will work his way in as the flush was tried to happen.
Oh, perfect stuff from Sauced. He gave him the steps, and he's like, where is he? He must be on behind this pillar. But he actually crouched underneath the window, really kind of navigated around his usual senses. That's a crazy shift as well. So much water still in play here. So many people already dead. This has been a chaotic start to this game. 10 minutes, 38 players live.
Absolutely love it. Do you know what I really love as well is I guarantee for Esports picked up Burn's cards as well, his little chip, and I can see Ascend were lurking around there in the map view for a while. Now they're sort of chasing their way down, following foot, as they already hit the recall system as well. So those two teams seem to clash heads multiple times. So wouldn't expect some special antics coming in from the T-Bone squad.
No, definitely not. I'm just trying to make their way all and down from the north side now. As it's funny, for all of these teams coming in late in the north, normally if you're coming in this late, you think to yourself, oh gosh, well, I guess a lot of these places are probably already taken, but nope, there's still a lot available. So they'll be okay. They'll be fine for a lot of this. Scav running around with a gas can. Well,
if you didn't know what game it was, you do know now, because you can only do that on game 6 out of 6. Scav goes down, sends our reminding Esports that they are here. Now they've got to go back and try and get that chip if they want to, and Ascend might be able to play the tactics as they provide pressure, trying to push Esports away from the dead box.
I mean, at least they got T-Bone during all of this, right? Like that. But losing Scav during it, not ideal. Ascend, they did not get their member up during all of this. So now 8C does realize that he's going to be crossing his path here. Maybe he can get a little bit of a spray on him. He's trying to get the angle wherever he can. Does he go for it? No. Maybe waiting for a second car to come past him. That's the third.
Does.
Killing cat is down.
Down. Another player out. Brexto has a couple of shots. He's got the level 1 helmet. He's got to be careful here. T-Bone send forward though. 8C is going to be down. Rex going to be causing the problem as they pull up in the car. Will send the unfortunate gun from T-Bone sky high, but the usual dump starts to come out.
Oh, that was almost a perfect pre-nade there on that right side of the rock from Brixco. In the case though, as T-Bone looking for another far-off angle as well. They are desperate to get 8C up here. You can see them being extremely aggressive, really kind of sacrificing any potential hard cover to try and make this happen, but Brixco is going to punish that kind of move in turn. Nedex goes down. It looks like maybe It's Chris can clean up at least 2 flushes here, or maybe take T-Bone down for the third. Oh,
It's close. That was close. T-Bone finds himself in towards cover. It's Chris has a Panzer. T-Bone did fire the Panzer towards Rex, but he would just kind of launch it towards the tree. The Panzer in turn just goes past him, and the blue zone lane just a bit too short, but it is a 2 versus 1 now. Esports had the numbers, but it's going to be dangerous.
Freeside was on the way. Actually, no, tell a lie.
They're coming.
Miles away. Yeah, okay, so no, I'm right. Never mind. I'm getting tired too, apparently. Crazy, though. Does take down 8C, and T-Bone's going to have to get his tail between his legs and run away. But there is another member of Freeside here on the south side.
As he come back and get the chips later, you're going to send it towards prison. We've still got some more water remaining in. As the zone shifts back towards that west, T-Bone will go check himself in towards that prison, maybe get a few more meds, maybe look at trying to get back towards those chips. For now, Ascend have the opportunity to do it first, and the fact they're driving back north means they're going to go try and steal those opportunities potentially away from T-Bone. It hasn't been the best day, the best start for Esports.
No, definitely not. I was hoping that maybe the previous game was going to be their true recovery into this, and maybe they could capitalize on some of the momentum they would gain from that, feeling themselves a little bit, but not truly to be the case. The EV team still finds them twisted minds, trying to go for a mad dash into the south side of Milta, and they do find a small spot, small reprieve here with the 2 alive.
Home and exchange of nades. And Schengen, his one hits a little bit better. Arctics will go down though. Slamg will be out. 12th place for them. Here comes the red zone. More cinematic than anything else, because everyone else is in safety. Navi get the bodies back. They're back to a 4 strong as they remain in the same compound.
Yeah, we're chilling. We are chilling for that red zone. Win or die. Knows that there is a potential looming threat with 100 ADR, still also sharing the farm alongside them. Almost a symbiotic relationship for a little moment there. Technically, they could defend each other if anybody was wanting to try and breach in there from one of those edge angles, but not to be the case just yet. Everybody looking for other spots. As Skittles has found themselves alongside the shoreline. Technically not a too bad a spot, but eventually we will probably be shifting away from here. So what are you going to do? Maybe go for the gas station or something? It's not got many options.
Nothing. Going for the scout. T-Bone now working his way back. It's Chris must be looking to pick up those chips. Now, you got to remember, if he has picked up those chips, T-Bone will know exactly where they are until they put it in the car and destroy the car. I know it's toxic, okay? I know you're going to be taking a mick out. I mean, yes, I have done it. But until they destroy that car, T-Bone, it's going to be like a homing beacon, a homing pigeon for Ascend, because he'll be looking to try and draw blood one more time.
I mean, where do you even go? I mean, there's limited time on you can even get a res, right? And then obviously, if you're trying to go for a res, you're then maybe in the blue. Like, it's getting tough now.
Or is the chips in the car? Oh, the chips are in the car. Brex, though, thinks he's safe. Has to dive himself back to cover. Crazy with the pre-fire on the left-hand side. Gets a great hit, though, to Brex. He's going to have to try and put a medal on us quickly. And it gives Crazy the opportunity to go back. But actually, look at that. He reads the kill feed to perfection. Brex go. He's going to fall.
Yeah, very nicely done. I think he wants to get back with the rest of his team here. I mean, Freeside has a potential opportunity here to get some big points on the board. Like, with the West position that they have, being quite open for them to try and play with. I mean, yeah, it is a little bit open in terms of the terrain between that and farm, but still, I mean, there's some checkpoints that they could take from this position that they find themselves in, especially with the fact that Hive are also quite split up if they somehow identify that.
You have to wait and see. Twisted Mind's looking to try and get to the recall system as well. Skittles on the hold, so a couple of smokes and nades came out. That kind of gave him the understanding that someone was on the ridgeline watching. So I'm just trying to figure out exactly where they are as he's watching back. It's the Skittles, though. As you said, they are going to lose their position when we have to lose the water, and that's now. It's going to force him over to the road, and Navi's still holding a 2-2 split because they had to go out and get more loot. It's going to be quite difficult now for Skittles. They might want to rethink about how they cross the road.
Definitely. I think they know that the threat does loom, but I don't think they know exactly how many are ahead of them. T-Bone down to the blue. Unfortunate. I go out in the end with only 16 points on the day. Example finds Winkley, and Zloy finds Example. So now it's all on good old Batulins to do something, but I don't know if it's going to be easy here. Mary. No. This is I think this is a bailout here. Batulins, although he does find Hakaneri.
Backs away. He's trying to keep the fight. It's actually Hakatori from the other side of the road, far away. Let's get the knock. Did I push onto this? Must be not. We can always see a doozy looking to try and salvage points from this one as well. So has pulled in towards Milta. The zone shifting away. BB team now going to try and hold out the rest of the guys, though. Ascend does go down as it's Chris, the final player for them. In short destruction between Foot and Ascend, well, it comes short of a top 8 position.
Love a good overview. Love a good overview. Love seeing all the terrain ahead of us, seeing where all these teams are situated. As for Skittles, they're now, yeah, okay, they dealt with Twisted Minds. They somehow are still alive. Hadouken, are we just leaving here? I think probably. I don't think it's easy to save the rest of them. Where are you going to go, though? Trying to get the car out of all of this very undrivable terrain, and we're gone. RV sees exactly where you're moving.
Extend's looking so good with this team at the moment. So good with RV.
I agree.
There's been so many changes in EMEA, and then you normally you question him, and it's normally great. It's just that every change, go back to that Extends add towards Navi, just feels really, really good. Really strong for this team. Really interested to see what they can do on an international level as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think all of the little shake-ups we had in EMEA in the past couple of months, I think kind of all fit in my head, right? I like them. As much as Foot's not doing that great, right? I think Nedex technically is a great pickup considering that they had to do something after the retirement of Pixel. Nedex proved in PEC that he is definitely capable 100%. Of hanging with the big boys.
Interesting to see what they do, though. I wonder if they've settled on the final 4. I think that's the big question I've got.
True. They could change.
We'll wait and see what happens. But yeah, Nedex, I think, arguably deserves a spot. And you're right, what he showed in PEC and the events in and around it, definitely a player to watch. Especially he's made the Team France for PNC as well.
Ah, yes, in that highly competitive region.
You said it, not me.
I was like, okay, when I was theorizing a Team France, I was like, okay, Nedex and
Nedex.
And let's get Monkey back in.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good to see him. It's going to be good to see him. And he's getting airtime that he deserves. I think that's the big thing. So I do like him in Foot Esports. I think he is going to be a solid addition to them. The question I've got is, are they fixed on the 4? What are they still trying to work it out? Because with the loss of Pixel, that's a big loss. He's a big player to try and fill the boots. And is it time or is it a player? That's the big question.
Yep. We will see. Freeside finding themselves the free side of this circle to get in towards farm. 100 ADR actually gave up the north side of farm here, and they could have potentially tried to hold them out. I'm interested in that because, again, as I was talking about before with farm, you can exist within a symbiotic relationship with another team alongside you to be able to hold out teams, but they've allowed Freeside to get in. I think that might have been an error on their part, but I could be wrong. They could have been thinking about what they want to do about that east side if teams want to crash down onto there.
Adding to your point, the bit they've taken, I'm going to argue, is in a TPP world, is very difficult to defend. If BB teams start working their way in, they find the next ridge, they can see into the compound, and BB team just need to line the shots up and wait for them to play peekaboo. Because as it stands, 100 AR literally need to lay down and keep the head in check, because soon the sharks are lurking.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We'll see how it plays out. I saw a C4 right there.
Yeah, it's coming.
A little bit in the distance, but we will see. Obviously, one of the members of BB team is knocked at the moment, and there is the caveat of coming off of that ridge line down into anywhere, if you don't have vehicles and stuff like that, is problematic. And then technically, I guess all three teams would try and shoot at you from there, but that's only if it gets shifted away from.
It's true. Phase number 5. And 24 players remain. So maybe they're not going to get pushed out, especially from the blue. It seems like they're trying to salvage as many points as they can, because it is the final match here for day number 1. Navi are on 6. Monodoc, though, does get Toasty down. Again, question, do you crash? Depends on the zone. We've got 7 seconds before we find out.
Yeah, chilling for a second. Where are we going? Ooh, up. Ooh, okay.
Interesting.
South. Right, well. This definitely does cause questions then for the rest of the farm teams, doesn't it?
Here comes the C4. So Freeside might try to explode their way through to the next compound, but 100 AR have also lost. And I think, again, my logic with 100 AR, they're expecting the zone shift back their way, and they could just try to keep their heads down. But now they've got to make a decision. Like, they've got to play onto the south, and they know there's a BB team out to their east. So they'll be very, very cautious the timing they take to leave their compound.
I think one thing's for sure, though, regardless of where Hive ends up in this game, what a day they have had, right? They're still alive. They're on that west side. They technically, I suppose, could go slightly southwest and start playing things from there, but some of that would be open to lines of sight to Na'Vi. But regardless, a good day for them. Very well done so far, but a big damage going out from 100 ADR against Freeside as they're holding them out here. I know that Freeside had to make a move from where they're going, right? Like, there was no way they could stay where they were.
I love to see 46 loading in the car. It was like, I saw this happen, but it didn't quite work the way you wanted to. It's going to be difficult. BB team also getting involved. There's another C4. BB team getting involved now in the third party. Levante, well, he sent the C4 into the compound, and, well, he claims victory of 1. And they've got a Panzer as well. Why not?
Not a bad little flex out from Na'Vi here to try and hold off the positions. As I like the stretch out that they did. As I mentioned before, I think that the only southeast kind of rotate was going to be the play. 100 ADR manages to finish off the rest of Freeside, kind of having them stuck in a very, very bad position.
Stuck in a bad position. Na'Vi have extended out, but they've also extended up. They've got some elevation now. They can provide some cover. Underfire is down. Now the mortar strike just too short. Freeside get denied the opportunity to work their way in. So these guys got to be cautious. BB team are literally dancing on a knife edge here. One side they're going to go in towards that kind of win or die, and the other side they've got Na'Vi.
It's a case of the rich get richer here at the moment, right? All of these teams constantly been playing a great day, still finding themselves in late games. Definitely a very serious outlook for this. I mean, we even saw some of these top teams already denying early on in the proceedings of 18 games. They realize that the competition towards the top is very fierce. 100 ADR, though, kind of really caught in no man's land. I don't think they're going to be getting out of there anytime soon. With Win or Die looking their way, BBT looking their way as well. Levante does find Hicks to get things rolling in the smoke as well. Huge stuff.
How they climb the hill. There's one. Explosive comes their way. The blue zone causes some damage, and the doozy eventually holds, but damage has been done. BB team Need to get the med back on now. Here comes Rondo trying to capitalise on the momentum shift their way. BB team on the hold now, and there's a full send from Rondo.
Nice attempt, nice try, considering they had no really elsewhere to go. Needs to go up across it, but Adu's still lighting them up. Rocks from the distance as well, putting in some more damage. Win or die is gone. There was only so much they could do, mate.
Yeah. Look, and again, half a second before, maybe they would have caught BB team on the sort of meds, but look, really well played. I would have liked to see them send the car further afield, but we are in a top 4 scenario now to a top 3. When I do get an additional placement point, Hive will be happy with here. Na'Vi will be happy with here. BB team also the same, because as you say, the rich is only getting richer in this final circle.
Easy stuff for them so far. Ferris finds a doozy. As now, I mean, they've got Sussid all the way up against them. I don't know if they know fully
One nade.
that he's there. Yeah, one nade is all it takes.
Good song. Great nades is what it's going to say, because Doozy will be confirmed out. Best will now go down. BB team on the final player here. No more heavy util. So Steve, as he looks back for some reinforcements as the car, well, the fiery abyss will be no more. Well, Doctor does scramble his way back. Does he scramble his way to try and get a res back on? Nope. He's going to scramble his way now to zone.
There is an attempt, and it failed. Hive. 7 kills for them, 7 kills for Na'Vi. Technically, BB team got 8 kills as well off of all of this, right? So it's not exactly a completely failure, considering that is very important. But Dante has pushed up really close to Hakatori here. If he can somehow take out Hakatori, they should have a lot of control about this next circle.
3 nades and a molly as well. When he gets the sound cues, he'll be happy. Hakatori's waiting, and he gets the opportunity. The feast! They had no idea! Schengen goes down, but Dante's going to now know the information. He now looks to cook the nades. He needs to get around the back of the shack there, but nades are coming back his way. He does get the knock, but unfortunately for Na'Vi, they don't get the return.
What Dante surely knew that Hakatori was there. No, I don't know.
I thought as well.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, what happened? I don't know. But Schengen's down and out. Ferris going to try and launch some Doritos here. So he's going to have the opportunity to try and play peekaboo over the top. Hive going around the other way. Na'Vi looking to try and collapse, but they're also getting the res here, Hive. That could be crucial in the end game.
Yeah, that Sussid off angle was very, very important there for Na'Vi to try and hold on against this. And now they looks like they're going to be able to get him up. Flash does actually go out as well.
They missed him.
Pushing aggressively on this right-hand side. Extends finds Schengen. Another one goes down. Dante falls here. It's all crumbling for Hive.
The Hive is falling apart. Let's see if they can stick together. 2 of them now remain, but it's a 2 versus 2.
They don't know.
Ferris extend. They need to get reset here. Nades go back over the top. Extends to get that confirmation. 10 kills for Na'Vi on the board. Ooh. It's going to be the high ground. It's going to come down to util here. I think Hive are in the better position. They've isolated Na'Vi, and now they've got the blue against the backs.
So I think they know where Extens is. I don't think they know exactly where Fairist is against this hay bale. I could be wrong, but that could be the trump card here coming out for Na'Vi. And Fairist is going to stay absolutely still against this position. Obviously, Hive is going to try and play this ridge line on their right-hand side and kind of wrap around and maybe try and deal with him.
And he's got repair kit as well. Nice. I think you're right. Fairist is the curveball. If he can cause an explosive reaction, or at least draw the shots in, they'll be expecting them sort of to work their way around the ridge, right? I think Hive had the better positioning. They've got the ridge line to play. The fact that they're looking around, it kind of goes into what you're saying. They don't know where Ferris is.
Yeah, he's not made noise before, and unless they somehow see the barrel of his gun when they kind of trickle around that edge on his back, then that's the only real giveaway that is going to be the case. Unless they have a load of util and they just start nading random spots. But I don't think they're going to do that.
There's a nade on the floor. It's a bit more like battleships, that game. I have to wait and see if they try and pick that one up. I think they definitely know where it kind of extends is or was. Yeah. They do launch the blue zone nade. They're going to launch another nade. I think they're just going to kind of battle zone off the edge of this ridge. Extend has already moved further in, so the blue zone coming in. Now the smoke coming out, that's going to draw their attention back. That gives the opportunity now for Ferris to go, but Hive's already shifting over to the other side.
Okay, what are they going to be able to do with this? They did take a bit of damage. Extends does some damage, and here goes a nade going charging up. Rox now knows exactly where he is thanks to the shots coming in. Ferris is going to be making his move. He hears those footsteps, does Rox on the other side of that, and now he's got to be very, very cautious. Lies down, realizing that the trap has been potentially sprung here from Ferris. Wait, what? No.
He's got Jammer.
Oh, Jammer pack.
Jammer Pap is not going to be for much more. He's going to reach his way over the top. He reaches his way over the top. The Rocks defends it. Ferris will go down. Extends is there. The ridgeline was just too much when he come down to the run. Presenti has a better position now. He's going to spray in towards the smoke. And oh my God, Extends a new boy. Lands a massive Kobe at the end. 1 versus 1.
Can Presenti do it? Can Presenti secure a 3-win on the day for Hive? He's got a position. He goes for the spray. He does it. He's 3 on the day here for Hive. What a performance coming out from them on day number 1.
12 kills, and they are king of the table. Queen bees of the Hive. But a good game, nonetheless. Good move actually towards the other side. And unfortunately for Ferris, that extension, that run up towards the ridgeline was just a little bit too much. A bit shorter, Box might get caught out.
I think this win kind of exemplifies what you were talking about, Mark, before, which was just patience from Hive all the way through the day. Avenger, what do you make of that win?
Yeah, what a great way to do it, right? They were not supposed to win this. This was not their game to win. They were getting pushed out on the western side here. Circle kind of went away from them. Win was supposed to win this game. They were supposed to have this like spot in the compound, and then they could have wrapped behind BB, but they got demolished. But 3 wins here for Hive is just massive.
Very impressive stuff. I've got to say, very impressive indeed. This is going to be securing them some big points moving into day number 2 and 3, Mark. And I mean, I thought maybe Ferris was going to be the deciding factor in all of that. Obviously, he did spring the trap eventually. It gets problematic, right, when you're on that close to the blue, and eventually you're going to be pressured to have it to spring the trap maybe earlier than you would like. Who knows?
I think it also comes to that distance, let's say, right? If that distance was a lot shorter, I think Ferris had him all day. The fact that Rox was able to react and hear the run coming in, more of a marathon coming his way, and then the blue zone just topped it off. So really good play for them. Discipline hold, though, from Hive. But I'm also really liking what I'm seeing from Na'Vi. Extends fitting in so well. Yeah. Now it's coming to fruition.
Well, here's the points coming in. 17 for Hive. They're already in first place and they've done well. And as I mentioned before, Martin, the rich get richer. It's 13 for Na'Vi, 10 for BB team. Teams towards the top, getting even more on the board.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit scary for Emeralds to try to catch up the coming days here. But yeah, Hive obviously being able to get the most out of it. But the teams that we expect to do well is also able to do well here. Some teams fall a little bit behind, but still, Hive here to win 3, Na'Vi to get this amount of kills multiple times throughout the day here is just impressive to watch.
Definitely. Obviously, we have some concerns, right, for some teams that didn't quite get a lot of points on the board, but should be doing. Here's the overalls, though. 61 points for Hive on the day. Considering we're normally in Superware, a win means 10 points and things like that. They got 3 wins, 5 points apiece. That's an insane lead here, considering what we've witnessed, Mark.
Yeah, it is. And just speaks to their day. Hive won every other game, right? So, good play for them, 15 points. No one's even close to them when it comes under placement points, but they're also putting the kills in. Discipline is unfolding. So the Hive sticking together, nice at the top. But again, we just look at the right-hand side, and this team's here is not going to expect VP, Ascend, FaZe, Foot, Slam G. Should be arguing, fighting for that left-hand spot.
Yeah, back to what you were saying at the beginning of the day, Mark, and I can address this to you, Avenger, right? We see FaZe sometimes in these tournaments just being very kill-heavy. Almost no placements whatsoever, but being extremely kill-heavy. So you would expect to a degree, sometimes this kind of format may be benefiting them, but today it's not really been the case.
I don't know if we can say it's just down to TPP, but it definitely comes down to them being pretty far behind in terms of the kills from everyone else right now. And obviously we also saw that in the Esports World Cup qualifier once we came into the FPP format. They're not going to Esports World Cup. So is it an overall performance issue right now for them, or is it due to them losing a player? Like, as I said earlier, like, I think Vard is such a great pickup for them. He fits in well into the team here. And then again, one big game, we're talking, 16 points behind 4th place. It is just extremely top heavy, right? So it's quite easy to try to get into the top 8 and into eventually the top 4, top 5.
Vard is a big game player on a big game team for sure here now, but I mean, losing Curexy is definitely a blow. That said, though, Virtus.pro did not have a great day either, to be honest, considering what they are capable of. Mark, 22 points going their way on the day.
Now, again, obviously the move and shake. I don't think it's a TPP or player move. It's just not falling their way at the moment. So we still have 2 days, right? So as Martin says, one good game, and again, a heavy kill game, which we've seen already, right? Will change things around, and these guys have the depth to go back, watch the VODs, understand where they could have maybe capitalized on more points. So wouldn't be too surprised to see these teams maybe dial up the aggression slightly. Because even if you go back to that VP win, the amount of control they had, I think they'd be questioning, could they have got more kills?
All right, and with that here, that's the end of looking at this leaderboard, but not the end of the show, because it's time for the Masters Mic EMEA. Let's talk about some of the questions. Actually, settle in, grab yourself a nice good old cup of tea, and join us as we talk about Oh, he's got his cup ready.
My cup. I'll tell it this way.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be talking about some of your questions that you've been submitting throughout the broadcast as well. And if your question was chosen, congratulations, you're going to be winning yourself some G-Coin throughout all of this. So as I said, settle in. And let's talk about our first question coming in from Fireware. I'm going to do all the numbers. 738936672. How to play the TPP mode well? And I think that's a good question, Mark, because obviously there are some big differences regarding FPP, TPP. What's your take, Mark?
It's definitely more a technical answer from Martin, but I'll give you my 2p.
Sure.
It is a completely different game mode from what I've seen. From a caster's perspective and observing, it is very different to play. So if you can use ridgelines well, if you can understand how to break apart a compound and or breach into a certain area, it does feel like it goes back to kind of the old school methodology for me. So being able to hold hard cover effectively is kind of what I feel sometimes key. But we've also seen, especially in this lobby, aggressive stances from teams and players. Someone who can play a ridgeline really well, he or she can pop up at any given location and destroy a team. And I'm sure Martin will go into this more, but the ability to pre-aim before popping out, I think that's huge, and it's going to be a skill that we're going to have to start to see players adapt to a little bit more as they get very used to this format.
Martin, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, Mark elaborated quite well here. Just taking advantage of the information you can get without exposing yourself is just something that's just completely next level. Movement is obviously huge. You can see how the players there crouch running quite a lot and kind of moving around that too. Overall, like, you know, once you come into TPP, it's just about putting in the hours as well, right? Playing well is putting in as many hours as possible, and playing TPP to begin with is definitely the way to go if you want to get better in that. But as I said, like, you need to take advantage and like make sure you don't expose yourself too much and put yourself into positions where you're able to get information without giving away your information and exposing both shooting but also your whole body.
You want to hear my take?
Yeah.
Learn to cook nades well.
Yeah.
Because if you're in some close combat situations and stuff like that, if you can cook nades perfectly across some of those angles, I think you're going to be sitting pretty, Mark. That's scary, right?
Or if you just throw them out and run into a compound and pray that someone comes running in and lands on top of it.
Learn to attach a C4 to a vehicle.
It works. But look, even back to the peeking, even to your point of the nades, look at Vard though in Milta. The fact that he peeked out and got rid of 3 people, and the last one was with a nade as well, I think is key. So yeah, it is about putting hours into the TPP game, right? I'm trying to figure it out myself, and especially with someone who's done years of playing FPP, and you look at these pro players that have done years of playing FPP, it's a complete different game format. The maps are the same, and we've got the same guns and nades and stuff, but it unfolds completely different.
All right, well, let's move on to the next question then, as we have our next one on the board. Let's see who's asked it as well, and give them a good old shout out. We have Gay Tommy. Okay. Does TPP make endgame more chaotic or more entertaining? What's your take on that, Avenger?
I think it's both, right? You have the chaos that's kind of unfolding a little bit because you have a little bit more information. You see the teams coming in. You see a lot more C4 usage here. You see a lot more of these kind of crazy situations. Entertaining, to me, it's like I enjoy like the mechanical skill, the mechanical prowess of some of these players. I enjoy like these high level things, and I actually obviously loved FPP, but still there are some situations where like, damn, that was a good play, and you can see where the players taking full advantage of being in TPP mode, be it insane utility uses because you can, without exposing yourself, throw a nade because you've seen this player without them knowing where you are, and you can just cook it extremely well, right? So sure, it's way, for me it's more chaotic than it is more entertaining.
Your thoughts, Mark?
Entertaining, that's more around the patch for me. That has been entertaining, especially with the C4 explosive, because I am an agent of chaos as well. There's people who make the end game more chaotic. I don't think just the end game. I think what we're seeing now, chaos before was very much, oh my god, these two guys are like hot dropped, or teams are fighting for position early game. That was kind of chaotic, right? You don't get that in TPP. Like, even a hot drop is not quite a hot drop. It's kind of a lukewarm drop because they have the angles to see. They don't have to expose. What we do get is really chaotic starts, and that's more around the point format. So I don't think it's chaotic at the beginning. At the end, yeah, maybe, because you are going to see more mechanical skills come into play, and if who can switch between the FPP and TPP modes really well. I definitely think there's more to be seen here. And I think as these teams develop, it's going to be interesting.
All right, and let's move on to our final question then. I could give my thoughts, but we're running out of time, so we will need to get on to our next question as well. From Rebecca, I'm so sorry that I butchered your name. What's the most embarrassing way to die in a tournament? Okay, Avenger, you've played tournaments and died embarrassingly.
No, I never died in Burns. Never. Mainly just dying to better players, I think, was my issue. I mean, embarrassing way to die. You can always go back to, Scoom getting run over by a ghost car, but he hates
one of my favorite moments.
He hates that so much that I don't think we should say that.
But you can tell the full story. He hates it so much. I keep bringing it up. And in China, he was like, if I buy you fried chicken, will you stop bringing it up?
Yeah, so that's obviously...
And now you've just done it live on stream.
Yeah,
Love it.
Well,
That's obviously great. But dying, fat fingering out of a vehicle or stuff like that's obviously rough. But also dying to things where it's like your own fault. It's like, somebody else randomly, drives into you or hits you or whatever. But also, this last one here, if you're trying to parachute down and you get hit by a glider, that's pretty embarrassing. That's rough.
Has that happened? Who's hit?
I haven't seen that happen yet.
Jeez Louise.
Has it happened?
Yeah, in scrims.
I've not seen it happen.
In scrims? I've seen it happen in scrims.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that yet. Love it. I'd like to see that. I don't. Fat fingers 100%. But the Doritos, when you've crashed a compound to perfection, you throw out some Doritos and you deny your whole team. That's going to be an embarrassing way to go. But yeah, it's such a use of a good utility. Hey, I'm going to roll this forward because we need to get to the next place, and you just delete your whole team. That's going to be an embarrassing way to go.
Well, I thought we all thought we would never see this one, but being ran over by the ferry, which recently happened.
Yes.
Yeah, that one is good.
That one was good, right?
Yeah. There's some pretty good ones, to be honest.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of cool ways. I never thought I'd see that logo in the kill feed ever, but I did recently. Amazing stuff. All right, and with that, we are done for day number 1 of Masters number 2 for EMEA. Huge thank you for joining us around the world, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, tomorrow we will be back same time, same place. However, that is also the Masters mic done here for EMEA. You can submit more questions for tomorrow, where we're going to be answering more. And in just a few moments' time, America's Masters 2 is also on the way as well. So there's plenty more PUBG coming at you. Thank you very much for tuning in today. We'll see you tomorrow for more PUBG action.
mind.